Hello and welcome back to House Cup here at GLL. I'm joined by Claytano. I'm Joel Larson. We're at day 3 of the qualifiers for the Shanghai Invitational, where there will of course be $1 million in prize pool. So pretty amazing stuff. Probably the biggest prize there's ever been for auto battlers, as far as I know. So one of the biggest tournaments ever. Pretty nice. What do you think about that stat? I mean, it's amazing, right?
Yeah, it's crazy. And it's not only just $1 million at Shanghai, but there's also money to be made right here in our one EU Invitational as well as the NA Invitational. So $20,000 per region. And that's actually going to get passed out at the end of tomorrow.
Yeah.
And this is the start of the best of 8 series that is going to be completed tomorrow. So it is right down to the wire now, and each one of these games are mattering more and more the farther we get into it, so it's pretty cool.
No, you're completely right. And speaking of what's happening tomorrow, let's have a look at the schedule. We have had 2 days of preliminary qualifiers, I guess you could call them, for both 2 different groups of EU and NA. 4 people from each of those EU groups and NA groups have now been kind of concentrated from some of the more dominant people and making their own NA and EU lobby. So here we can see all of the games that we're gonna play today. Of course, it's starting with the EU finals, considering the time zones, and then we're gonna move on with the NA finals. So exciting stuff. We're gonna see that both of the finals today and yesterday, the 4 people that are gonna be the best from both of those are, of course, gonna go to Shanghai. So yeah, exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's the best 8 from each region now. There's only one more lobby to get through, so as long as you can be top 4 or higher from this next couple of games, this is absolutely it. And we've had some favorite moments and favorite players over the past couple of days too. And now we get to all see them kind of collaborate together from EU and have the best of the best.
It's gonna be. I mean, it's so exciting because we really had these super, as you said, super dominant players like Disowned, Magikarp. I mean,
Oren, Chuck, Vince.
So amazing players in their own respective groups, and so it's gonna be interesting to see. Is it gonna be even now when they're all in the same lobby, or are some people still gonna be even a higher tier? Who do you think that would perhaps be now that we see the EU group?
I mean, when you think about it, it should be the top 2 from both groups, right? That are going to be the dominant 4. Here we have Oren, Nudge, Conjugan, Philip, Magikarp, Disowned, Sheepfan, and Max. And we're going to mention this real quick to you guys. Sheepfan is actually Seiko, just under a different name. So just so that way you guys know who we're keeping up with today. But I would assume that we're going to see the top 2 from both groups be pretty dominant again, which would be, I believe, Oren, Magikarp, Disowned, and Max.
Yeah, and among them people, I gotta say that if there's any one of those that was extra dominant, it's gotta be Disowned. He was really crushing it. In the previous days, we were watching first the second group out of both NA and EU, and then we were watching the first group. And as we got into the first group of the EU qualifiers, we knew that Disowned had been owning, literally, and we could see his points. He had the most points out of any group ever, you know?
It was 51 points he ended up at.
Yeah, and then we just knew, okay, this guy is dominant. Is he going to continue being dominant? Was it a fluke? And he still crushed it when we watched him. Yeah, so.
Like you said earlier, he was win streaking, he was lose streaking, he was doing every different type of strategy, and he was pulling it off with absolute ease. And I think another close second and point-wise overall throughout both regions was Magikarp with also 50 points. I think those were the only 2, if I remember correctly, that had over 50 points. Of course, we did see a little fun builds from T-Tigers and Monty when they already knew they had it in the bag. They threw out some demon comps and like a
Glacier Assassin
God
of War.
Yeah, they had a little fun, so they probably could have ended with some more points, of course, in NA. But definitely those 2, Magikarp and Disowned, had by far the most points.
Yeah, and it's good because we have, of course, Magikarp, one of our Swedish in-house players, playing here at the studio, and we've been able to befriend him a little bit these couple of days. Super smart guy. Hasn't even been playing for that long, and it's just kind of locking it in. It's like super impressive.
Really
kind of
laid
like
back,
savant mode,
He's like,
you know.
I've been playing for a couple months.
Yeah,
This is going pretty good.
Yeah,
So
if he top
see
scores
how it
this, he's
goes.
gotta change his name to Gyarados or something because he's doing it definitely.
Sure it does.
He's no
Oh,
Magikarp no
no.
more, you know.
He's evolved.
You know, I mean, another day, another, you know, Pokemon reference. You gotta do
maybe a
it.
shiny Magikarp. Give him that.
Yeah, that's good though because then people will still recognize him. Maybe, yeah,
Yeah, he's just ascended
yeah, ascended into being a dragon
into being a shiny Magikarp.
or a dragon. You know, Gyarados is a dragon.
Pop quiz. Do you know what color shiny Magikarp is?
Pink.
It's gold.
Oh, okay. Well, that was close.
Red Gyarados is shiny.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's
I
okay.
guess I only remember the shiny ones from the like actual first Pokemon Game Boy games. Do you remember that? Did you play that?
I
Was
do.
good?
I
Yeah.
do,
Wow.
yeah.
Those were times. But we're not here to play Pokemon, as we're here to play Auto Chess. And we had a couple of different strategies, of course, being played. Some of them were a little bit memey at the end, but we definitely had, say, 4 or 5 different ones that were really popular. We had the, of course, Dragon Mage, probably the most popular one, but especially in the EU service, right? There was
yeah.
a big discrepancy there.
That was
And-
everybody's
yeah.
go-to build. No matter what they had, they always were trying to figure out a way to get to Dragon Mage.
Yeah.
In some type, or just even dragons in general is the main thing, I think.
For sure. No, definitely. And in NA, it was a little bit more diverse. I think there was 3 really popular builds. It was Dragon Mage, of course. And then we had the Glacier Knights that did really well, actually, in NA. Way better than, I think, in EU. And then we had the classic kind of Hunter build with some Marines and kind of diverse options of a front line.
Hunter,
with Soul
Warrior,
Reaper as well.
Egress,
Yeah, exactly.
with Venomancer. Yeah, it was like that. Like it's a hard way to describe the build because there's so many synergies. I think
Yeah.
there's like 7 or 8 synergies that you get once you are building
For
that
sure.
type of Hunter build.
And what I really like about that strategy is, of course, your backline is a little bit locked down, but your front line is really flexible. Like you can do tons of different things and adapt it to what you're playing against. And that's really kind of the name of the game, to see what everyone else is doing in the lobby and then kind of adjust to that. And even if you get the start of this build, you can adjust it and keep the build, which is something kind of unique, I think. So
Yeah.
definitely super cool build. I mean, there's so many different
There's another
ways
one
for
that
us.
I kind of stood out to me was the build that Monty went, I believe, in game 7. He had a 3-star Swordman, 3-star
Yeah.
Stone Spirit, and 3-star Red Axe Chief with Dragon Mage with a little bit of spirits added in there with Stone Spirit. And I thought that was really cool. And he did get
For
first
sure.
place that round as well.
Yeah, I mean, it totally makes sense. Usually we see a God of War in the front line for these Dragon Mage players, even though they don't use the Divinity buff, just because, of course, God of War being so good in the early game. But if nobody's contesting your Cave Clan units, and probably nobody's contesting your Stone Spirit most of the time, you can definitely get those into 3 stars for kind of cheap, actually.
And also
and
Swordman does really good magic damage
Yeah,
as well.
for
so
sure, yeah.
adding in that little extra damage with him, it was
kind of been
really,
an integral
cool.
piece of the front line for mages all the way through, even from the mall, like the Dota Auto Chess. So it's always been really good in those kind of comps. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see when these, I don't know. Are we gonna see the same things? Like, is it anything gonna change? Like,
They're going to see a lot of the same
Yeah.
stuff, which is a little unfortunate. As a caster, and I'm sure you guys as viewers like to see a little bit of variation and
Right.
possibilities out there. But I think it's going to be more of a chess game with how they get to the build and how they decide which build that they want to go depending on the lobby, more so than like trying new things. I think it's going to be very, very specific,
Right.
making sure that they're getting to exactly where they need to be.
for sure.
And I know, like we talked to Magikarp quite often before the stream, and he's always looking at other people's items to kind of predict what build they're going based on the items that they're getting, because builds are very dependent on items.
Yeah.
And if you're going mages, you kind of need to have some mana items or magic crystals and stuff like that. And if you get a bunch of frantic
Yeah,
master
very
going something
focused.
with hunters or even Knight's Glacier would be something that they might go into. So kind of knowing that and then understanding what items his opponents are getting helps him decide what build
I
he's
mean,
going to
it's
go.
honestly quite impressive. I feel like he strikes me as a very focused player. He does not ever waste any time. So if you really want to step up your game and try to compete at the highest level, you should barely have any dead time, right? As long as you figure out what you should do yourself with kind of your shop or whatever, prepare for the coming round. See what your opponents are doing. We'll look what items they're getting, what comps are they moving into, and then you have a better idea what to look for in the shop for yourself the next coming turn.
And
So
if you're playing against guys like this of the highest possible caliber, you're actually seeing what they're doing, and you're also learning at the same time.
for sure, I mean that's completely right, and you can even, I mean, you can apply that to your own game, right?
Yeah.
If you're playing a game and you trying to look for what all the others are doing just to configure your own comp, and then you get trashed by someone.
Yeah.
You know, you've been following that guy throughout the game. Like you understand how he got there. So
Right.
that makes it much easier to kind of apply that strategy yourself. Not only so you can use it yourself, but so you can understand how to beat it next time. So
Yeah,
definitely.
And another huge thing that we've noticed as well throughout the tournament was how people manage their gold and how very relative that is to what place they get in the lobby itself. So if you're really far down on economy, you're probably going to end really far down there as well. And it's going to be a lot more interesting to watch these games now because a lot of the top 4 of each of the European lobbies were very econ aware.
That's true.
So now I would imagine that things are going to be much closer as far as econ, and the more we get into the same level of skill throughout the entire lobby, the more these like little minute things of like scouting and decision making are going to make a huge difference, and even just like a couple gold could be all the difference that you need.
Yeah. No, so you're right. We talked a little bit about NA and EU having slightly different meta games. I mean, they both know which strategies are good, but it's a little bit more diverse in NA, right, than in EU. But Sid, I mean, clearly this is an invitation tournament, so you try to pick the best players from each region. That's why they're not playing against each other. But what if they did play against each other, both regions? What do you think would happen? Like, you know, these regions that have like 6 God, Dragon, Mage players, and this NA region is like 1 or 2. It's very different. What do you think would happen?
So I think we're gonna have to find out in Shanghai, $1 million tournament when they do officially clash.
That's true.
But for real though, the players actually have been playing in scrims throughout this entire process from even a couple weeks ago. They've all been playing together, whether it's NA or EU. They just know that they're in this top 16 scenario. So just playing against each other, and they're the only ones really, I think, using the PC client at this moment. Anyway,
very
so
early
in order to practice,
client,
they have to find each other to actually go against one another. And it's the metas are a little different because we don't see a whole lot of hunter players in or like that traditional hunter build in EU. But just knowing that that's a possibility and something that the NA players like to go. It might make you want to change up just a couple of your units. It's not a huge change to the meta. It might just be a different front line to add a little bit more CC or in T-Tiger's case, he just threw in a little Marine here and there with his Knight's Glacier to counteract his opponent, and that's really all it would be.
Right, yeah, it's good to have like cone damage or AoE like Pirate Captain, for example. It's really good at dealing with a kind of hunter damage dealing backline. That's completely right. It's gonna be interesting to see what kind of happens today. I think we're gonna see kind of the same things. We have the players entering the lobby now, so we're gonna bring you the game right in a moment. Not too many players left. Oh,
while we're waiting though,
seems like you have a question for me.
I do have a question because I have some flat out favorites, and I know Twitch chat already knows that I do, and as a caster I can. It's okay. I'm not affecting the outcome at all. But I would like to know if you've kind of grown to have a favorite. Okay, all right, that's fine. Magikarp. Okay, just one. That's it in this lobby.
I mean, honestly, clearly I'm a little biased.
You met him.
You've built
also
a Swede, right?
That's why
his hometown. He's fighting for Sweden here.
Hometown
he's the
hero.
known, hometown hero. So, and I also met him. Super smart, super chill guy. I'm impressed by the way he plays the game, the way he thinks about it. I'm also impressed that he's never lazy, you know. And he's like always super in the zone and focused, and that's really a hard skill to attain. So
Yeah.
I'm vouching
Good
for him.
choice.
How about yourself?
Good choice. I mean, obviously, being able to meet someone in person does give you a little bit more of, you feel like you have some sort of like connection, and you like know him in person and say, okay, I would like for you to do well. And he's obviously a very likable guy, as you said. So Magikarp, I would be very happy to see him move on, of course,
Right.
as well. A couple other guys that I've had some run-ins with in the past are Orin, and I really feel like he has the ability to move on as well. So also one of my favorites personally, but also from you guys as fans as well. And I think skill-wise, also one of the favorites to move on. And
What about Disowned?
Disowned, yeah, as well. I've had a chance to talk with him through my Twitch streams and in Discord and stuff, and I think he's also right in the running as well. So I would say, I think maybe we're looking at Magikarp, Disowned, and Orin, and I still think Nudge is amazing.
I mean, it's so hard, right? I mean, we saw like I don't know, 1 to 2 or even 3 players in each lobby being the dominant players, and when they're all kind of meeting in this final lobby, it's really hard to pick favorites.
But what about the Bubble Buddies?
Oh yeah,
Philip and Max.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean they kind of fought their way through tooth and nail yesterday. They had a pretty bad day one, I'd say, and then they both kind of climbed up their way
together, and then Philip, down to a tiebreaker, was able to
that was
slide
crazy.
in.
Yeah, we called them Bubble Buddies because we thought they were both fighting for the
bubble,
4th spot.
the last spot.
Yeah, exactly. And in the end, they won so many matches that they were basically 2nd and 3rd at some point.
Yeah.
And then Max was already in, right? He won one of his later games, and then Philip did not do as well in the last match. So we didn't think it was going to be in. So
yeah, but the fact that they were going like 1 and 2 for so many games yesterday was able to propel them both into the next round, and it was just kind of cool to like see their journey as like players that were right on the edge of possibly not being able to make it, and now here they both are. So I don't know, it's really hard to decide. And of course, Sheep Fan, out of nowhere as well, I think he thought he was out yesterday as well for a second. He had a pretty bad finish on the last game, but was able to sneak his way in, and I would like to see him do well at the same time. So it's hard to pick just one, of course. I know you did it pretty quickly and easily.
I mean, it's hard to say who's gonna win exactly, because some of these players, of course, we said they were extremely dominant, but they were dominant against the other players in that lobby. It's really hard to quantify how much better they are in comparison to the other dominant players. That's just a new level, and I mean, if all the players are at that 2nd level, right? I think the metagame is going to change a little. I think they're going to play the same strategies, right? I mean, that's still going to happen, but the same things will not be as effective against the best players in the world, which means that, okay, I'm going to call some strategies like Noob Crusher, just as a metaphor. Like, they're hard to play against, but if you figure them out, you'll win most of the time against them. It could be some of that, you know? So in that way, maybe some strategies become more popular because they're more solid, you know.
It's harder to counter. You're not going to see many gods comps, because those, I think a god mage comp with a little warlocks added in is for sure a Noob Crusher build, because it's very delicate. And if you just build one Storm Shaman 2-star, throw it in your team, and it gets off before theirs, you're countering that god mage comp.
Have a pirate cap and follow it up, maybe.
We haven't seen too many people playing it in this tournament. So
except for that last game, though.
Oh yeah,
you remember the
he's super high rolled. It was Zath. Yeah, he got 2-star Devastator around 26 or something.
It was crazy. I think it was right before round 35, like 32 or something. He had a 2-star Devastator, and he had a God of Thunder as well, and a God of War 3-star.
Yeah, very high rolled, and then he had all of his other. He had a 1-star Thunder Spirit though. That was.
That's. I mean, that's fine. I don't care. I mean,
it doesn't matter, Clay. Relax. I only 1-star Thunder Spirit. Yeah.
I'm like, that's okay.
Yeah,
I'll survive that. Actually, we're waiting for one last player to enter the lobby, and If it
Let's take a
doesn't
look,
show up soon,
waiting on Sheep Fan.
we're actually gonna start with 7 players.
Really?
I heard. Yeah. So we're really hoping that last player can find his way into the lobby. Clearly, we won't wait forever. We have a pretty long schedule to go through.
Yeah, just what is it, 13, 12, give or take hours for the
yeah.
rest of the day. We'll be live. There's of course breaks in between.
That's
but
how you know how passionate we are about this
Oh,
game.
we're
casting it
super
for
passionate
13
about it.
hours. 14
Yeah.
hours maybe yesterday.
14, yeah, because there was like several hour-long games. That's the
Right.
other thing. A lot of the games have been going to
Nyan Beast, yeah.
We haven't seen a Roshan game
It
yet.
was close. Like
Very
I was
48.
jokingly saying that 48, right?
Yeah.
I was jokingly saying that, oh, we'll go to Roshan, and you're like, ha ha ha, and I'm like, it's kind of close now.
Yeah.
We were at round 47, and then both players took like 2 damage each, and they had
Yeah.
like tons of life.
20, I think.
Yeah.
20%. Yeah.
And I'm like, wait, if this happens 2 times more,
We're
gonna
Roshan.
get to Roshan
Yeah.
in one of the, I mean, probably the most prestigious games ever, you know, in Auto Chess. Seems like we're gonna start the game now, and unfortunately only gonna have 7 players. We're gonna figure out who is missing, but
It
let's
is
jump
Sheep
right in.
Fan actually.
It's who?
Sheep Fan.
Oh, okay. Well, let's hope the controversy with him didn't hit him.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Unfortunately, there's a little bit of, like you said, controversy around him playing, which is also partly why the name was changed. But I really want him to be in this
Me
tournament.
too.
I think it's good for Auto Chess as a whole. So
I agree.
hopefully he doesn't take more than 1 game off here and he can get back into it. But here we go, game 1 of the best
I've
of
been
8
waiting.
European Series GLL House Cup Auto Chess Invitational for $20,000.
Right.
This is the start right here.
All right, so we started by looking at Magikarp here. Wait, this is actual. Oh, there we go. This is the shop. Oh, 2 water spirits. Fortunately, doesn't have enough money to buy both of them, so probably gonna avoid both. Starting a bit with the Goblin strategy, and I know Magikarp is kind of used to everything. Basically, he likes to go mages, prefers that, like most people in the EU. But he's definitely open to go most strategies. Did some night games as well, I believe, when we weren't watching
Yeah.
his group yesterday. So
I think it's like it's easy to say that all of the players in this lobby are well versed in every single build out there. I would say that some of the players though do have their specialties. Nudge WK,
preferences.
for example, is extremely versed in or known for his mage comps. Not necessarily maybe a better mage player than everybody else, but just known for going mages quite often.
Right.
So just having that experience behind them is always an upper hand. Orin, of course, very good at loose streaking, even open fording,
Yeah.
and we'll see if he tries to stay away from that a little bit more in this higher tier lobby than
Right.
the past couple of days. But even so, I think he's going to have a good tournament. I'm really rooting for Orin,
Yeah.
as you know. Conjugate though, one of the only Turkish player in the
Right.
tournament
Yeah,
as well,
yeah,
as we just
yeah.
found out. Going with that Goblin start as well.
Still unsure about how to pronounce its name, so you gotta
There was the other
Conjugan.
Conjugan.
I don't know.
It was
I don't know.
the J was
If
like
chat
you.
knows, please say so in the chat with some phonetics, and we'll get right to it. And of course, this owned probably our most dominant player out of every lobby. It's going to be interesting to see how well his skills transfer into this kind of final ultimate pawnage lobby, if you will. Going, of course, the Goblins, playing against another team without any synergy whatsoever.
God's energy.
Ah, come on. He's not going to get 2 spells off anyways. There's literally only 1 unit that could actually get a second spell off, of course, being that Skybreaker. So this I'm probably going to get this game in the box here. Of course, we also have Philip, the Bubble Boy. Let's see what he's working with. They lose the first round to those Goblins. Does have a Dwarf Sniper already. I'm actually interested in why he wouldn't put that in. Very strong. Like, he has a very powerful ultimate early with a lot of burst damage. So.
Yeah, I just feel like probably going with the Goblins first for the round 3 is still a better option than using the Dwarf Sniper. You do have a little burst damage from Soulbreaker's skill, and then round 4.
But
he's gonna
those
throw
are
this in.
Kanjugan's units, right? Yeah, he does have the
Oh,
warriors.
okay, true. So he does actually going with the. You're right, with the warriors. So yeah, he's definitely gonna put in Dwarf Sniper. At this
I'd
point.
bet. Probably thinking about whether he should put in a Stone Spirit instead of like maybe a God of War, but
Or he might be trying to keep that God buff.
I'd be surprised.
Okay, there he goes. Yeah, he puts the Dwarf Sniper in now.
We talked about that a lot yesterday, or actually every other day, that the God buff isn't that interesting when you don't have a level 1 God of War. When you get it to level 2, it's actually very powerful this early, and enabling that could be important. And then it kind of falls off a little bit until you get the 3-star, and then in the very late game it also falls off. But the good thing is it's still the best tank, so that's what it's kind of all about. So
And
God of
it's
War,
cheap too.
and it's cheap, so definitely one of the best, if not the best, highest tier unit in the game, if you will. But of course, this is all like, it's all depending on what's going on in the game. Every game is different. You can't always buy every God of War you see. That's not how it works. So you gotta be flexible, knowing that, of course.
I mean, we've seen a lot of people just buying every God of War
Well,
that they see. We've seen people throwing it into a Knight's Glacier
Yeah, well,
build. We've
that
seen
didn't
people
work
throwing
out,
it into
did it?
They've been trying to put that God of War everywhere.
Well, to some success and to some lesser extent of success.
So another thing to notice as well is that we have the statuses coming across the screen
Ooh.
as well now. Well, we did have them coming across the screen. We're going to take probably just a short pause here to get the game back up and running. Hopefully we don't lose the entire game, because a couple rounds into it now, at round 5 is, there's definitely some people that are already going 100%. There's people that are already feeling pretty comfortable about their build. So we'll see what we can do here.
I can see a little bit in the shadows my favorite comp. You know what it is. Maybe you can actually tell the chat now that we go back into the studio, now that we talk so much about it. What does my favorite comp consist of?
Okay, so there's this composition that our buddy Joel here has talked about
Spoken into existence
throughout the course of the entire tournament now, and it is a assassin, spirit, mage, dragon build.
Yeah, and 2 humans. I'm just kidding. That's
Two
fine.
humans. That's like a bonus. Okay.
Right. No, you're completely right. Of course, interesting to see that both Oren played that in the first day, and then I believe Hosty played it in the second day. And you can really show that both of these players actually has played some amount of other Auto Battler games, especially the Unlords, which is quite different, of course, because you can transfer some knowledge from there. And this is kind of a popular comp in Dota Unlords. So
Primordials.
They're called Primordials, but here they're of course spirits.
Yes.
And
They have actually completely different skills though as well, by the way.
right, but it still works. I mean, also in Underlords, you only need 2 dragons to enable the strategy, so it's a little bit easier too. But definitely very interesting to see that kind of transfer over the games, and I actually won them good positions, 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. I mean, just seeing a Water Spirit and a Venom on the bench, though.
No, he
I
did
don't
have
know.
Queen in play as
He did
well.
have Queen. Okay, I don't know if it's too soon to say
Right.
or not. But you're right. It does have a good early game as well, because a lot of people build that warrior front line, and it turns them into stone, and it really lowers down the damage that you're taking.
Also a lot of magic damage, right?
Well, yeah, adds a lot of magic damage. Also adds a lot of crowd control, where they're turning to stone and not being able to move for like a really solid amount of time.
And we are actually back in the game, so we got that resolved. Let's have a look at him again. And I think, was it Oren that were running that?
I think it was Max.
Oh, yeah. Look at
Yes,
this.
It was Max.
2-star. And of course, Thunder Spirit being a very important part of this when you're trying to enable the Spirit and the Mage. Also, Shining Dragon is a very important part, trying to enable the Dragon and the Mage. Of course, the reason why this works so well without that much of a front line is because some of your assassins can stand in the front and they deal massive amounts of magic damage that works so well with the mage buff, of course, both Water Spirit and that Queen, of course.
I'm actually very surprised he's about to lose this right now to Disowned.
Yeah, I did
And
not see that coming either.
It may have been a better option to, instead of keeping the Goblin buff, adding in Thunder Spirit to add the not only the Spirit bonus, but also just have that massive damage AoE that's really, really strong early game with even just a 1-star Thunder Spirit for the first couple rounds here. But Disowned, actually with a nice little Goblin gamble going on.
This is
if
your
I've ever
favorite
seen it.
strategy. I know it is. You
It
can
is.
tell chat. This is your favorite.
Chat knows. They know. It's also their favorite chat as well, or
Yeah,
their
okay.
favorite.
Don't tell chat what they think and don't.
I know chat. Chat and I are
Alright,
friends.
All right, all right.
But no, it's just fun. I don't think he's actually gonna go for it. I think he's just kind of
Has a pretty
holding
good
on to
start
it
for
for
it,
right
though.
now. But he does have God of War. He does have his Thunder Spirits and his Dragon Mages incoming as well. So
Yeah.
I think it's too soon to say that he's officially gonna totally commit to the Goblin Gamble.
Yeah.
But it would be fun to see Disown going Goblin Gamble in the first game of a $20,000 tournament.
Right.
How
We did see that once.
Exciting.
On stream, that is. I know that Magikarp went it for it as well. No,
Sheep
it was
fan.
Ice Cream, right?
it was
Went
Sheep
for-
fan?
Yeah, he did win with it.
Yeah.
Seiko did win with it, or Sheep Fan. But I know that we haven't seen it all otherwise on stream.
Oh,
But off stream, I know that Ice Cream or Magikarp went for it
it was
once.
Ice Cream. Yes.
But he didn't find the Devastator.
No.
That is, of
That is
course, the
very-
gamble that you're trying to find Devastator, which
very
is quite hard.
devastating.
Wow. I knew that. So, I'm just going to leave it.
You saw it in my eyes. That I was,
I'm
just,
like-
I was
I'm
gonna
like-
go there.
I just felt like my eyes were shooting, no, don't do it. And you were like, didn't even see it. You went straight for it. Of course you did. All right. So, okay, what's Max doing? He's still level 5, but he's
Max
still
is
the most
the-
healthiest player here.
What do you mean? That's your guy.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
your.
Yeah, he's still staying at this. Very interesting. Of course, we talked a little bit about a way to play the Knight build where you stay at 5 to get those 3-star Hell Knight and Light Blade Knight, which is super important. And that is exactly the same thing for the kind of Spirit Assassin Dragon Mage build, if you will. Both Phantom Queen and the Water Spirit is super good to get the 3-star in this build. They get this massive increase of damage. Of course, getting benefit from both all of the magic damage and the assassin bonus, which is kind of insane in this build because the thing is, it's kind of like they're getting another alliance, you know? I mean, they're not mages, but they benefit from them so much, you know?
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
there's a lot of synergy that's not necessarily synergy into that build.
Yeah.
And he actually went ahead and got rid of his Thunder Spirit, picked up another couple of
Ooh,
Abyssal
okay.
Crawlers, which I really don't think are that strong right now, to be completely honest. So he may just be looking at going full assassins, which might not be the best decision, but I guess we'll see how it works out.
Maybe
of course,
stronger in the EU groups because there's going so many mages. Maybe so important to get those double marine in. Maybe he prefers that here, trying to metagame a little bit.
yeah, and what we always like to look at round 10 here is the total gained golds charts. And here we see actually more of a gap than I was expecting. Already 20 gold difference between number 1 and number 8 with Magikarp to Philip. And I think most of everybody is around this like 55 to 60 range here. And then there's just the 3 Magikarp, Orin, and Nudge that are kind of taking off as far as gold gained are concerned. And Magikarp obviously loose streaking, so it's a little bit easier for him. And it looks like he's also going into Knight's Glacier.
Yeah, no, definitely. I kind of like the start for Night Glacier because usually, I shouldn't say usually, but there's this issue with the Night players that often you need so many mid-game units, right? You need all of these 2-cost and 3-cost units, and whenever you see them in your shop, you feel like you're ought to buy them immediately. But it also means that you're usually not using a big portion of your bench, and the bench is not consisting of like 1-cost units. They're actually quite expensive, so it means it really hurts your economy. But Magikarp actually has the best economy here while moving into Night Glacier. So I kind of like that when you get into that kind of strategy, and staying at 5 also to have a higher chance to naturally roll into Hell Knight and that Light Blade Knight, of course.
The other nice thing about the Night Glacier build is that you have built-in Priest, so it's saving that HP as you're lose streaking down. So it's really not the worst thing to lose streak into. And it would be interesting to see though if he's going to actually try that Knight gamble, if you will, at rolling at level 5 until basically you get all of your 2-stars upgraded at least to 2-star. Or 2 cost units at least up to 2-star. So that would be Lightblade Knight and
Right.
Hell Knight at least.
Yeah, the reason being, of course, is the higher level you get. It's gonna be easier, of course, to find legendary units and epic units, but it also decreases the chance to find 2-cost units. So level 5 is actually the perfect time to find those rare units.
And as you can see here, just pulling up the shop, you can see that 2 cost units, which are the rare units, have a 35% chance to be shown at level 5, and then at every level after that, they go down. Same with the common units as well. This percentage is always going to go down between now and level 10. So this is absolutely the best time to pick up those units, and of course get them to 3-star, which is the goal, especially for Lightblade Knight. And we've seen some insane 3-star Hell Knights throughout this tournament as well. It's been absolutely madness.
At one game, there was, I can't remember who it was, but there was a Hell Knight which had Harder to Ask, it had Heaven's Gift, and something else. Lifesteal as well, I think, Puppet Mask. And his opponent, which had been leading all game, this is like late game, couldn't win. Like, he got a 2-star Dark Spirit, but he still wasn't winning against the Hell Knight. So he had to get another 2-star Dark Spirit. And then finally, at that point, they was managed to win the game. But I can imagine it getting a little bit sweaty there. It's like,
I want to say it was
he
Philip.
has so good items. Maybe,
I
yeah.
want to say it was Philip. And yeah, it looks like Magikarp is actually rolling at level 5,
Love this.
Which is what we have been talking about being an actual good strategy. And he is up against Orin here, which is looks like going into some feathered mages here. Or I'm sorry, feathered hunter.
Yeah, I really think that this strategy can also be applied to many other comps, because as long as you're at 50 gold, you might as well roll at the level where you get the highest chance to get the units that you need. And when you get those units, you can just start leveling up. The only issue with it is that you're gonna be a little bit less strong at level 5, while most other people going up to 6, and even the zone going up to level 7. Actually playing very aggressively, something you usually like to do, going up to those higher levels, using almost all of your money, and then kind of economizing back up.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at Disowned here, because he is at 21 gold right now, level 7, but he does have, he's got close to a 3-star Soulbreaker, just 2 away, still keeping his Skybreaker and Heaven Bomber. He did end up selling that Venomancer, which is a little sad to see, but he can also get that back later on if he does so choose. But the Goblin Mage is actually a strategy that we haven't seen yet in this tournament, but it is a very relevant strategy. It is possible to stay with Goblin Mage throughout the entire game. Now, it is going to fall off a little bit if he doesn't actually get these up to 3-star, which I think he's going to stay with them, because it looks like he is going to be putting in the God of War and probably transitioning into Dragon Mage is correct. But it is a really good segue into it, as we talked about using goblins to transition into other builds. And we've seen some people try to transition into some weird builds from goblins, but mages is definitely probably the best one to go into.
No, I agree. Goblins, of course, most of them being, they're pretty powerful early game, right? And they tend to fall off a little bit. And half of the reasons is that the synergy, right, kind of falls off. And also, most of them cost 1 gold. But that's also the upside of being able to play them early, because that means you can sell them for full retail. Of course, if you combine a unit, you sell them for less gold if they're not 1-cost units. And that's what most goblins are. And that also means that when you get to a higher level, it's easier to segue into something which requires a bunch of more expensive and higher tier units, those epic units, those superior units. And mages is one of those comps,
Yeah, and like you said, the Goblin synergy is really good early on, because there's only really 3 units that you're using, and one of them gets this insane power spike with the Goblin bonus as well. But if we were able to get the 6 Goblins in much easier, I think we'd see a lot more Goblin games because it is actually so strong.
When
It's
to hit
just
it, yeah.
yeah, it's just hard and definitely a gamble to actually make sure that happens. And I wouldn't probably put it on any of these players to do it with $20,000 on the line.
Yeah, I mean the comp literally is called Gamble X. So if there's anything that pro players usually don't like to do, it's leaving your kind of career or your tournament into the hands of RNG.
Up to chance.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, they definitely wants to be able to control your own odds and your own fate.
Sometimes it's a little exciting to let RNG take the wheel.
I agree. I agree.
It makes for good clips and fun tournaments to watch, in my opinion. So that's
Yeah.
why I always like to see it, and I'm always, of course, all about that. But let's check in on Magikarp here because he's kind of doing that night gamble a little bit. It is technically a gamble as well because you're putting yourself down in levels and rolling quite a bit. And you see though that he does have, I believe, two-star Light Blade Knights. So
Wow.
this is something that is no. So he just has one 2-star Light Blade Knight.
I think
that
I
is
should
more like-
really look to level up here. It's I mean 30% is really the kind of okay already is leveling up here. He's gonna go up to level 6, but I think I should try to go to 7 pretty soon here, especially when he's found his 2-star important knights, because at this point you're at 30% HP and we're way past round 10 and it's starting to get scary. You don't want to go below 30% when you're lose streaking.
Yeah, and honestly, a good portion of the lobby here, 4 out of the 7 players are kind of 50% or lower between Philip, Conjugan, Orin, and Magikarp. So there's going to be a lot of aggressive plays probably
Wow.
happening in the next 2 to 3 rounds. And
I believe we hit some upgrades here. Of course, hit 6 and then immediately went up to 7 to turn this around exactly at 30%,
Yeah.
meaning he has 4 glaciers, 4 knights.
And he's still at 42 gold as well, so he's super well economized at the same time, and was able to pick up some of the 2 cost units that he needed.
Right.
Unfortunately, wasn't able to get them a little bit easier, so that way he can have some 3-stars at this point. That would have
Yeah.
been absolutely insane, but I think he played this about as good as he could have so far.
I agree. I mean, you can really see the power spike here. He has 5 units left after playing against Conjugan, of course, winning this round, hitting 2 big synergies and putting in some pretty high tier units.
Yeah, I like
Also,
this.
finding that Berserker early, even though he's been level 5 for quite some time, is really nice for him,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah,
big
it
deal.
definitely makes a huge difference. And I like the little notifications that are coming across our screen today, just letting us know what's going on at a quick glance, because it did say that Disowned's win streak has been shut down, and none other
The
than by
Magikarp himself,
Magikarp.
yeah.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, that's also a thing I really like about the kind of open force strategies. When you kind of turn it around, then you really get a big power spike, and this was like a perfect example of that.
So-
And people don't recognize that. Wasn't he not
Wasn't
on
he
30
at
HP?
30% HP? Didn't
I'm
he win
confused.
there?
Of course, we had a few issues along the tournament, and trying to fix that with admins as best as possible with a few bugs. The PC version is, of course, very new, so kind of hard to have that perfectly laid out at this point. But it's pretty smooth, I'd say, considering all the potential
Yeah.
failings that could have happened. So let's see if we're gonna stay on Magikarp and see if he's gonna be fine this round, because he's clearly crushing it again
Right.
against Nudge. Right, he's at 28. That seems fine so far. He got his extra goal for winning as well. We're gonna wait until the battle round begins. Conjugan playing as Max.
And it's actually going to wait the entire 20 seconds here, and it just feels like the longest 20
Yeah.
seconds of our lives, waiting to see if he's actually going to lose HP for winning here. We have seen it happen a couple times with this, but okay, he
Yeah,
is
he's fine.
fine now, so stabilized. Just a little bit of an interesting. It might have
Nudge
been
trying
honestly
to-
a miscalculation on the first round, and then
The
now-
zone finding is 3-star Soulbreaker there, we can see.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, let's have a look.
the
Scuba Diver.
the GI Joe.
Yeah, the GI Joe Scuba Diver. This is actually this it's really nice as a magic resistance on Soulbreaker because he's usually in the back line, can gotta hit some AoE effects, but he deals a ton of single target damage, and with that Puppet Mask, it's definitely gonna be strong. A little sad for him, however, he isn't spreading the love from Puppet Mask and his lifesteal, because usually he's gonna be pretty far away from his friends and the rest of his crew. So that's a little sad, but still very powerful unit at this point. It's probably gonna carry him well into the later stages of the mid game and the late game.
I honestly wouldn't be surprised though if he ends up selling Soulbreaker down near like round 35 to 40.
So in the deep late game, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna carry him all the way there, but
Yeah.
at that point, the single target DPS just falls off so much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, we have another pause here by a ghost, it seems like.
Looks like there was one player that might have
Disconnected,
disconnected, so just trying to give him a chance to get back into the game before the next round comes. Because, again, every single round in this, basically this tournament is going to matter extremely, extremely more. It's just going to get magnified as the farther we go on.
Yeah, I mean, when we get to this level, every small decision, every edge, it becomes magnified, because that's pretty much the difference between these players. So small, much like you're watching a sprint or a marathon, it's not a lot of second between first and second. I mean, honestly, and that translates well into esports as well. You got to get the small edge. We talk about buying unicorns at the correct time, when to sell them, when to combine them, when to keep them as different pairs. I mean, there's so many small things to think about, and if you're not in there for an entire round, I mean,
it's a lot. I mean, there's things that you not only miss for your end, but there's also things that you miss other players doing that you might not see, you might not notice, and that could be a huge difference on how you position. And yeah, there's just so much to it. And these games have been decided by just one round, timing-wise, knowing when to roll down, knowing when to level up, and stuff like that. So it could. I'm not sure if it was one of those crucial rounds for him, but you never know. So just giving him the benefit of the doubt, putting the game on pause. We've done it for so many players.
I mean, of course, we want to give the players the high chances of course, to compete at the highest level, because that's what we can't talk. That's what we want to see, right? I mean, it's already sad that we won't be seeing sheep fan. All right, I'm not used to the new name.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's already sad we're not seeing him, but since we have other players in the lobby, we want to give them the highest chance, of course, still to play at their best, so we can see the best auto chess possible.
All right, let's check in on Philip here. He's kind of bringing up the rear at 21% HP, and he's going a bit of a mixed hunter build. Not necessarily a feathered hunter build, and not necessarily the build that we were talking about earlier today either. He does get rid of the Evil Knights.
Very interesting.
Puts in a Wind Ranger. So Wind Ranger's also not necessarily in this comp either, but I would assume that he's going to be switching into a feathered hunter build. I would imagine that's what his plan is.
Yeah, you can see his bench is full of feathered units, and of course druids. That red boy is not going down. It's very unfortunate. Very close there.
Yeah, and when you're down at that percentage of HP and losing into any creep round is always rough.
Yeah, for sure. So when do you think is going to make the big transition? We're pretty close to... Okay, goes up to 8. Doesn't want to lose many more rounds. 70% is already scary enough as it is. Rolling down here all the way. Looking for the whispers here to really transform his Warpwood Sage and maybe even egg this Razor Claw for kind of a big upgrade.
Razor Claw and...
I think he found a third Razor Claw. So he bought that and egged them both, because he still hasn't found... I guess he that was only a level 1 Razor Claw, right? So he probably just egged that. You get a power spike, of course not needing the 4th druid to combine the druids into 2 stars, only need 1 more.
Yeah, and it is rough. He's put up against Disowned, who is definitely nothing to bat an eye at, and he's going to take quite a bit more damage. Looks like Orin also disconnected potentially right now as well. Philip
disconnecting.
Also disconnected, but Orin's coming back. So not necessarily sure if it's them actually disconnecting or if it's
like a
just
graphical glitch.
Yeah, a little graphic glitch, exactly. So Philip, though, down to 7% HP. Let's jump to the other end of the spectrum with Max, who's been playing very, very well right now and getting some luck on his side with this assassin build, which we haven't actually seen at all. And he's now officially pulling it off. 6 assassins
Wow.
with the 2 beasts. And of course, he's going to want to add in the feathered bonus once he picks up a shining assassin.
What do you think is going to cut for the Shining Assassin? Is it going to be Abyssal Crawler? Is it going to be Water Spirit or Soulbreaker?
I would
It's
say
pretty
Water
close.
Spirit
Yeah.
right now.
Pretty close to Soulbreaker 3, right? So probably don't want to miss out on that. Only one away from it, actually. This is probably the most amount of Soulbreakers we've seen in any of our games. Okay, has one unit too many right now. Finds the Shining Assassin. Sells the Water Spirit. Needs to remove one more unit. I think he didn't see that coming when the round was begun. Lost his Warpwood Sage for the turn. Luckily he didn't lose one of the assassins. That could be a true disaster.
Yeah, he definitely wanted to keep the Abyssal Crawler though, so the only other option would be removing the Water Spirit. He's so close to a 3-star Soulbreaker as well, which is, like you said, kind of weird because Disowned also has a 3-star Soulbreaker already. But I would kind of imagine that he would want to put in the Warpwood Sage for now, and then throw in Siren level 9.
Yeah, no, I agree. And really, the real mage builds hasn't really come online yet. I
Right.
mean, there are mage builds, but they're not dealing a ton of magic damage yet. They don't have the tutorial elder, usually at 2-star, already at around 22. So marine buff is really good, but it's not as important in the kind of mid game, early game.
Yeah, and not only that, but also 1-star Siren just gets deleted
Yeah.
half the time and doesn't have enough HP to be able to get an ult off. So yeah, he's gonna switch that back around. I'm sure at this point. Picked
Even
up
Abyssal Crawler
another
one
couple
is
nice
impressive.
upgrades.
Ooh,
Wow,
wow.
3-star Soulbreaker,
And
as
Lord
well
of
as
Sand.
a 2-star, yeah, Lord of Sand. Very nice pickups for him.
Continues to roll down, actually, down to 32 gold. But yeah, that was an important upgrade. And also the most important upgrade is probably having the right unit in play. Let's be honest. Playing against Philip here, which is also pretty strong. Has that 2-star Siren and that 3-star Warpwood Sage already. Actually a lot of druids in this game. So pretty interesting change. Yeah, it's gonna be close, but it seems like Philip's gonna take it. That Doom Arbiter 2 and that 2-star Siren as well gonna prove to be too powerful. Of course, Philip has went all the way down to 0 gold, only being at 7%. All in at this point, and is hoping that this is gonna be enough to keep him in the game long enough so he can economize again.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for both Philip and Oren. Of course, when you are all in, you're looking to start winning at this point. You don't really want to take any more losses because the idea is that you're economized so well, so that way when you do roll in, you're gonna hit all of your upgrades and you're gonna be more powerful than everybody else in the lobby. But one thing that we've talked about as well is being at the top and knowing when to roll in as well to keep on pace with those people that are lose streaking and going all in, so that way you not only keep your win streak but also have a chance to knock them out if they do get put up against you. So this is exactly what we're seeing right now from Oren, and why Disowned is one of the best players right now that we've seen in this tournament so far, and why he has so many points at this time. So Oren, though, also possibly not really with the best build either. Has 3 hunters in with 6 feathered and 3 assassins, but he's missing some very crucial upgrades. He doesn't have Razor Claw for beast buff, of course, and a lot of the tankiness from that. He also doesn't have Warpwood Sage 3-star, and looks like he's actually going to take 8th place right here.
Yeah, this is also not the best matchup, especially against that God of War. Really hard to kill for those feathered units plus that magic damage. Doesn't care about evasion, of course, and Oren's gonna go at 8th.
Yeah,
Kind of your boy.
We've seen Oren try for feathers not once, not twice, but now I think this is the 3rd time we've seen him go for feathered, and every single time he's gone for it, he has not necessarily had the best result. It's been bottom, 6, 7, or 8 basically every single time. So
And that's not saying that Feather is like useless. It's playable. I know Magikarp had like a second or first players or something. We've seen them doing well, but they're not doing as well as some of the other comps. And especially for Oren, it doesn't seem like it's working out for him. Probably a lot more proficient with other comps, but for him himself, I'm not saying he's the worst at doing it, but maybe it's not either his top tier kind of strategy that he's most comfortable with.
Right, and we do have Conjugate now going with six mages, and four humans here with the God of War frontline. So definitely a scary.
It looks super powerful.
Yeah,
honestly.
scary build for him. Also has 21 gold, so going into this creep round could potentially not quite level up, but I'm sure he's going to look for upgrades for Tortola Elder, also for Pirate Captain, and then finish his build at level 9 with the addition of those two stars being put in as well.
Yeah, no, for sure. I Conjuring actually looking really strong, high rolling that God of Thunder, of course, being really low percent to find that at level out, only being 1%, and then of course there's a bunch of other legendary units that you could find and sell instead when you actually hit that legendary unit. So good on him. Probably it's gonna help him a lot to be able to mount a comeback, and sometimes you just gotta have the right flow of RNG. And we can see, speaking of things flowing your way, there's a lot of upgrades this round. Of course, people usually going all in after some creep rounds. That's usually the hallmark of where you want some kind of upgrade, saving money up for that.
Yeah, so instead of actually going up to level 9 just yet, he did roll down, trying to look for that extra Tortola Elder, also looking for the Pirate Captain as well. And now he's just going to basically sit on this comp for a second here, and he might actually
go out.
I don't think he's going to take 6 damage, but it's going to be
4, right?
Yeah, 2% here's what he's going to go down to.
Yeah, that was scary. Actually, I thought Kanjiga was going to win at first because his burst damage was pretty massive, but while his opponent didn't have 6 mages, he did have 3, which was enough to burst down Kanjiga's own very actually squishy backline. And that can actually be the downside with playing 6 mages. It kind of forces you to play this kind of low cost, like 2-star, 2-cost units that they won't survive a tutorial elder. And needing 6 mages, you can't really afford to put in like marine buff or stuff like that. So definitely there's downsides to going up to all full 6 mages.
Looks like he didn't even take damage at all.
I think he was at, wasn't he? Oh, he did not.
Looks like he's got a little RNG on his side today.
Oh.
And might possibly be disconnected.
Of course, there's not only the in-game RNG, but the outside of the
And
game
the
RNG.
RNG as
The
well.
good old AT&T center going down. I think that was Wob's AT&T center went down. Very unfortunate. I think they had some kind of power outage.
Yeah, in his entire area, or was it just his house?
Imagine
Either
the
way,
luck.
the RNG.
That's just so unreal.
It's very, very unfortunate
It's like,
for Wob.
I'm fine. Because of course, many of these players have only been playing on mobile, right? And some of them we know that have been trying to find these internet cafes. Who was it that got kicked out of their last hit? Huh? Shin. Oh yeah, Shin. Shin was sitting at some internet cafe, and both of his last games he couldn't play because they kicked him out of his internet cafe. Imagine that situation. And I mean, Wob probably is sitting comfortably at his house with a stationary computer, and it's like, I'm fine. It doesn't matter for me. But then his AT&T power center just goes out for 24 hours, and that's so unfortunate, honestly.
Yeah. We laugh about it, but it is
kind of horrible, honestly, when you got this far. But sometimes there's nothing you can do about it, and there's always another tournament, another day.
Yeah, there'll be another $1 million tournament, I'm sure. It'll come around possibly next year or so, as we would hope. But let's take a look at Nudge. Also, obviously going mages, as we are so used to him playing. And it's not only mages, but dragon mages with a very strong front line, 2-star Storm Shaman, also nice Doom Arbiter, and a 1-star Pirate Captain in for now. And he's looking to add in the 2-star Tortola Elder, either for a Source replacement or Flaming Wizard replacement. Would be interesting to see what he actually values more so than the other in the
Let's have a look at these magic items that might decide which one he cuts, because of course if you have those Magica crystals, it's gonna help you to play the Tutorial Elder without the swords. But it seems like the crystals is actually going to Storm Shaman, which is also a really good target for it, let's be honest. I mean, getting off that earlier before your opponent's able to cast spells is of course huge. And we can see it being kind of big here, making it so that the Abyssal Crawler can go into its shell hiding and start wrecking on the back line, and was able to kind of kill that off before it did too much damage to him.
Yeah, I actually think.
Well,
Well, actually,
Philip
we
is
see
out,
Philip getting knocked out here, losing to Magikarp actually. But I do think that honestly, having a 2-star Storm Shaman is actually a really good counter to Assassins, because
I agree.
a lot of those Assassins are going to have very specific skills. The only one that really doesn't is Shadow Crawler. Every other one with, Water Spirit,
Phantom
Abyssal
Queen,
Crawler, yeah,
Lord of Sand especially.
exactly. There's
Super important
so
stun.
many that if you can land a Storm Shaman ultimate on top of all of them, by the time they get their mana up, they're already dead because they're so squishy. And it's
Yeah, right.
very
Yeah, they're
devastating.
also so squishy not only because the rest of your units deal extra damage on them while they're silenced, but also Storm Shaman deals quite a lot of damage himself, especially with that mage buff.
Yeah.
It's not always that relevant against, say, a Knights build that's really tanky, but against those, as you said, squishy assassins, definitely something to look out for. Ooh, this is
Magikarp with a very nice build
we're
now.
getting closer.
Yeah.
One mask away from Puppet Mask, and what else? Yeah, Puppet Mask, and then
Hard
Hard Trask. Yeah,
Yeah.
need some life crystals. Yeah, this could be the dream again, actually. I think
could be the
Magikarp's looking
same
real
one.
good.
Yeah, and he's also sitting on a 3-star Despacito here very soon.
I think this is something this is something that's important. The way he did is that he stayed on 5, loose streaking, tried to roll for those 2-star units, and maybe not getting all the way, but getting enough of them so he'll find him a bit later. This makes it so he doesn't have to use a lot of rolls on level 8 to find them, where it's actually harder to find them. And now he's actually unlocked the potential to go up to level 9, to level 10, to actually fight about those second or first place even. So really big deal, I think, to do it that way. I really like this new strategy of
Good
staying at
showcase for
5.
the viewers as well, honestly.
Yeah,
And
it's kind of pitch perfect game
Yeah.
to show that off.
we can kind of see here the rates as well. Rares are the 2-cost units, and now they're at 30% at level 8. So you see that it is a little bit more, less of a chance to get them now. But the good news is
There's
that
also,
he doesn't
I
really
mean,
need them.
To add, there's not only that extra 5% or 5% less to get them, but I mean, other people could have gotten them too. So there's gonna be less
Yeah.
of that unit in the
By the
full
time,
pool.
exactly. And Conjugate actually now going out at round, round 29, and that is a little bit interesting for Philip, because if Conjugate would have been out before that, Philip would be one rank ahead. But of course, we have seen little things like that happening throughout the tournament for everybody, so it is a little bit of an RNG thing that goes along with it, but it would stand as Philip being knocked out at 7, or at 6 rather, Conjun being 6th or 5th.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see later on what our admins tell us to do, but I believe it's gonna stand as well. It's possible that Kendrick went out to round previously, but then graphically he goes out the next round kind of sometimes.
Right.
We have seen a bug where people don't actually die, but then they die automatically next round.
Yeah,
Kind of awkward, but it kind of usually sorts itself out.
Yeah, one of the joys of playing on the beta version right
Yeah,
here.
for sure. Yeah, we gotta remember this is not a finished and released game, so to say.
Overall, I think it's been performing very well. There has been some complaints about it, but honestly, it's in a lot better shape than we've seen some other games at as well. So
For sure.
at the
And
end
even
of the
in
day,
these 2 last couple of weeks, it's been improved by quite a wide margin. It seems like Max is disconnecting for 5 seconds. We've seen a little bit of flickering going on. Do you think? Okay, so I played a game long time ago that whenever I tabbed, it showed as I was disconnected in the game, like I tabbed out to a different screen.
yeah.
Could it be the same here, maybe?
Not
impossible.
I would hope that the players are staying in the game.
Yeah, I mean, not everyone can be Magikarp who's always looking at whatever everyone is doing every single second. I remember talking to Ice Cream about that. He was always impressed by Magikarp. keeping so focused during these long hour games. Honestly, I feel like this meta has really, and at this level, have made it so that we get much longer games. Did you see that thing on the screen while I was talking?
Yeah, well, that was the 2-star Dark Spirit, but there's also something
Why
weird.
do you say that so casually? Hold on.
Because
It's round
I was looking at
32.
something else.
It's round 32, man.
So Magikarp, or I'm sorry, Max actually sold his Warpwood Sage to put in another bear.
Oh.
So it's a little interesting there. I thought it was an interesting play, but yeah. So we could
Why
talk
did he
about
sell it
Disowned.
though? Couldn't he just put it on the bench, waiting for being able to put? I mean, have a Razor Claw 3 and then put it back.
Possibly, he is looking for a Shadowcaller 3-star, and he's only 2 away from it now. So possibly rolled down trying to look for it. But yeah, so Disowned made a 2-star Dark Spirit, also has a 3-star Shining Dragon.
Jesus.
The only thing that he's missing in this would be a obviously a Thunder Spirit to add in the Spirit bonus, but it looks like he does value Source over Flaming Wizard, which I can agree with, especially from all the damage that this Dark Spirit is going to have with a ton of items.
Jesus.
Mysterio Staff and the Orb of Regen.
Almost a refresh orb as
Yeah,
well.
one
One
Magic
magic
Crystal
crystal
away.
away. Yeah, we've seen that actually wrecking every. I think it's like 100% success rate so far for in this tournament for Dark Spirits with refresh orbs. It's just pretty insane.
Yeah, just that's all you gotta do. You get a 2-star Dark Spirit.
Yeah,
with
we had a
Refresh
discussion
Orb and-
yesterday about what the sickest carriers have been that we've seen. You know, you've been talking about these Hell Knights and the Sniper with 3 Frantic Mask and that Mjolnir. And then you're like, oh yeah, and the Dark Spirit, of course, with Overhesher. And I'm like, that's so boring. You know, that doesn't have the same feel. But I mean, honestly, that is as good as some of the sickest Dwarf Snipers or Hell Knights you've ever seen.
Yeah, look at some of the items on
Jesus.
Max's Assassins. He has Orb of Regen onto his Phantom Queen, double Frantic Mask on his currently 2-star Shadowcaller, but 1 away now from a 3-star Shadowcaller. Actually opts to take out one of the Razor Claws for a Abyssal Guard, just because of all the mages that he's up against. So very, very interesting, and actually gets it to a 2-star Abyssal Guard.
Yeah, really hoping to stay alive for this round so you can go into the creep round and with that gold. Because he's pretty close to finding that Shadowcrawler, of course, but also finding 3 druids here would help. Actually, he sold the Razor Claw in the end.
Yeah, he's
so
just going to keep it at 2-star, look for that 3-star Razor Claw upgrade, and kind of call it a day. I would assume just needs to get to...
Probably just too scared to lose this very round and wants the initial upgrade with that Abyssal Guard. And well, he was right. It was close, but he did actually lose this round. So Max is out at 4th position, something you don't see every day, basically, in this kind of superstar lobby. And Magikarp, I mean, this is just beautiful to see that it kind of just turns out so well for his kind of open forwarding. And we could see his transition being super well thought out, and like he really did everything that he could, and it's paying off. Big fan of that.
Yeah, and now Nudge with the Dragon Mage comp, also Disowned with the Dragon Mage comp, Magikarp with the only Night Glacier comp right now, and actually is close to going up to 6 Knights here, it looks like. He does have an extra Dragonite in now, but still looking for the Argalionite, along with going to level 10 in order to get that in, but...
And this is what we talked about too, right? Staying at that 5, and then you don't have to roll so much when you go up to 8. Really makes it so you get into a position where you don't have to spend any money on benching a bunch of units. Which means that in the late game you can actually go up to 9 and 10. And that's the way you win against these other late game comps as Knights. I think it's not enough to go up to level 8 these days. Like if you want to get in that first position, you need to be able to go up to 9 or even 10, because some of these games go to 9 Beast and Glacier Clan, and then I mean level 8 is not going to cut it, regardless of how many 3-stars you have, basically.
Yeah, well, speaking about level 8, we do have Disowned right now at level 8, while Nudge is actually at level 10, Magikarp at level 9, and honestly, that I just realized that Disowned has a 2-star Dark Spirit
What?
at level 8.
Oh, I didn't. Okay, When I saw the Dark Spirit at 2-star, I just glanced over the screen on the right and I was like, oh yeah, there's some players at level 9. I mean, it's not impossible, right? But it's actually the players level 8.
He's
That
level
is
8.
ridiculous. So 1% to hit a legendary, and then that legendary has to be the correct one. That's what, how many legendaries? Like 8? 6 or something?
8, I believe.
8, yeah, so 1 in 8%, that's so insane.
Yeah.
And 3 times
two.
over, no, 3 times, right?
Or
Oh, with
get
the
an egg.
shining egg, probably.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
There you
Speaking
got
of
another
shining,
egg.
it's
Yeah.
strange egg. Sorry, we've
Strange
talked too
egg.
much about shining Pokemons here. I'm starting to call everything shining, shining dragon, shining Pokemons. No, of course, strange egg probably helping him to find the Dark Spirit too.
Yeah,
But
does go to 9 now with the economy and nicely rolls down for a 2-star Storm Shaman. So Disowned, to say the least, is getting very, very nice rolls.
I like this teleport dagger on Storm Shaman. It really helps him get more mana early, and getting Storm Shaman spells off in the early game. When you get into this later stage of the game, it's just so important. But it seems like it's gonna get human silenced and didn't get its spell off, and that's gonna spell doom, of course, for Disowned, at least this round.
And Nudge actually up against Magikarp, taking pretty big damage
Yeah,
here, going down
9.
to 5%.
Yeah, this is getting down to the wire. There's gonna be a lot about positioning and yeah, because neither of the play doesn't really have an economy. Magikarp has a little bit, but there's no real reason for him to roll for that. I guess he can fight Dragonite. That is possible, but the other option would be go up to 10 and finding that Argalonite. It seems like it's gonna be rolling, buying some Berserkers on the way. Of course, not only doesn't, I mean, it doesn't hurt. You can always sell them if you really feel like you need to find that Dragonite, which he's doing. But also if you buy forecast units, if you roll into another forecast unit, that's going to be one less forecast unit that it could have been. So you're going to actually get closer to those forecast units, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and he has a Dark Spirit in his shop. I don't think he's actually going to go for it, though, because he's the Knight player that needs that people need to buy the Dark Spirit for. He's up against his own. And one thing to note as well is that every player last round lost.
Wow, the Tortola Elder also missing pretty huge here.
And Nudge actually going out 3rd place, so Disowned, Magikarp taking 1 and 2. Just a matter of who is going to come out on top. Now, Magikarp, though, also winning against Disowned this time. Unfortunately, though, lost against him in the last round. So a little bit of a could be come down to positioning and possibly a little bit of skill.
Also, if he finds
placement.
that Dragonite too, it might be a good enough upgrade to kind of turn the tide in his direction.
Turn the tide. Speaking of Tsunami Stalker,
Yeah.
puts it in there to give himself a little bit more CC, and he did pick up another Dragon Blood Axe as well, by the way, on round 35, and put it onto.
I really
Lightblade
like
Knight.
this. I mean, he's playing against a very bursty comp, of course, the Dragon Mage comp, and if Lightblade Knight's gonna survive that initial burst, it's gonna deal so much damage. I mean, it's the most important unit to keep in the game, and seems like it's gonna be just tank enough to finish off this Tortola Elder and the Source. That is so nice. That's basically that axe, right?
Yeah.
Just paying dividends, and very smart kind of usage of his item is one of the kind of harder skills in this game. Of course, if you put an item on a unit, you will never be able to move that item unless you sell that unit. And at this point, you're not selling any units.
No, especially not any of your 3 stars.
No,
either,
yeah.
but, as far as last round is concerned, Disowned did win by 6. Magikarp also won by 2. Now, a lot of this could come down to actually just a single Dark Spirit ultimate, whether it lands on a majority of his units or not. But the other thing that Magikarp is doing really good is he's actually splitting his units because of that Dark Spirit, because of Tortola Elder ultimates. So a lot of different reasons why he wants to have 2 groups instead of just 1 group
For
in
sure.
the middle.
Yeah. And you might think to yourself, like, why doesn't he just spread out all of the units basically all around his side of the board? But then I think the zone can only clump up in the corner, and all of the units from Magikarp will have to jump to his side, and they kind of clump up anyways. So I really like trying to actually relegate the RNG into a 50-50 position, who to kind of use your Dark Spirit ult of.
Yeah, absolutely. And also he has 2 carries, 1 on each side.
Yeah.
He also has a little bit of a front line on each side as well. And now he picks up a 2-star Dragonite. This is going to do splash damage into Disowned's kind of clumped up, cornered positioning right now as it stands as well. So
What do you think
couple
about
different
this
things.
Venom being in the corner? Is that actually an upside for Magikarp? I mean, Magikarp really wants to split up his units, correct? And if there's a unit in the corner, that's gonna keep him moving into 2 groups, if you may. But if you just stand in one corner, every unit will have to move towards that corner.
Oh wow, he did actually reposition this Light Blade Knight to come straight down the side here against him. He did have the Light Blade Knight previously on the left side, but switched it at the last second, so that way Disowned is going to take some more damage here. But I think Magikarp is going to go out now. So Disowned taking game 1, looking extremely dominant. Magikarp in a very close second, not too far behind. Didn't really get too many items though from Glacier Clan, so that could have been one of the things. We didn't actually take a look at what Disowned was picking up. Could have maybe had that refresher orb or something.
Yeah, ton of really big items, but no real ways to combine them. I think that was really important in the end. And you could really, it's funny that we talked about who were really owning and crushing these games and dominating them, these previous lobbies. And the first name that came out was of course Disowned, and he wins the first game, and second name that came out very easily was Magikarp, right? And first and second, so super impressive showing for them. Kind of debating whether their dominance were going to transfer to kind of the legendary last EU group, and it seems like that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, both of them were the #1 players of their respective groups.
Yeah.
1, 2, so no surprises here. The only kind of surprises for me, Orin taking 8th place, so he does have some work to do. Of course, he was in that position on the best of 8 round 1.
But coming back
a couple of days ago, but came back just fine and actually finished, I believe, 2nd place in his group. So a lot of work for him to do, though. After this first game, I'm sure he's got to regroup, kind of de-tilt a little bit, and should be good to go for the second game out.
Speaking of regrouping, we're gonna head right into a break here, and then we're gonna have the standings after the first round of the European qualifiers. See you then. Welcome back to the House Cup here at GLL. We're of course here with Claytano. I'm Joe Larson myself, playing Auto Chess here for the offline invitational in Shanghai. $1 million on the line. We just saw the first game of the finals of the group of the EU qualifier. What do you think?
I thought, kind of like we said before the break, that there was no surprises. The top 2 players, respectively, for their groups were #1. So we had Disowned taking first game.
Yeah, let's have a look at the scoreboard, and we'll talk about Disowned, of course.
Absolutely. So Disowned, taking first place here. Magikarp taking 2nd place. Of course, he was the first place qualifier for his group. Nudge with an amazing, of course, Dragon Mage build, getting him 3rd. Max at 4th. And then, of course, we have Conjugin, Philip, Orin, and Sheepfan, who was actually disconnected, so good thing for Orin. Was able to pick up a point there, and Sheepfan will be playing in game 2, which is very nice to see. I'm super excited for it.
Yeah, there's been some controversy, of course, about him being in this tournament at all, previously named Seiko, but we're super glad to have him. I think it's going to be really good for this tournament, and of course, the lobby is just so much better when there's 8 players playing against each other.
We've talked a little bit about how having 7 players does affect the play style. It makes it a little bit more advanced, I would say. It propels people because there's more units to go around, so people are getting stronger a little bit quicker. And we're going to get right into game 2 here. And Orin looking to make up some points. Sheepfan also looking to make up some points as well. So we will see how both of them do.
Right, and of course, much like the previous days, this is 8 round or 8 game kind of tournament for both of these lobbies. So even if you lost, he basically just he had a bad game. I mean,
Yeah.
he didn't play it, but you could see it as him getting 8th and getting in 8th in one of your games is, I mean, it's totally manageable to
Yeah.
still get into top 4. And of course, top 4 is what both of these lobbies are looking for. That's what's qualifying you for Shanghai, while of course also getting a bit more money as well.
Yeah, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
It is a marathon. It is not a sprint, and we're halfway through the marathon at this point.
A little bit more than halfway through.
Oh, with one game being played.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the previous qualifier rounds, or we're technically less than halfway through if we're talking about the best of 8 series that's happening now. So there's a couple ways to look at it, but either way, it is a marathon, not a sprint.
I feel like you made this a lot more complicated than it had to be.
Yeah. Look, you're the one that brought it up as far as being halfway
Sorry.
through. I'm just like trying to do the math in my head. I'm like, okay, 8 games and then 8 games. But either way, yes, they got a long way to go. Nobody's out yet. It is game 1. And it actually, for both of the previous rounds that we've been looking at too, it was completely different. So everything could change day 2.
Yeah.
Right? This first day is all very important, of course, but anything can happen day 2 is what we've seen so far. So
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, with a multiple game series, you're really gonna be able to hash out who the best players are, and it was really apparent in all the other groups. That was clear that some people were dominant, even if they had some bad hiccups, some bad RNG. Their overall skill was gonna carry them back. And speaking of coming back, we're back into the game after a small technical pause. And we are looking right now at Oren, of course, going out at, was it 8th last game or was it 7th?
technically 7th.
Technically 7th because Sheep Fan, of course, was not part of the game.
Correct.
Starting with a really good start.
Really good
Two-star units at this early before the PvP round. I think it's going to be hard to beat him here.
Yeah, he's looking very strong right now. I want to take a look at Sheep Fan, see what he's working with. Very valuable pieces, it looks like, but both of them turning off the God bonus. Not really necessary that he needs it right now anyway, but he actually...
He's playing against a 2-star God of War. We'll see if that God of War is going to be enough to beat Sheep Fan, but it seems like this sniper is just going to be too powerful. Oh, as I say that ultimate from God of War is actually exactly enough to finish off the level 1 God of War, and
It's going to take 3 shield pops.
but that ultimate though puts him down low enough to finish it. It was actually, was it like 1 second away from having another shield crash?
Yeah, it could be. And
yeah, that was a close one.
yeah, it's very close. I think I honestly think it was the positioning wise, and that was able to bring Sheep Fan out on top. But either way, definitely an exciting round 4, to say the least.
Would you have liked them to have their God of War a little bit more in the front, so it didn't go out in last?
Yeah, possibly. So Sheep Fan's God of War did actually have a nice little snipe on the Heaven Bomber of I believe it was Max, right? That he was up against, and was able to knock that out before it even got its rockets off. So that was super important for him winning that round, of course. So
interesting to see here. Sheep Fan actually found a 2-star God of War. Previously only had a 1-star. Do you think it could warrant interchanging the rest of your units to enable that dividend buff? We talked about a lot actually playing against the same opponent in Max here, how valuable that is. However, he has a lot of really strong units that all turn off the buff, so
yeah, I think
close decisions
the
here.
Hell Knight and Dwarf Sniper are very, very strong pieces in a vacuum.
In a vacuum.
You proud of me?
Yeah, I'm so proud of you.
Okay, good. And yeah, I think it's paying off for him in a couple different ways. I think his positioning, like I said, is also good because it is focusing a lot of the damage onto that super strong God of War, where Max has the kind of the same idea, but he's cornered, so it just depending on the way they jump and things, it could make a difference. Plus, on the last round that we saw Sheep Fan up against Max, the Argali Knight ended up healing the Abyssal Guard, which wasn't really around anybody, so it didn't do much damage, unfortunately.
I actually saw a lot of God of War 2-star in Max actually losing to an army with God of War 2-star. I think that was Sheep Fan's army. Could that be right? Here's Kanji and also has a 2-star God of War. Right, and then of course Sheepman. We saw him already having it. This is of course disowned, our previous winner from that last lobby. Pretty strong goblin start. Has 4 of the goblins. Could we? Should I even say it?
No.
No. I mean, I think it's a good. Whenever one of these players actually gets a 2-star Ripper, I think that's the time where you should start thinking about going into that Goblin Gamble, because it's really the only unit, I mean, early to mid game that you can't sell for full retail value. They kind of pushes you into that direction. I mean, there's Soulbreaker, of course, Heavenly Bomber, and Skybreaker. You can sell all of them, unless you get them to 3-star, of course, for the full retail value. Same thing with Venomancer, as long as you don't upgrade him, which you rarely do in that kind of transitioning point. So look for upgraded Venomancers or, of course, Rippers if you think you're gonna see that the kind of Goblin Gamble going all the way through.
Yeah, the other thing is that you kind of want to roll early
Ooh,
Is just don't even get my hopes up. No, we did see Disowned actually playing Goblins early last round as well.
Oh, yeah,
last
yeah.
game actually.
Did sell
And
them though.
it was a very similar start. He had the 2-star Soulbreaker with the Skybreaker, Ripper, and I think he just added in a Despacito for the
Just to make you
Warlock
extra
buff.
happy.
Yeah, for the Warlock buff. And yeah, of course, Despacito's my favorite. So
Yeah,
there's
not
a lot of
only Goblin Gamble, but also Despacito.
exactly, yeah. It's really good. So yeah, here he's up against Max, and we'll see how he does here. He's actually getting kind of destroyed by the Taboo Witcher there, but might be able to pull something off with this 2-star Skybreaker. So I'm kind of curious to see if he's actually just gonna drop into a lose streak with this priest buff right now for Disowned.
Of course, lose streak means that you're gonna lose a bunch of rounds in a row to kind of enable that lose streak, kind of extra gold, and that way you're gonna transition later in the game. And of course, while losing a bunch in a row, it's nice with a shield that takes away 20% of that. So
Yeah, and
That
Magikarp
makes
actually
sense.
doing the same thing here with the priest bonus, and he's much farther ahead though.
is this kind of literally exactly what it did last round?
Yeah, just about. Just
Yeah,
about. He's gonna sell everything.
Asterius Ranger as well, right?
Yeah, Aegis Ranger, and then he added in the Evil Knights.
Yeah.
And
It's actually super
started
smart. I
rolling.
mean, few people care about this Asterius Ranger, right? And it's kind of easy to get into 2-star early while you're lose streaking, right? And it doesn't actually cost that much gold to keep around. And by the time you're gonna transition, I mean, it's just a huge upgrade for 9s to have that minus armor, while most of them are dealing physical damage. So
Yeah, speaking
Oh,
about
nice.
a 2-star Ripper, Nudge WK with a 2-star Ripper of his own, plus a 2-star Lightblade Knight. Also has that Aegis bonus with Evil Knight and Aegis Ranger, and a Dwarf Sniper to top it all off. And he's going 98% right now. No econ, although he is starting that win streak as much as he possibly can here. Has a lot of gold actually in play. So that's another thing to keep in
Still
mind.
sad about Nudge is the one with the 2-star Ripper, while he doesn't have a single other common unit. So
I know, he's just ruining for everybody that's trying to Goblin Gamble.
you're making Claytana unhappy, Nudge. Come on, be a buddy, be a bro, be a bro. All right, let's have. Okay, so we've seen Nudge kind of line
Huh?
up here, trying to continue his kind of 4-round win streak. What is Oran working with? It seems to be doing a lot better this round. Is it
Nudge
really-
actually just fully committed Knight's Glacier.
Oh wow, yeah.
So yeah, he sold his Sniper, he sold his Wind Ranger.
I like that. I mean, he had the Lightblade Knight
Yeah.
right already, so pretty good to transition into that. One of the most important units. Oran's actually working with a lot of very cheap units to keep his streak alive. Not really caring too much about all inning to keep that streak. But he's really doing something that we talked a lot about with Chuck and some other impressive players, that they're kind of working with what they get from the shop every round, and by doing that, they're not losing too much health, might even be win streaking, but especially they're still increasing their interest rate. So
Yeah,
I
so
really
it's
like
not
that
really
strategy.
too bad, even if they do lose their win streak.
Yeah.
They're still going to be economizing very well. And he's actually going with another Aegis bonus as well. So a lot of people doing the whole Aegis
Yeah.
Ranger Evil Knight combination early
just-
on in this game.
It's just super solid, right? Because even if you get the Aegis Ranger into 2-star, and the Evil Knight is just such a small addition and does so much, and you can sell both, of course, for full retail value. And that's a good, I mean, it's a good tell to see when somebody's doing that kind of middling strategy, is when their entire board sells for full retail value. And you can see him being able to sell a bunch of units at will, basically, with every new shop opportunity.
Surprised he actually sold his 2-star Heaven Bomber right there. I would assume that he's just trying to get it up to 20 gold here, and then try to hopefully get an upgrade before round 11.
Thinking that maybe he thinks with the 3 hunters, maybe a Wind Ranger is gonna be more powerful, or maybe not even more powerful, but on a similar level, given that it doesn't have a single other goblin. And if that's the case, he wants to keep the Wind Ranger around more than he wants a Heavenly Bomber, because at some point he probably wants to get that into 2 stars. So if you want to get over interest points, like he does right now at 20 gold, you can sell that, put in another Wind Ranger from the bench, and that's kind of more worth it in the end. So you gotta always kind of make that decision at the beginning or at the end of every round. Find some Venomancer. So we've seen Venomancer a lot together with, of course, Soul Reaper for that resist bonus and that extra minus armor from the spray, and getting that Warlock bonus for your front line, and even Sniper in the end game.
Yeah, he's actually going to throw it in right now already. So he's going to have Aegis bonus, plus he's going to have the Venomancer already, just to shred the defense completely of his opponents. So the Dwarf Sniper and the Wind Ranger should be able to just run through them pretty easily. Magikarp, though, up against him right now, and I don't think he's going to have any problems, obviously not having any problems against Magikarp, who is lose streaking on the other end of the spectrum and not necessarily building a team just yet. But he's at 69% HP, almost at 50 gold, and he's actually going to get to 50 gold here, so that way he can start rolling for his knights.
Did find the full bonus for the dragons, actually, so lose streaking into kind of dragon mages, I'd assume.
Except the weird thing is that he is lose streaking 4 out of 5, but he actually won.
Oh wow!
So
Kanjigan, yeah, that really shows how strong this dragon combination is. I mean, he doesn't even have 5 units,
No, he doesn't
and he
have
still won against Kanjigan. That is also lose streaking, I guess, but yeah, I guess that makes sense. That's the only reason why you could win, of course, because he played against the other lose streaking, and that's one of the scary things when you lose streaking, is that if there's anyone else doing it, at any point you can just lose your streak if you're not open forwarding, right?
Yeah, definitely. And he's actually, instead of this time going into that knight gamble that we saw last game that did so well for him, he actually changed his strategy now because of the pickup of the Dragon Knight, of course the other dragons as well. So he's going to go into Dragon Mages, which is obviously one of the stronger comps out there right now.
For sure. And I also like that he, as soon as he won against Kanjian, he swapped out his priest and put in that pirate captain, hoping to continue winning, or at least slowing down the amount of damage it takes. Because at this point, you want to transition and stop basically losing, because you don't want to get into another lose streak, right?
No, you don't want to.
It's just going to take too much damage at that point,
right.
and people are going to be too high level, and there's going to be too many units that you're taking damage from.
Right, and he's going to level up naturally now to level 6. Does have 60 gold here, and actually picks up a nice 2-star.
Wow.
Shining Dragon, plus he has the 3 mages now with humans, so...
And yeah, the 4 humans with that source,
Yeah.
super nice.
Very nice pickup for him now. And I would assume he's going to be adding in the God of War probably around
7.
or level 7,
Yeah.
true, to just give him a little bit more tanky of a front line.
Which is really lacking right now. Pirate Captain 1 is of course a strong unit, but can't compare to that 2-star God of War. Oh, the Shining Dragon is so powerful when it starts with full mana, shredding through the backline of Sheep Fan.
Yeah, especially against the sniper, it's actually doing really good.
Yeah, 2,200 DPS in a very fast battle, right? It was like 20 seconds, was that it?
Yeah, less than.
Yeah, that's super impressive. Actually, and this is the perfect time, right, to turn it around. I mean, we say that you don't want to get under 30%, but if you can stay at 60%, why not? You know, you really only want to lose streak to maximum round 15, and even if you're open 40, you probably don't even want to lose streak anymore after that, because then you're in fear of dying, because then you of course take maximum amount of damage if you can't kill a single unit every round.
Yeah, you get too close to death, and a couple bad little RNG happens where you get put up against somebody that you know can beat you, and then it's pretty much over. So Max here going with a kind of a weird just overall
Good
Divinity
stuff
build.
comp.
Yeah. And that's the nice thing about Divinity is that you can have just a whole bunch of random 2-stars as long as they don't ruin that synergy.
Right.
You'll be just fine, and you can kind of like build off of that a little bit. So I would assume that he's going to probably transition into some type of comp as well. Probably, I mean, he has some
Some kind of
hunters.
comp.
Yeah, I mean, he has to, right?
Yeah, of course.
As opposed to no comp, right?
Yeah. The only the no synergy kind of start which everyone is going through. I mean, sometimes you're goblins, sometimes you're warriors, but in the beginning it's just more important to get the highest amount of like 2-star units and that are kind of powerful in a vacuum, if you will. And then later on, I mean, synergies and alliances gonna take over.
Yeah, and I think he's got a couple feathered units going on right here, as I can see through the blur of the pause right now. And we're gonna get back into things here very quickly. Just wanted to hold off for one of the players that disconnected, but he has the druids on the bench. Also has the 2-star Tabu Witcher, as well as the 2-star Shining Archer. So
Yeah.
he's gonna probably look to start adding some of those things in now, and he actually picks up the
Lord of Sand
Yeah,
losing
beast
the
bonus.
divinity bonus, getting the beast bonus.
Now Lord of Sand is actually quite nice in a
All build.
well, it's good in a god build, but it's also really nice in a feathered assassin build,
Right. Yeah.
where you have Shining Assassin, Shadow Crawler, and Lord of Sand
And Razor Claw.
and Razorclaw. Exactly.
Yeah, no, it totally makes sense. It's kind of a high physical damage build as well. That's really taking full advantage of having extra percentage damage that, of course, scales better into the late game as well, as if it weren't a flat amount of damage.
And Nudge WK still with that 2-star Ripper at round 14. I would assume that he's probably going to start selling it here pretty soon, just so that way he can start adding in some of his other Night Glacier synergies, but doesn't necessarily have to just yet, but it should be happening fairly soon, I would
I
assume.
think so right now has 4 knights, right? And as soon as he hits another spike to level 7, he's hoping that he's gonna have all of his glacier units ready, and then he can sell both Ripper and God of War for that full 4 knight plus 4 glacier bonuses.
Taking a look at the total gain golds
Ooh,
chart
wow.
right now. Conjugan up at 133 and all the way
Has
down
this
to
flipped?
Disowned at 108. Yeah.
If there's something we rarely see, is this on the bottom of the gold gain chart. I think this is one of the first time I've ever seen that. Super interesting, actually. Of course, Magikarp is always very adamant about his economy. Has open 14 twice now, but even when he's not open 40, he's making sure that he hits those interest points quite effectively. So he's kind of always up there in kind of early to the mid game. Very interesting to see. Of course, different strategy throughout his players, and everyone has kind of shown that you can do it in different things. Like there's no, well, people haven't kind of figured out what the perfect strategy is, and that's what makes these games interesting. Part of course, the RNG and people going for different strats is every game will be different, and every way to economize correctly will be different.
And Oren, unfortunately, taking a loss to the Wolves, leaving 3 Wolves left on the board.
That is tough.
Yeah, as the healthiest player in the lobby, losing to Wolves, it's always a little interesting to see that. And
You see, I feel like you see that sometimes with hunters early, Hunters is usually very powerful in the early game. Like their synergy really does help you with that extra flat out damage, right? Even if they're not high tier, and or high leveled up to into 2 stars, and that's kind of the issue against the creep rounds, because they tear through your kind of front line fast enough, and then it's so scary with those 1-star units.
Yeah, and I mean, he's really hoping for a Soul Reaper pickup right now. That would be probably the best thing that he could find in a shop. A single unit right now. Of course, he's still looking for some more Sirens. He's going to use the double Wind Rangers for right now, because 1-star Siren isn't necessarily one of the best units in the world, to say the least. So he'll probably wait until he gets that up to 2-star. He did actually pick up a Dragonite and a 2-star Wind Ranger as well. So we're going to take a quick intermission here as we load ourselves back into the game now. But definitely weird to see Oren losing to that creep round. Of course, with those hunters, it's not uncommon,
scary.
honestly. I've played hunters before, and you actually lose to a lot of creep rounds if you're not careful with the positioning.
Yeah, especially against the wolves. I mean, if you forget about repositioning in these kind of games, might be some nerves.
Well, he did reposition.
Okay. I would have expected as much at this level.
Yeah. And this not only just this level, but also this environment. There's a lot of money online, so you're definitely paying attention to each round. But he did have his Venomancer in the back right corner. He also put the Evil Knight back there, but possibly a little bit weak. Maybe didn't get the Venomancer ultimate off in order to shred that defense.
Yeah, a few crits at the right time for the wolves, and Venomancer goes down. So definitely, I agree, and that's kind of the power also of the hunters. They have the flexible front line, but also that extra flat damage early to kind of power through, and also economizing. I think that's there's so many things you can say that's good about hunters. Maybe they're not the best. The highest tier kind of late game comp, kind of the perfect composition. But all through the game, it's so flexible, right? You can run a different front line. It can have cheap units early, so you can hit that interest point. It doesn't need that many like Magica crystals. I think it's I really do like it, and then these
like
players are gonna use
trades type thing where you can adjust it according to your opponents very easily.
And these if there's any players who take advantage of this, is the pros, right?
Yeah.
The flexibility basically means power level if you can use it.
Let's take a look at this right now, because
did I give you hope earlier?
You did, and I think this is actually a Goblin Gamble.
Oh, nice. How many mage players is there in this game? At this point, we should be able to see.
Definitely Nudge.
Yeah, what everyone is going for.
No, he
went
is going next gracious. That's right.
Yeah.
Oren is going.
This is
Hunters.
the hunters, right? That we talked about.
Fan going Hunters as well.
Yep.
Right. Dasone going Goblin Gamble. Philip going Nice Glacier. Magikarp going Mages. He lost streaked into them.
Yeah. Max going Feathered. And Devastator is really good against Feathered, honestly.
And Conjugate going Divinity Mages as well.
This is a really good position for Magikarp. He's not contested on his Dragon Mages at all. There's not a single player playing them. And there's a tons of matchup he's good against, like Feathered, like a Goblins, right?
Yeah, I think Magikarp's going to have a really good game right now.
Yeah, he's already in a good position in his own, and his potential gets so much higher because he's going to have easier time finding the units because nobody's contesting them.
He also has a 4-round win streak.
Yeah,
well.
I'm calling it now. Our boy Magikarp will not mess this up, I don't think. He's so solid, right? I feel like Magikarp is one of those players who's never kind of nervous in the game. Like he doesn't
make a mistake.
Yeah, he doesn't make any mistakes. I feel like he is, when he sees what he's gonna do, he's gonna follow the strategy and that plan to a T. Like he's not gonna miss small adjustments and small like min-maxing things. So getting his 5th win here, yeah, he's looking real strong.
Speaking about Max, we have 2 Star Dwarf
That was
Sniper.
nice. That was nice.
Okay.
That was nice.
Okay. You know, I try.
Yeah.
I get better every day. 2 Star Dwarf Sniper though for Max, and he's going feathered hunters, which we haven't seen super successful.
I thought it was I thought that was a 2-star defector at some point. Can you see the shiny archer? Is it similar to when it's jumping around to defector? Can you see it? The like white hat and never mind, you're not seeing it. You're not seeing.
I'm really trying, Joel.
Yeah, really try. I'll have to ask you at around 5 a.m. Then you start your rants about golden hat defector. So probably the wrong time of the day or the night or the morning or whenever it is during our kind of a marathon of a cast.
Yeah, check back in about 10 hours from now.
I'll be right back with that. All right, so how's Kanjigan doing? Because this is, I mean, he's kind of low. Has he turned this around?
Dragon Mages.
He is okay. So he is kind of contesting our boy Magikarp, of course, our in-house player, of his mages and dragons. Interesting. I thought it was going Divinity, so it's probably changing. It seems like he has tons of dragons. He's close to Shining Dragon 3.
Well, he had Divinity until he found the Dragonite, I believe, and then once he put the Dragonite in, that's the only thing that's ruining that Divinity bonus from happening.
There's 2 Shining Dragons away from Shining Dragon 3.
Mm-hmm.
That is so powerful at this point of the game, and also 1 Venom away, of course. Yeah, Kanjigan, I mean, of course now they're gonna split on units, but even 2 players, yeah, he's 1 away from a 2nd Venom too, so it's kind of your favorite unit to upgrade the Venom into 3-star.
I mean, at the point where Conjugan's at with having that extra economy,
it's
going
fine.
for a 2nd 2-star Venom might not be the worst thing in the world. Although he is at 38% HP, so it's not necessarily the best thing in the world to go for, especially he did lose economy for...
Kind of a luxury unit,
that.
if you will.
Yeah, it is a luxury unit, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not like those Light Blade Knights or those Hell Knights that are so important to get for your setup to actually reach its high point. And Venom, I mean, of course it's strong. It's especially strong if you're playing against comps that has a very important carry. If there's a high-level Berserker, for example, it's going to be able to lock that down very efficiently, but it's not as important as, say, having a Dragonite 2 or God of War 3 or anything of that caliber.
Even Shining Dragon, to me, is like a luxury 3-star.
Yeah.
It's going to be nice, sure, but is it necessary? Probably not.
Sure, yeah. But it's also, I mean, sometimes when you get this nice economy, it's really those extra, like, luxury units that kind of gets you to that single, 1st position or 2nd position. I mean, we expect a lot of players to have some amount of 3-stars, like Hell Knight and Light Blade Paladin, as we keep repeating. But if you want to see who's gonna win between those players that we expect them to have those units, it's gonna be those luxury units, of course. And positioning, economy, it all comes into a big mess, if you will, of who's gonna win every game.
Yeah, and Conjugan actually building a very interesting team. I know it's just Dragon's Mages here, but...
No, it's not just Dragon Mages, it's really Dragon Mages. He has 2
of
each dragons.
Mages.
Yeah, double Dragon Mage, if you will.
Yeah.
I hope he gets 2 out of each 2-star. That would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be...
That would be something, yeah.
An interesting team.
Okay, so interesting in gaming terms, especially because I'm from a Magic the Gathering background, interesting means bad. Where I come from. Oh yeah, that's very interesting. A very diplomatic way of saying, oh, what he's doing is different, but it's bad.
It's interesting.
all right. That's as far as we're gonna go with that. I tried chat to get the truth out, but here we are. Okay, so Sheep Fan, he's really turning around. Look at this. He was out for the first game.
Not turning around. He's just in the game now.
Yeah,
right?
I mean that's kind of a turnaround.
True, just like making it to the party.
I mean, that's
as dramatic as he likes to make things, of course.
No, but seriously, he really needs to kind of net his first positions at some point. I mean, you can definitely come back from 8th position, but you need to finish some in the top 3 to kind of get into that top 4 position if you're starting out with not even showing up to the first game. So
yeah, Kanjin actually picking up a
Wow.
2-star Dragon Knight. So now he just needs to find another 2-star Dragon Knight.
just look at that early burst damage. Berserker died before the game began.
Yeah, because of the
Shot.
double venoms
Yeah.
also as well.
Yeah.
Double venoms are going to go straight for that Berserker every time.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what we talked about. Of course, Venom's ultimate goes to the unit, which has the highest attack speed, I believe. And of course, not only slowing them down, but dealing massive amounts of damage with that mage buff. And there being 2 of them, I mean, and any Berserker out there is not going to be very happy.
So taking a look at this zone now, completely transitioning out of Goblin Mages, not
Okay,
going
this
to the
is
Goblin
sad.
Gamble. Disowned like his name, I'm going to now disown him. And no, he is going Dragon Mages though, which of course is obviously a better option, but this is the second time in a row.
Oh,
we've
Rogue
seen-
Knight. This is our first Rogue Knight.
Yeah, first Rogue Knight. in
Rogue
play.
Guard, sorry. And he's gone. He was...
No, he's there. He's still there.
I thought he sold him.
No, he's there.
Oh, no, he's there.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's in
good,
there.
good.
But this is the second game that Disowned has actually had a 3-star Soulbreaker.
Yeah.
With
What's
a
up
team
with
that
that?
doesn't even work with 3-star Soulbreaker.
Huh?
It doesn't even work with 3-star Soulbreaker, really. Like, Soulbreaker is just kind of like an extra added in damage unit that
Right,
he's
yeah.
using as an interim piece until he can find something better.
Yeah, no, the mechs are definitely the more important units, especially when you get 4 of them with that Devastator.
Yeah.
It's a really big deal. And Soulbreaker also falls off more in the late game. Of course, it deals a bunch of damage early, but it's only single target, and it's kind of squishy too.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. This is not just one game now, but 2 games in a row he's gotten that 3-star Soulbreaker. So kind of,
An anomaly.
I keep saying interesting, but it is interesting. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if it's necessarily the best strategy. Of course, he did very well and got first place the first game by doing that, and we'll see how he does this game.
I mean,
but
we've seen more 3-star Soulbreakers in these 2 games that we've seen from any
all the
like
other
bracket.
games,
Yeah, all
combined,
the other games.
Yeah, even yesterday's games as well. So this is true. We saw 2 Soulbreaker.
I mean, we only had
3-stars
one
last
opportunity
game.
to talk about the G.I. Joe Scuba Man, right?
Yeah, now we
Yeah.
have multiple. This is-
Multiple opportunities.
He's not so rare anymore. It's devaluing my G.I. Joe.
You had him in his original box and
Yeah.
everything, was getting ready to sell him on eBay
And
and
now I realize that
You
he's
felt
a dime a dozen.
feeling robbed of his money. All right, so we're back into the game. Luckily, having some technical pauses, not strategic ones, but technical pauses. But glad to be able to move along with our game. Is he? Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, so he got Venom ulted, of course, at the beginning of the round. Berserker has really high attack speed, but so does, of course, Soulbreaker. One of the higher attack speeds in the game, along with Swordman as well, right? Wind Ranger, does he still have a high attack speed? No.
It's decent attack
Yeah.
speed for Wind Ranger, yeah, but Rogue Guard though on the other hand, 1.3 second attack rate. Not bad. It's the first time we've seen him actually in
That's
play.
great. I
Which
love
is super
rare.
interesting. Yeah.
It's just
Interesting.
he's cursed with interesting now. I'm sorry. I had a similar moment in my last major cast where I kept saying literally over and over and over again. And my co-caster who reminded me, like, you gotta stop saying literally. And I'm like, oh, have I? And I started thinking about it.
Like,
But
what?
at that point, I had infected everyone in the cast, and they all started saying it, as I was the one who stopped saying it. So
Yeah.
it kind of tables turn. And I was about to say this. So the interesting thing is, okay, so this is in a dragon kind of mage backline, but we also see this a lot in the hunter backline, that you really want 3 warriors, and they are very flexible, right? And a lot of the time you see a Doom Arbiter along them, kind of making that power level higher. And I'm actually surprised we don't see more Rogue Guards along with that. I mean, at that point, when you already have a Doom Arbiter 2, which does happen in a fair amount of games, couldn't it be nice to add that Doom Guard? I mean, there is buffing both of them, right?
Yeah, well, like I said in the past, my favorite comp is actually going gods with Doom
Right.
and Rogue.
Yeah.
And no one plays gods right now. Even with this combination, it's not necessarily doing him any favors because it's not canceling out the demon buff for any specific reason. But yeah, I feel like Rogard is a little lackluster, honestly, and I would say even a 2-star pirate captain would be better than a Rogard, of course. And
It's actually so sad because when I remembered Rogard in Dota Auto Chess from his whole name Sven, right? I remember him being quite amazing, like my favorite unit by far, right? And as I started playing Auto Chess, I was just really waiting, like when is Rogard coming out, or then Sven, right? And as soon as he, came out, I was actually in your stream, and I was like, "Have you tried any, Rogard?" He's like,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm getting so ready to go home, and I'm gonna try him. It's gonna be awesome." And then I'm like, "Oh, no, he's actually not as good as I hoped he would be." And and that's kind of sometimes what happens. Of course, the game being pretty similar, is that at that point I was probably just not as good to understand that it wasn't as good as it actually is, at this higher level and higher tier. So.
I'm sure you still tried to force it every game for the first couple rounds.
Oh
there.
yeah, oh yeah, I definitely did. I definitely did.
As did I. Max actually getting kicked out a couple rounds ago here, taking 8th place. So definitely some work for him to make that back up after this. But on the other hand, Magikarp looking super strong. Actually, lose streaking into 66% HP, by the way. And now, just about 10 rounds later, he's the #1 person in the lobby.
So there's one
with
optimal way to play this game, and that is
chemistry.
winning every round, right? From 100% through all. But it's pretty hard.
Just win.
Just win
That's all you
every
gotta
round.
do.
But if there's a second most optimal way that's a little bit more achievable but still really hard, it's starting with a long lose streak, and as soon as you start winning, you don't stop winning. And that's kind of how you get the perfect streaks, right? If you win 3 rounds and then lose once, you're gonna kind of stop your win streak, and then you can you don't want to start lose streaking then again. So yeah.
And
So
you just
Magikarp playing it really well here,
start from the bottom. and
rise to
then
the top.
Now he's here.
Yeah, super awesome.
Except he lost his
Okay, we gotta stop
streak.
with the classic
That
curse,
is
man.
that is all you. That
We-
one's all you.
Come on, you started it.
I
You
did.
started.
Magikarp's win streak was shut down by Conjugan, who's actually now in 7th place in the lobby. Orin, who has something to prove as well this game.
It's also
building a
funny.
Dragon Mage team.
Speaking of caster curse, you remember when we talked about Magikarp being the only one who was gonna play Dragon Mage this round?
Yeah, he
and
is
we've
not
seen
the only
a
one
lot of
playing
them.
Dragon Mage.
Yeah, now there's like 3 of them, 4 of them.
4 at a time.
Yeah, all right. So, I mean, of course, Magikarp's still doing really well. I think if we bring up the gold gained tab, we're going to see him in the top. Yeah, he's up there with Oren, which has been winning a lot in the early game. So, both him in 1st and 2nd place. Also, actually, on life total. So, that's really big for both of them being kind of long ahead of the pack. Sheepfen here in 3rd, not too far behind, but he's 4th in health, so, and it's also rolled down to only 10 gold. So we're gonna see him kind of lose his ground here in the gold gained graph. Of course, Philip there in the bottom, actually under max, that has been out for multiple rounds, so it's not looking good at all for Philip. At this point, it's gonna be really hard for him to come back or even finish in the top 4, given that his economy, it takes time to recuperate, right? So that's a big issue for him.
Yeah, I wonder if he's even got a team together. It looks like he's going Knight's Glacier, has a 3-star Frost Knight, has a 3-star Despacito, and has an egg on the bench with 2 Dragonites and a Berserker.
Was that his own Despacito, or was it the opponent Despacito? Let's have a look at his entire team.
Was.
Let's have a look at Philip's little graph here.
His own
Does have
Despacito.
Despacito 3, yeah, you're right, and Hell Knight 3 actually as well. Very far away from Lightblade Knight, however. 3 doesn't have any on the bench and only a 2-star on the board, and
No economy.
no economy to get it either. I think at this point it's also too late. I think the only thing, because you can't roll so much at 8 and try to find 2-star units. It's just too hard, basically, and it's not worth it. It's better usually to level up It's usually the cheaper way to get an upgrade, and then just add a higher tier unit instead at 2-star.
I agree. I think he's being a little greedy with this egg. I feel like
Yeah.
he should just use it.
Yeah, why
He's
not?
at 43% HP. He has Berserker in there. I wouldn't use it on Dragonite since he is going, you know, Glacier Knights.
Hmm.
Just put it on there and then, you know, worry about Soul Reaper later.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's not like he's been winning 6 runs in a row and has a boosting economy. I think that's one of the few times you can really get a little bit greedy and try to get more value out of your strange eggs.
Yeah, and especially this round too, he was at 9 gold, so really wanting to win this in order to boost himself over that, you know, interest gold rate. But obviously he walks out on top this time, but I just feel like it's just being wasted there right now. There's like nothing
Yeah,
else that he
it's
can really use it on.
It's a very strange move with this unit, for sure.
Or are you? Okay, good.
What are you-
okay,
what
good.
do
I'm
you
glad.
mean?
I'm glad that you're starting to have fun.
Okay,
with
okay.
this.
I'm glad you're trying, Joe. Everyone's gonna start somewhere. All right, so Oren, of course, and Medicorp still crushing it. Kanjugan is scarily. I mean, this is scary for him, right? He's about to go out here. He has 10%, and there's 30% difference to the second person. But he's actually going all in here now, being at so low life total. So it's very possible he's gonna stay alive for some amount of more time here before his demise. If he's lucky enough, he's gonna hit enough of big upgrades. There we have the Venom 3, of course, and it could carry him back to be able to cobble together another economy. Does he have? He does have 6 mages now with that Venom 3. So Venom 3 is gonna delete something immediately. Look at that other Venom 3, and it's dead. That other Venom 3, he jumped, and as he landed, he was down. That was very satisfying to look at with those 6 mages and of course Venom, but it's not gonna be enough anyways for Kanjugan.
He actually only has 3 mages. He's still missing.
Oh, what did I miss?
Still missing Source.
Oh yeah, you're right. Oh.
Which
He does have
has
Source on.
two-star God of Wars.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I would like to be that source. That has to be going. Yeah.
I would assume so.
If the source goes in, that Venom that was flying to the other side would have only gotten halfway. Basically, right? So even more satisfying.
right, he'd have been knocked out midair.
Yeah.
Yeah. that
Yeah.
would've
No, I think Kanjugan, he rolled on, of course, to 0 gold, but
Mhm.
I don't think he really got a whole lot from that. He still doesn't have to troll Elder on 2-star, which is really a big power spike, and it's kind of
Yeah.
like Dragonite level in terms of power
Yeah,
spike.
I mean with Dragonite added in, so that's like the initial burst damage.
Yeah,
And then you have Dragonite for kind of
cleaning up. Yeah. No, I agree, and it's gonna be scary to Kanjugan because at a point when you're that low, you go all in, and then you're really hoping to get enough of a lead over the others so you can start saving gold again. And
Yeah.
if you get to that point, you're in the game again. But it's scary territory.
He also was trying to roll down and looking for that 3-star God of War, and he's only 2 off of it right now. So if he can find that 2-star or 3-star God of War and then throw in a nice, 2-star source, have that 6 mage combination, and he's actually going to be looking in a really good position, especially against some of the other players that are also going Dragon Mages. But he's still quite a ways away from
I
that
agree.
happening.
Yeah. I think it's. I mean, we talk about what's better, whether it's 6 mages or if it's Dragon Mages. But I mean, why not both? Why not both? You know,
just high roll
high roll
Dragon
both.
Mages.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, but you're right. He's gonna have a pretty lackluster front line if he doesn't find that God of War 3, and maybe that's the reason why he's playing both 2-stars. But I still think that the Source one is better.
Yeah,
And
as he does put it in.
Yeah.
So this is gonna help out all of his mages. He doesn't have much of a front line.
Oh,
That's
I
the
like
thing.
that.
So I would.
I like that he sold his Storm Shamans here. I mean, he's not going to put in another unit in ages, right? And it's just going to be rolling on its bench. There's nothing really he can remove at this point. All of his alliances is a little bit too important. What do you think about him having these Thunder Spirits? Do you think it's worth it? I would probably sell Doom Arbiter and at least one of them to hit that interest point at this time.
Yeah, I mean he needs to start building economy back up if he's wanting to finish high in this game. Right now he's playing to just not die, but at this point, you kind of want to play to win these games because that 9 points is extremely important, especially if he didn't place too well in the first game.
Right.
So
We kind of seen that in his previous games that he really values keeping a kind of chunked up board, if you will. He wanna have the possibility to get every unit that he's presented with that would go into his comp. Oh, that's Final Source 2. That is actually a big upgrade into the 6 mage comp, which of course all are using tons of mana.
So in this situation, I would just get rid of God of War here, and well, just at least take him out, put in the extra Thunder Spirit, have double 2-star Thunder Spirits, and just let them tank, because they actually have quite a bit of HP for, 2-cost or 3-cost units at 2-star, 1500 compared to God of War 1300. Of course, God of War has that little shield bonus, but Thunder Spirit is just going to do so much more damage,
yeah.
so that way you're not going to have to tank for that much longer.
And I mean, that extra damage, that can very much be the difference between a big win or a big loss, because when you're playing 6 mages, it's all about that initial burst, and sometimes you just need a little bit more to kind of kill enough units so you can kind of auto attack down the rest of the units. So no, I totally agree with you. I would have liked that a little bit better, especially when it went for it now. I mean, I would have probably sold the initial one of them to get that interest. Even if you're not saving for more money, it's nice to have more money to roll for in the next round for, I think, the bit more important, of course, Source 2 that it got anyways, but especially God of War 3. And Torchwood Elder. I mean, we talked about how good that was at 2-star.
Yeah, and I just don't think he's getting the value out of that God of War 2-star that he really thinks he's getting right now. And I was going to say his positioning is a little weird. And in this case as well, you have Dragon Knight. Use Dragon Knight and Venom as your tanks, kind of, while you at least get your skills off from your other units here. But
yeah, Dragon Knight actually has tons of armor. Just
he's really good for frontlining on 6 mages dragons.
For sure.
But he is one away now from a God of War 3-star, so if he does pick that up, it's going to be a nice front line for his team that I would obviously keep in. But
what about the items for his God of War? Could that be the reason why he's keeping the God of War instead of that Thunder Spirit? Does not have a single item on him. Okay, so you're definitely right, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, if there was a bunch of Calhide armors on it and maybe a life crystal or something, that would maybe turn the tides into, because we're talking about it's a difference, but it's not the largest difference in the world, right? But without items, it's definitely noticeable.
Yeah.
But could definitely be worth it if it has enough items, is what I'm trying to get at.
No, absolutely. And he actually just sold his...
oh my god, this is
2-star Thunder Spirit. So he's actually losing gold in that situation. He's selling it for 5 gold. He bought it for 9 gold.
Also lost the interest point, so that's another gold for sure. And that interest point could have taken it into another interest point. I mean, there's a lot of potential gold to be lost there. At least 3 gold lost. And, I mean, 3 gold is a lot at this point when you're kind of struggling to stay survive. I mean, trying to stay alive without 50 gold.
So it's 3 gold in interest, 4 gold in actual purchasing, and this is actually going to be it for Kanjukin here. So he is going to take 7th in this round here, game 2 of the European finals now. And Sheepfan, who had such a really strong start now, actually down here at 30% HP. The whole lobby, really, honestly, at a very close match right now. 27% to 44%. Disowned right now, disconnected right now. And we're going to put the game on pause for just a second as he gets back into it here. Looks like he might have gotten back in already. But yeah, so do you have any predictions? I mean, we've seen like so many Dragons Mages now.
I think still that Magikarp is looking real good. He went up recently to level 10, and that's really early for around 33. He still economized. He has 40 gold, looking to really turn the corner. I mean, really get to that late game kind of situation. And we know that his setup is very well adverse to go into the late game as well. So I really like his chances. I mean, even Oren, of course. Oof. See,
We haven't checked on him in a while.
No.
And he's looking really good right now.
things have happened, and as we talk, I mean, this is so cool because we talked to Ice Cream about this, and he was so impressed by the way that Magikarp always looked at the other teams, right? How he always checked them and see what to kind of do better. And here he has 2 Marine units in a kind of lobby that all went into Dragon Mages. And when I talked to him earlier as well, and I asked him like, so what do you think you're doing differently than other players don't? And what he did, especially in his lobby that was full of Dragon Mages, was optimizing his own Dragon Mage or Mage comp to beat the other Mage comps. Like kind of a metagame within the own combination. And clearly he's showing he can do that here.
Yeah, he's not just, no-braining into one single Dragon Mage optimal build. He is adjusting his build with little tweaks that counter a majority of his opponents, which not only is it good for him, but it's also knocking these guys out one by one as soon as they go
I'm
up.
actually so impressed, honestly. I mean, it's making me tear up.
It's your boy right there.
No, but it's great to see him just casually. I shouldn't say casually going to this because he did say he was nervous actually all day today. But as soon as he sat down here in the studio, he was fine. But he's a really humble guy. And, he's a thinking kind of player, and he's really focused. He's really amped. Trying to really win by playing at his best at any time. He's not slacking off at all, and that's really what you want to see in one of these top players. Actually, close to God of Thunder 2 as well. Wow.
Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see what he's going to do here if he does get God of Thunder 2 as well as
Do you think it's
Flaming Wizard 2.
Oh, for the 6 mages.
But he also needs Source still.
But I really like this because I mean, what upgrades is he gonna get? You can spend tons of gold to get a 3-star out of any of these units. Of course, it's close to God of War 3. That's not gonna cost a lot. But if it's gonna upgrade any other unit, that's gonna cost easily 50 gold or something, like Thunder Spirit, for example, or even Venom or a 2-star unit. Because this is level 10, it's gonna be hard to find Shining Dragons, right? So instead of doing that, he's actually stacking up his bench so he can be flexible. What if he kicks out a couple of Dragon Mages? Maybe all of a sudden it's better to be 6 mages. He can just adjust on the fly, and that's so awesome. I'm super impressed with it, but it's something you don't see every day either. And okay, sure, he does have the economy to back it up, but he's very much put himself in this position with his early lose streak and then coming back. Also, it does help with the orb refresher.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
It definitely does help. But what do you think about that? Like keeping a kind of, you can switch in on other strategy from the bench.
Oh no, that's very, very common actually in higher ranks, is having something on your bench. Like even say when God's meta was so strong, I would always keep a 2-star Storm Shaman, no matter what I was doing, just in case. And then once you get up to this like trio, top 3 situation, once you go up against the God Mage player, you throw in the Storm Shaman. Once you go up against the Knights Glacier player, you throw in the 2-star Dark Spirit. Yeah. Exactly. So just being able to be flexible like that, you said, is very important. And of course, at this high level play, this is what you need to be doing. And very close to a 3-star God of War, it would be interesting to see how he's actually planning to add in the God of Thunder and the Flaming Wizard, because right now, I would assume that he would switch out the Thunder Spirit for a God of Thunder if he does get it to 2-star. That's about the only one that I would make a change on, because you can't take out Shining Dragon and, of course, Sotola Elder with Refresher Orb. Unless he wants to put it onto God of Thunder, that would be
could also remove the entire warrior front line. You could keep both of the Marine units and keep 6 mages, 3 dragons. Just cut Dumar by the Pirate Captain and God of War. That's another option if you don't... I mean, there's a good chance you might play against another mage player and they don't have a ton of physical damage. Right? Who cares about the armor in the front line? You're all about having that extra magic resistance shield, and of course the 6 mages and those dragons.
Philip with the scary 3-star Hell Knight with a teleport dagger and ice armor. That is
nice. Wow, this Siren ult came up clutch. Is it gonna be enough though? There's a lot of 3-stars on the other side, and we're gonna see Magikarp going down to Philip. Of course not dead yet, but only did lose this very round. And Philip is
Philip's
I
scary.
shouldn't say turn it around, but he's really developed well since last time we saw him.
Yeah, his items are also extremely good. He definitely high rolled items with Despacito with the Refresher Orb, also Hell Knight with that legendary item as well. And I kind of want to see what he's got on some of these others. Nothing too crazy. So he's
No,
definitely
yeah.
definitely stacked on the Hell Knight though. And of course, if he can get a Heaven's
Heavens.
Gift,
Yeah.
imagine.
Okay, I mean, his items really paired well with he was going for too, because as we saw earlier, he was never really going for that light blade knight early. He got a bit too high level, too early, opted not to go for it, and we can see him. He actually barely has any attack damage items for either of his berserker nor his light blade knight. So
Yeah.
those are really item dependent units. So he's actually not pretty happy about what he got.
Look at this God of War just being totally distracted by the
Yeah.
Hell Knight, by the way.
Wow, yeah, that is a big deal.
That's insane, especially for Knights Dragons or Knights Glacier. Having that massive tank in the front line just turned around is
Oh wow,
insane.
and
So-
the zone is out at 5th place here, losing against Nuge.
and Sheepfan also out at 6th the same round, just a second before Disowned as well. So Sheepfan with the 8th place now and a 6th place. He was really looking for at least that 5th place there to go out just a second after Disowned. But Disowned now with a very average finish. Orin, of course, needs some work
This is
here, but
looking
he got put
scary
up
for
against.
Oren. There's just so many units that
Disowned, yeah.
survived. I mean, I don't. When you see this many units survived from your opponent, of course it's. I guess it's at least it's against Disowned, right?
Yeah,
that
he's
is
already
out.
out.
So that's a. I wouldn't say that's a small sigh of release. It's a major sigh of relief. But if you're lost against Disowned that got kicked out by someone else, there's a good chance he's not strong enough for this. Like, oh, his.
This is a 4 Knights, 2 Aegrisis, 2
Jesus, what is
Warlock,
going on?
Dragon, Mage, Human composition.
This is the first time we see this.
This is big brain stuff we're seeing right now.
Yeah. 4 knights, 2 Aerises, 2 warlocks,
Oh.
3 mages, 3 dragons, and a really strong dragon knight, honestly. Super stacked. His positioning is also super interesting for this round. Let's see if he can get his Ghost Prophet off. He does. But it's a little bit too far in the front. Does die against Magikarp and is gonna take a massive amount of damage. Is this gonna be enough? Does he kill that Doom? Or he does not. I think this is
17.
1 unit away from being lethal. Of course, that God of Thunder 2 finally happening for Magikarp, and it switches it in. Okay, I have some deja vu with these Hell Knights, man.
Yeah, he did switch out the Thunder Spirit for the 2-star God of Thunder, like I thought he was going to
Yeah,
do.
makes sense.
He does have 50 gold, though, still. Same with Philip. I'm willing to bet now those are going to be the last 2 left over. Of course, Nudge does have a really good team, except he just doesn't have the stacked units that I believe Magikarp and Philip have. He does have, a Hell Knight. It's just maybe not as
Yeah.
good as.
Doesn't have the big items, right?
Yeah, he does have the 3-star Light Blade Knight though.
With a lot of extra attack damage items, something that was it Philip that was really missing those. And
Yeah.
these guys are really, I mean, hurting. I'm saying they're hurting each other, but there's 3 Knight players in the top 4, so they definitely have taken units from each other during this. But this is a big upgrade, right, for Orin. The Dark Spirit 2 is going to be great against 2 other Knight players, and especially against the Glacier clan.
Yeah, I would like to see him kind of move that Dark Spirit up.
In front.
Yeah, up more so it gets off a little bit quicker. The only thing is that Philip's Hell Knight with a teleport dagger is pretty scary.
But there's also the thing of there's being a lot of humans in this game, and if Dark Spirit gets human silence, it's scary, because I mean this lineup, honestly, it does have Troller Eldo 2 and Dragon Knight 2, but I mean everyone else to get units like this at this point, that's not gonna be enough to kind of make your strategy stronger. So I think Orin's real ace is this Dark Spirit 2, and it's very reliant on him getting that spell off.
Also, a thing to note as well: 4 players going into
Round
Glacier
41.
Clan.
Yeah, that is crazy actually. So probably gonna see a 9 beast this game as well. We've been seeing a lot of 9Bs as of late. I think on day one there was only one, but then the numbers have been creeping up kind of steadily. Yesterday was it like 2 or 3 of them.
2 or 3 more.
Yeah, and we are already probably gonna see another 9 Beast here on the second game of the EU qualifiers. Alright, not the best use of that ice armor, not blinking first, unfortunately, using that previous to the blink. But Hell Knight is still wrecking havoc in the backline. Well, it is getting hit by that Dark Spirit ultimate, of course, but it doesn't matter because his entire frontline is protected from that spell, and as we said, that is Oren's ace to win a round. Not gonna be enough.
Pipe too, or no, it didn't have the Jade Pipe.
And Oren is out, of course, getting kind of crushed there by the blinking Hell Knight. Kind of both confusing Dark Spirit and wrecking the backline.
Yeah, Nudge actually dropping down now to 3% HP as well. So I would assume Nudge is going to be out next round here.
Yeah.
Nudge is the one that has the Jade Pipe on the Hell Knight, which is
kind of just
also really good.
Yeah,
but definitely not ice armor.
No, definitely not. I mean, he also doesn't have the same amount of upgrades, right? I mean, he does have the Lightblade Paladin 3, but it's pretty much the weaker of the two Night Glacier clans. Of course, doesn't have Despacito 3, nor does he have Frost Knight 3-star. Does he even have Soul Reaper at 2-star? I don't think he did.
And also Philip, by the way, going up to 6 Knights.
Yeah, at level 10, so definitely a big deal. And Philip gets the good RNG of teleporting first and then using that ice armor, so getting it on the entirety of Nuge team here. Let's have a look at Nuge because I believe Philip's gonna win this pretty easily, and Nuge is out against Magikarp, so definitely in third position here. Probably a lot worse against both Magikarp and Philip.
That's his second third place finish though in 2 games. So he did take third in the first game behind Magikarp, and Magikarp was behind obviously.
It's a winning strategy.
But
if you get third or fourth every game, you're gonna be in the finals in Shanghai. Even I'm so used to saying the finals tomorrow, but it's gonna be the finals in goddamn Shanghai. That's so massive.
And so actually Magikarp here, like we said, is changing his team up
this is just great.
because he doesn't really need the Marine bonus anymore. He doesn't have to worry about any other mage players. He's just worrying about Philip, and he knows that against Philip, he needs to have this Dark Spirit. He also needs to have the Spirit bonus to kind of slow down the attack speed of the the physical damage dealing Knights players. And benched his God of War because he also doesn't have a God of War 3-star just yet.
No, for sure, you're completely right. And I mean, his main damage is going to come from God of Thunder 2 anyways, so making sure that his frontline stays alive as long as possible. Does not get a second one off there, and that's going to be the difference between a win and a loss as this Hell Knight cleans up barely. And with another God of Thunder ultimate there, that would have been easy a win for Magikarp. Does lose only 3 HP though, so not the biggest loss in the world. Philip, I believe, winning on his side of the board, so does find a 2-star source, I believe. So pretty nice. Does exchange some units, going away from that 6 mages and getting a big of a stronger front line. It's almost as if he heard me, where the most important thing to do here is getting off that God of Thunder ultimate not only once but twice, and a stronger front line is going to help him do just that. Hopefully.
Yeah, once he gets the God of War 3-star though, he's going to be able to position that in such a way where the Hell Knight is attacking into it, hopefully, because that's really the only hope that he has to counter that Hell Knight.
Though.
This Hell Knight right now is just
Despacito's still alive. Does get another ult off at 10 HP basically, and that's gonna mean Magikarp even takes a bit more damage.
9 Beast we go.
9 Beast we go, and both players actually has more than 20% HP when 9 Beast comes around. I don't think this is gonna go to round 48 as is our record for this entire stream as the latest rounds, but this is a long game. I mean, both players are still fully economized around round 45, something you don't see every day. He's selling
The 2-star stalker.
two-star Tsunami Stalker, something I've never seen actually. Not only every day, but ever. So yeah, this is the late of the late game, and being able to configure your comp accordingly is kind of the name of the game. I'll see if this God of Thunder is going to be enough to beat this 9 beast. Don't think it's going to get off another ult, unfortunately.
Both teams are going to be fine against 9 beast, I would assume, anyway.
Does turn around, however. So the rest of the team doesn't take too much. What did he find? Lucky Coin?
Lucky Coin.
Versus, what did Phil find?
Did you drift away again?
Does find a Mysterial Staff and has a Magical Staff as well. So, not the best item for maybe a Night build. It's fine on Soul Reaper, but I mean, there is a difference between putting a Mysterial Staff on Soul Reaper or a God of Thunder.
Yeah, and as we say, Magikarp selling the Tsunami Stalker and the Siren a couple rounds ago. Philip actually doing the opposite now, which is really smart on his end. Obviously, he has a 1-star Argalianite in there. He also has this 2-star Dragonite, which he can take out both of those, add in the Tsunami Stalker and the Siren, and have that not only CC, but also the Marine bonus in there to counteract his team. And if Philip can do that, he's going to put himself in a really good position to actually win this game.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's just going to be about this Magikarp find an even higher kind of Droof, where that's not enough, or is Philip gonna completely overtake him with that Marine buff. Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for Magikarp. He still hasn't found that God of War 3-star. I mean, it's such a big difference, and you can also reposition your team. Speaking of repositioning your team, I would have actually liked him to move in that God of Thunder just a tad little bit, because if he does get off a second ultimate, I think that's the difference between maybe a win and a loss. Although he does still have some amount of gold. He does find the Dark Spirits. I was just getting to that. And this is huge actually against the Night build. Does move it to the left side where the Hell Knight of course will be teleporting to be able to get that spell off immediately. Let's see if Hell Knight does change positions. It does actually change positions, but I do believe that this Dark Spirit will get off his spell. Does get it off in the back line barely, but really slow ultimate actually, and that's gonna finish the game. Magikarp is out. Exciting
Round
game down the wire.
47. So 1 round off of the record right now for the longest game. This one did take 67 minutes though. So even though it's not necessarily the highest time round-wise, it is actually the highest time game that we have had this entire championship series. So 67 minutes.
That's crazy,
guys.
Yeah, I feel like the games, as the players get better and better in this metagame, is going longer and longer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's crazy because it's kind of something that happens sometimes is that, and you can find this in many different games, and this is very apparent coming from like a strategic trading card background, is that the best place to be is slightly greedier than your opponent. Not too much to get tempoed out, but just enough, just a slight tad bit, so you can go a little bit over the top. And if people keep doing that, it's gonna go higher and higher and higher until we get later and later into the game. And at some point, usually the kind of bubble cracks and somebody goes for a more tempo-oriented lineup to kind of punish the new slow meta game. So interested to see that kind of develop.
Yeah, but another solid finish for Magikarp, now taking 2 second places, game 1 and game 2. Disowned actually fell off a little bit this one, taking a 5th place. Oren jumping back up the leaderboards here a little bit as well. And Philip, kind of a awesome finish for him, taking 1st place, one of the Bubble Buddies from the first round.
Cannot not like the Bubble Buddies.
Taking 1st place in game 2.
So more specific details will be, of course, back with the break, and I hope you'll see you then. Welcome back, of course, to the House Cup here at GLL. We're gonna cast you some Auto Chess, and of course, this is gonna be the qualify for the Shanghai Invitational. $1 million on the line over there, 20K per region over here, and we're doing the European qualifiers currently. Just finished the second game, and yeah, there's been some interesting games going further and further. And what do you think about that? We talked about that a little bit in before the break.
Very long games so far. We had a 67-minute game too, over an hour
Yeah.
game one as well. And like you said, as the players start getting more and more competitive, every single round they're going to be doing everything they can to cling on to every extra bit of life that they can. And we started seeing a little bit in yesterday's games going into those final 4 games of each region. And it kind of just set the tone now for the finals for EU. And I would imagine we're going to see some more very long games today. And we're going to be in store for quite some time.
For sure. Let's have a look at the scoreboard after those 2 games of the EU qualifiers. Magikarp still crushing it, having 2 second places, getting 7 points from each. This own still at second place, or now at second place, with that 5th place finish, putting up at 12 points. Nugent WK, also 12 points, doing really well for him. Philip, on the other hand, has gotten quite a big bump from winning that game, only getting 2 points in the first game, but now netting another 9. So that is our top 4. And of course, tons of superstars down in the bottom 4. Oren at 6 points, Max at 5, FB Conjugan at 4, and Sheep Fan at 2 points. Unfortunately, only getting a 6th place finish after missing the first game, not being actually a part of the game. So pretty rough for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can really see the top 4 kind of taking away the lobby right now. And obviously there's a lot of auto chess left to be played. 6 more games to go, but there is quite a big gap from rank 5 to rank 4. It was about 6 points.
Yeah, it's
or
crazy
5 points.
actually. Yeah.
Still, 5 points in this game when you can only gain 1 point for an extra rank up higher finish. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's very cool to see some of the players to show that they were even more dominant than the others in their own respective lobbies, still being able to transfer that dominance into this lobby. And we talked a little bit about whether it would matter that they were extra dominant against some players. Maybe those players were worse. Who knows? But clearly, they're
no joke.
They're no joke. Yeah, they're kind of crushing it, and especially in these late game scenarios, that's what I've been most impressed about some of these top players is that they're really changing their comps on the fly. I mean, last game we saw Magikarp sell a 2-star Tsunami Stalker after using it for a couple of rounds because there was still magic damage to be had in top 3.
I think, out of the top 4, there was 2 other people using Dragon Mages or some type of mage comp. So we had those Marine bonuses in there for just enough time to allow him to keep that HP and knock out those 2, which could have resulted in actually getting him to top 2 instead of top 4. So little things like that are just gaining him those extra points that are obviously propelling him to first place right now. And we are now right into game 3 of the best of 8 series for the European GLL House Cup tournament. And starting off, Magikarp with a 1-star God of War already.
Yeah, we have seen Magikarp play a lot of God of War. Honestly, it's probably his favorite unit.
We've seen a lot of players play
true.
a lot of
That's
God
true.
of War.
But it's really favored. I guess he's done a lot of Knight builds too. I think Knights are, and Knights in Glacier, of course. As I talk about that, I kind of swallow my words as I see a 2-star God of War. This is probably the best start you can get ever in this game.
Round 2, yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy start for Magikarp, of course, our leader in this EU qualifier. But what I was getting at is that it's interesting to see that, like, in all of these tier 1 comps, Knights are actually the only setup who doesn't naturally use God of War.
We've seen some people try, though.
I know. Well, those people who has tried that, not in this lobby.
No, not in this lobby. But it wasn't super successful either. But people have tried to stick God of War in every comp possible.
Right. Yeah. I don't want to bash on any player in specific because I honestly don't remember which player that did do that. But I think that
There was a
Knights.
couple. There wasn't just one.
Right. I think actually Knights is the worst setup you can put God of War in.
Wow.
Okay, so my thought process is here. Knights, they only need a backline to deal more damage and they need crowd control. God of War doesn't, let you do any of that. Of course, you're not gonna get the divinity buff because, well, you need it's already this bonus, of course, but especially tons of your knights are humans, so that's never gonna happen. As well as you already have, you have a front line. Why do you need a tanky boy for?
What about a 9 warrior comp? 10 warrior comp?
This is what I get stuck with. Yeah, no, we haven't seen. Actually, speaking of that, in the early days of this kind of tournament metagame, if you will, these guys have played some scrims against each other, but sometimes in tournaments, the metagame actually develops as the games go on. Not only because you see what other people are doing, but this is one of the first times we see so many great players in the same game, and that's when you're really able to hash out every comp and how good that comp is to the last detail. And at the beginning, we saw quite a fair amount of Beast Warrior comps. You know, the 6 Warriors comps with Berserker and a backline Soul Reaper, maybe another Warlock to add. What do you think? Do you think people have kind of just figured out that that's not a part of the metagame yet, or is it all down to chance that, of course, we haven't seen that yet because people simply haven't gotten those units?
I think their first option is to go Knights, not Knights Glacier, but their first option is to go Dragons Mages, and if they can find that, they're gonna just go for it no matter what. Then their second option is to go Knights Glacier, and if they find that, they're gonna go that no matter what because those are the two main comps. And if they can find those hunters, then great. But I'm sure, almost sure, that everybody's first two thoughts are Dragons Mages, how can I get there? And second thought would be Knights Glacier, how can I get there?
Right, right. So I guess that's the reason why we haven't seen tons of Beast Wars no more, as we're talking about previously, that after there's been a couple of days of a tournament, the metagame is really starting to stabilize, if you will. And the only way to really shake that metagame is if you find something completely new. Speaking of completely new, we see Kanjurigan's opponent Max actually playing that kind of new comp with some Phantom Queens and Water Spirits. It's been kind of successful. It's enabled a couple of top 3 positions, but not a very common comp we see for sure.
See it a lot in the early game, and then people are switching out of it into Dragons Mages.
Yeah.
Or just Mages. Yeah.
For sure, for sure. You can go all the way, of course, if you're getting those 3 stars for both Water Spirits and Phantom Queen, but not necessary at all. And when Max actually see Philip get a 2-star Phantom Queen, maybe less interested into going that full 3-star Phantom Queen himself. Does have a Abyssal Crawler, and it's gonna be interesting to see both him and Philip actually has a Abyssal Crawler. Does Max have a 2-star Phantom Queen as well?
Max, I
No,
don't think so. No.
yeah,
does not.
just a 1-star. Yeah, tons of early assassins actually, super interesting. I think last time we saw the Phantom Queen Water Spirit start, it ended up in 6 assassins. Didn't really go that far. We haven't really seen basically any assassins at all until that game.
Yeah, he didn't do bad with them though.
Yeah, it was kind of
It
a
was like a
middle finish.
fourth
Yeah.
or fifth finish with
Exactly.
with the assassins, but I think it could have been a lot worse if it wasn't really given to him the way it was.
That's true. Yeah, he was a bit away from the Shadow Crawler when he had items on it. Had to sell it to put items on a 2-star Shining Assassin, and then kind of rebuying those Shadow Crawlers. So, yeah, he had a bit of an awkward start there, and tried to combine a Razor Claw into a 3-star, and wasn't able to do that. So a lot of hiccups. Definitely could have gone a lot smoother for him. So who knows? Maybe assassins aren't that bad. I mean, clearly a tier 2 comp, if you will. But question is, by how much, right? Is it unplayable, or is it like, oh, if I get all the assassins and nobody else is doing, it's fine. Like, it will take me into a top 4 position.
I just don't think it has the strength behind it unless you're super stacked up on items for Shadowcrawler, and you almost have to have a 3-star Shadowcrawler. Just like in Knight's Glacier, you have to have 3-star Hell Knight and 3-star Lightblade Knight. If you don't have that 3-star Shadowcrawler as your carry, you're going to be lacking a lot of damage, and
Right.
you also have to have some crazy items on it as well. So
And I think
just-
additionally, in comparison to Knight, that also needs items on the units and having them upgraded, is that Knight's transitions way better into the mid game
Yeah.
before they get those upgrades, while Assassins, they really don't.
Right. They, I mean, you can start off on a really nice win streak with Assassins, but if you lose that win streak, it's going to be pretty rough for you to actually still continue going Assassins. And one thing that I want to take a look at is actually Magikarp. He's honestly lost streaked in both the first and second games here, and now he's actually on a really nice win streak with the pickup of a 2-star God of War. Obviously, we have Disowned now actually open forting. We also have Nudge WK, who only had a priest on the board. So
Yeah.
both of them are kind of taking their chances that they don't get put up against one another, because
Also doing something similar to what Magikarp was doing earlier, buying that early Ranger and then trying to lose streak into Glacier Knights could be a really good way to transition into that. Of course, finding an Evil Knight, and the time you kind of transition around a few rounds after round 10, like 12 or 13, you're able to get that bonus immediately and have a smoother transition. So kind of a, I wouldn't say it's a new thing, but it's really become popular when you open a fort with
it's
Knights.
yeah, not a bad decision at all. And so Nudge actually notices that Disowned is also open forting. So he, instead of keeping his priest on the board, he actually took it off just to make sure that he, is not gonna win against him. Now Nudge or Disowned actually throwing that priest back on the board now, and we have a couple people that have been going in and out the entire game. So we'll take a break here and we can kind of talk with each other here about what's going on. But I am excited to see Magikarp play off of a win streak, because he has lost streaked into both of his second place finishes so far.
Yeah, it feels like watching Disowned in those, like we talked about previously, that after seeing his dominance, it was interesting to right off the bat do a lose streak and he crushed it, and then he did a win streak and he crushed it. So
Yeah,
hopefully we're gonna see Magikarp do that as well. Of course, our
obviously has
in-house
the
player
capability as well
here
for
from
it.
Sweden. Sorry again.
I said obviously he has the capability
Yes.
in him
yes.
that he's
Super
skilled enough.
impressive.
He knows how to play from
Yeah.
both win streaks and lose streaks, and that's something to learn as well, as knowing, okay, I'm going to concede myself and say I'm not going to be winning against this 2-star God of War player at round 4, and I don't think that I'm going to even try to contest it. So Nudge and Disown right now have kind of just completely open forted, as they call it. And now they're just kind of going back and forth, who wants to put the priest in and who doesn't. And honestly, whoever doesn't put
cat
it
and
in,
mouse dance.
whoever doesn't put the priest in is actually in a better position, except the fact that if you don't get put up against the one other person open forting, that you're taking a lot more damage because you don't have the priest in.
For sure. I mean, a lot of to take away from this early game, and it's really interesting to see those small tendencies. Something you can take back to your own games is that if you just see that massive upgrade on your screen in the early game, just don't try, because we've been talking about this previously, is that I think one of the harder skills to acquire is to still be stable in a game where you lose some and win some. I mean, we have seen some players being able to do it, but it really takes an active player to be able to do that, that you continuously selling and buying units and buying things from the shop and trying to reconfigure your setup at all times to hit interest points while not upgrading units, so you will get less from them when you sell them. And that's kind of something you can do if you know there's a really strong player and people overfording, but it's really hard to get it straight.
Yeah, and it's something though that we've seen a few players kind of figure out that fine balance of, of both, knowing how to play from each position.
Jesus.
Because you would think it's easy to play from a win streak, but it's also you're put up against just as many decisions as you are from lose streaking, and sometimes even more decisions playing from a win streak.
It's a draw.
This is a draw for Magikarp, which is bad for him
Yeah.
because he wanted that win. He also had 9 gold, I believe, so he was just off and had to sell
had
something
to
there.
sell a unit there.
Yeah. So difficult for Magikarp, but again, it is one of those things where he could have said, okay, maybe I could have gone to level 6, you know, maybe a round early or something, or maybe rolled once to find an upgrade so that way I could have kept my win streak. So there's all these different things that you can be thinking
sure.
about where it's almost harder to play from a win streak than it is from a lose streak.
Yeah, you always gotta kind of figure out how worth it is for me to spend extra gold into still trying to win. Like, is it worth rolling? Is it worth leveling? At all times, you gotta think about that and see what other players are doing, whether it would be worth it or not. And if you mess up, you're gonna lose a lot of gold from it. However, for Magikarp, I still feel like he's in a pretty good position. I mean, people doesn't have that big of an economy. It's only really the 2 open forders that have a decent economy. He is getting punished pretty hard here though, because he did use money to level up to 6 and lost again. So that's kind of awkward for him. And he will be kind of in the middle of the pack pretty soon. Actually, Max is still win streaking on 98%, having 29 gold here after the round begins, only at level 5.
Yeah, he's getting carried by this 2-star Swordman a little bit here. Plus the Argalionite is nice. Just extra unit to have thrown in. Plus he does have Divinity bonus active with the units that he has currently.
Especially nice on Heavenly Bomber. Heavenly Bomber, of course, usually gets one ult off, and it can actually tank for a bit, but usually it's the cooldown that's the issue when it starts to tank to get that second off. So not worthless at all in any sense.
Right, and he does sell the Argalionite at this point because he wanted to get over 30 gold. Also pick up a 4th Swordman, potentially go to 3-star here if he.
And this is what we're
Gets in.
talking about, right? About playing a really active game where you buy and sell to hit interest points. And sometimes you even, like against this creep round, which he probably wins against anyways, sending that Argalionite to put him over the interest point, actually making himself weaker. It's probably worth it because he can probably pick that slack up the next round or the round after that anyways. So yeah, I really like this play. And if he continues to do that, this round, for example, he could sell the Stone Spirit if he loses here. Doesn't have anything that he really wants to buy in the shop anyways. We'll buy them, of course, because he can sell them last minute in case. And of course, putting in that 2-star Ripper will get that mech bonus, but it doesn't actually change his ability to go to that extra interest. But in the end, he elects to go up to 6 because he wants to keep that win streak instead. And this is a little safer play, I think, because being at 29 gold is a lot easier to hit that correct interest rate than it was previously when he was only at level 5.
Yeah, except Sheepfan was the one that ruined Magikarp's win streak, and it's also now ruining Max's win streak because he has a really tanky front line with God of War, 2-star, and then he also has his Hunter backline with Dwarf Sniper and Aegis Ranger, and even a Wind Ranger at the same time. So a very solid team from Sheepfan, but Sheepfan actually now getting bested by Philip, who also has a very good team with the 2-star Phantom Queen, or Soulbreaker, Skybreaker, and has kind of that build that you always talk about.
I don't know. I think it's going to actually go into 6 Assassins in this game. I think the only reason why he has Stone Spirit right now is if you get that Order Spirit, of course, but I think it's going to sell it soon, honestly. Buying another Druid to work towards a Warpwood Sage, and yeah, I think this is going to end up in a 6 Assassin, kind of 2 Druid game.
Yeah, possibly. I really feel like selling Venom there to go for Abyssal Crawler instead might have been the wrong move. I think Venom is super strong right now, whether you're playing with him with dragons or not.
Does
But
get
it
closer to
does-
the interest point,
Yeah, it
however.
is closer to the interest point if he were to win this.
But yeah, it also makes it safe because now we can only sell that taboo witcher, which is probably not going to be in this setup in the end, anyways. It's a back and forth choice, right? To get a little bit stronger versus having a little bit safer way of actually hitting interest.
Unless he's trying to go Feathered Assassin,
Mhm.
which is also kind of awkward with Phantom Queen. You typically want to have Lord of Sand instead, and if he's saving those to 3 stars Phantom Queen, it's kind of, like I said, it's kind of awkward there. So,
But it's
a couple interesting
then
decisions.
again,
and
though,
I
it's
almost
so
would-
hard to transition into feathered, right? We talked about this previously that goblins is really good at transitioning into mages, for example, because it uses a lot of higher tier units, those epic or superior units. While playing feathered or knights, you really need to get those low costed units at the earlier rounds, because at the point where you will be higher level, it will be so hard to find them, and that's why we see people not transitioning into those comps in the same way that they do into dragon mages or anything else, basically.
Yeah, I'm not sure that this assassin team is really going to hold up for too long. So he does need to start making some moves in order to, like you said, probably go into mechs mages. I would say is probably going to be his best bet, and maybe not necessarily go for the
We'll
3-star
see.
Phantom Queen for now.
I think it's still gonna go into druid assassins, man. Well, we'll see.
Well, even if he does, I don't think that's going to be a good option for him. I
No,
guess.
okay, that's fine. Yeah, I could definitely see that, especially since it's so far away from that Abyssal Crawler 3, of course, only having a 1 at a 1-star. Maybe just a placeholder there. Yeah, we'll see. We'll be back to max in a couple of rounds. Let's have a look at Nuge WK, working with those Night Glaciers that we have seen so much of. Actually pulling in a Phantom Queen here.
So this is someone that was open
Interesting.
forting as well, along with Disowned, and he stopped it, and he actually was able to beat Max last round here as well, which is obviously right now the highest HP player in the lobby with 90%.
Did you?
Yeah, nice and Nudge, if he's able to turn this around, is facing Philip now, actually, that has been kind of the streak slayer, if you will, as of previous, and we'll see if it's enough to beat him. It is actually going to be close. The fortune teller is alive due to the stone spirit throwing him away. Does in the end die, and Philip kind of bests Nuge. I think it seems like Philip is the strongest on this board right now, but as you were talking about, he of course has a high potential to actually fall off at this point. Yeah,
And also Sheep Fan with a 2-star Berserker
wow,
already.
wow.
That's a extremely fast Berserker.
Only at level 6, that's actually insane. There's such a low chance to actually hit those 4 gold epic units.
And
Yeah.
here we go with the Knights Glacier
God
God of War.
Not again. But for now, it's of course fine when you have such a strong backline dealing a bunch of damage. I mean, he barely has any tanks, so for now it does make sense. Evil Knight is only level 1, Hell Knight is only level 1, and the really upgraded units are those backline units, so it does make sense that it wants to put a bit more beef in the front end, but I do want to see him selling that God of War at some point, because it's not the best combination with the Glacier clan, of course.
Yeah. Does have one on the bench as well, so could be looking to go 3-star.
Stop it! Stop it! Okay, so how about the zone? He's also one of the loose chicken. He's actually been level 7 for a couple rounds. I see. I think he already has 3 dragons in play and a Troll Elder. So actually, kind of turning around. Does he have a 2-round win streak at this point? Let's have a look at his match history and see what he's doing here. Did of course start with a lose streak and has won the latest round and of course this creep round. So really looking to turn it around now, and what better comp is there to turn it around than the Dragon Mages, of course.
Yeah, and does have the Stone Spirit as well in order to go Spirits, and actually picks up a 2-star God of War at the same time here. So he is power spiking and having a very clean comp where he's basically only getting units that he needs
Jesus.
and is going to use, and he's doing a very good job of it right now.
Yeah.
And also buying those 2 unicorns for econ, selling that Whisper Seer as well. So
Piggy
very,
bank
very-
unicorn.
oh yeah, very solid plays from Disowned right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see if it's gonna turn it around here. Does play against the previous player where you looked at, of course, that God of War Berserker build. Berserker actually stays alive for the longest amount of time, and Venom doesn't get his spell off of, which is usually a counter towards that Berserker only being level 1. So that's gonna do it. So Shifan wins this round. Oh, ooh, that was close.
So close. There.
Not close at all. Sorry, I meant not close at all. Of course, it wasn't close at all. Of course,
It's
Sheepman was going to
58
win
HP.
that.
That was calculated by Sheep.
That's 57, 58 too much to even be close. Of course, Sheepman was going to win all the time. But yeah, this one really needs to turn around at this point, and he does have potential. I mean, every upgrade of any of the units he has on his bench is going to be huge, especially that Dragon Knight.
Yeah, if he gets that, he'll be in good shape. I actually don't think he needs to roll up to level or level up to level 8 anytime soon. He just needs to start getting these upgrades, keep rolling until he does, and he should be in good shape.
It's usually a good tell when you are almost having a full bench and it's close to a bunch of upgrades that even if people are usually leveling up to another level at this point, it's probably worth to keep rolling until you clean up your bench, you get those upgrades, and then you can think about adding another unit to your board.
Yeah, he's actually up against Sheep Fan yet again, round after round here. But the other thing is that Disowned was open forwarding, so he does have a lot more economy than most of the other players in the lobby that were middling. So he does have a little bit of a luxury to start rolling more now, and then probably go up to level 8 still on curve at round 21.
Yeah, that is definitely true. It does. I mean, he's close to a lot of upgrades, but he really needs to hit them at some point.
Yeah,
you don't want to go below 40% really.
Could
with
think
loose
about rolling
streaking.
down too. If he rolls down at this point and goes maybe to 30 gold, he might be able to find some of those upgrades and stop the bleeding going into round 20. Then use the creep round to build a little bit of economy back up, level up to 8 to put something else in, and go from there. But he definitely needs to stop the bleeding right now at 40%.
Yeah. Hoping, of course, to be able to naturally high roll into those units. He does high roll into that Venom 2, I believe, and of course that Thunder Spirit getting quite a big buff here, but we do get a disconnection. So we're gonna pause the game for a second, and we're gonna be, of course, right back into the game. Seeing this game unfold, it's kind of quiet, if you will. People are kind of like doing their thing, nothing really dramatic going on. Like, it's not like any people that are in real dire straits, nor are there any super like streakers on the top either. So kind of close.
Everybody's kind of spread out amongst the board for the most part. Also, nobody really putting pressure on the lobby. Everybody's staying level 7. Everybody pretty much economized throughout the entire board. Nudge did lose streak early, so he does want to stop his bleeding a little bit, so he did roll down to 30 gold here, as we can see, which is something that Disowned might be thinking of doing here very soon as well.
Did, however, high roll those 2 units, so...
Yeah, so he did get quite an upgrade. He probably doesn't need to go down any further, and still sitting on some nice upgrades, potentials for Shining Dragon and Dragon Knight. So now... probably looking to go up to 8 still on curve at round 21 at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, going up to 8 is... Not only is it nice to be on curve going up to 8, putting in another unit, but the 2 real units he really wants to upgrade is Dragon Knight and Troll Elder. And at 8, you pretty much have the highest chance to... I mean, in a long while, to find those units, so... Sometimes it might even be cheaper to go to 8 first, because you basically get extra percentage to hit him, which means less rolls, but at a higher level.
Yeah, and he actually just picks up a 2-star Shining Dragon without even having to roll. He is rolling down a little bit now
Oh,
Picks up
interesting.
another Shining Dragon and a Unicorn for some piggy bank interest
Action,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, action. And yeah, we'll check on him probably after the next creep round or so, just to see how he's doing. Orin, on the other hand, building a interesting comp. I would say.
Feathered Knight Dragons, Mages.
Yeah, Feather Knight Dragon Mages does make sense. It makes the Dragon Knight a little bit tankier, of course, with the addition of the Lightblade Knight. And his Lightblade Knight is pretty close to 3-star as well, just 3 away, which isn't too far at all for.
I think this is interesting kind of flexibility that Orin is showing off, that he didn't get really any God of Wars early, and he's trying to figure out who he's gonna tank with, and instead he actually elects to get that Warped Sage because he has a ton of Lightblade Paladins or Knights, sorry, that has been thrown towards him. So why not go for a Warped Sage as a tank? He does get that elusive or feathered bonus, so yeah, kind of cool variation of the dragon mage build. Of course, you always got to be flexible, think on your feet, and kind of get ready. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you have something to say about this Phantom Queen.
I do. I'm kind of wondering why he's still hanging on to it.
I'm gonna say that he just forgot about it.
I don't think so. There's no way he just forgot about it.
I don't know. There's just no way he's ever gonna put in a Phantom Queen ever. I think this is a relic of the past where he could afford to keep it on his bench when he was more than fully economized, I should say.
Yeah, I think he definitely missed out there. If he were, and he sold it now, just to
Yeah.
get a Wind Ranger, which, I mean, obviously is a good pickup, but I think if he would have sold that just 1 round sooner,
You think it's
not
gonna
something he would've
transition
put in
into
anytime soon.
Dragon Mage Feather with the full feather?
Full feathered or assassin as well, because he already has venom that's going to be
Right.
in there, and then you can throw in the shiny assassin plus a shadow crawler that could give him assassin bonus plus feathered. You just throw in a couple more with Warpwood Sage, Wind Ranger, and Whispers here, and that's your 6 feathered, 3 dragon, 3 assassin, 3 mage comp.
That's a lot of alliances, my friend.
That is, yeah, it is a lot of alliances. The
Which
I guess the
level do you
main
have
one-
to be able to have both dragons, mages, assassins, and 6 feather?
3 assassins plus 3 dragons. That's 5 units. And then you have 6 feathered, which would be
So mages,
more
mages have 1 feathered, right?
4 more feathered.
Assassins has 2 feathered,
Yeah.
and
So you should have 3
dragons have 1 feather.
So you just need to be level 8.
Yeah, all right. Well, that sounds good. I'd like to see that coming about. Comp we haven't seen too much, honestly. We've seen a bunch of dragon feather, right? But they haven't really spread their wings, if you will, and go into that additional assassin bonus. Kind of a hard comp to get into because both dragons and assassins kind of warrants you kind of, I shouldn't say lose streak into them, but neither of the comps are really strong in the early game, so it's going to be a pretty rough transition getting to that. But once you do get there, it's going to be quite powerful, I think.
I mean, that's the thing. It's not necessarily a comp that's been super tested. I would imagine if he gets the 3-star Lightblade Knight, yeah, that would be great and all. But I am kind of worried about how strong this comp will actually be at its full potential.
Yeah, I'm a little bit on the fence as well. Wow, that's fun. Dragonite 2 and Venom 2 and that Shiny Assassin 2 rolling down to 16 gold. That was quite some high rolls. I mean, he did roll quite a lot. I mean, not even down to 0. That was actually some insane rolls coming his way. Something really needed because he has been bleeding HP far and beyond the time where he should.
Yeah, but also just looking at the entire lobby as a whole, we saw Disown actually roll down the round before. We saw Conjugan roll down a little bit at the same time as Disown. Magikarp also rolled pretty far in as well, so just being able to keep up with everybody else in the lobby, going down Orin at the same time, you know, just trying to get those upgrades, which he rolled extremely well and got very lucky
Yeah.
with the pickups that he did. Of course, he had a lot of pairs and opportunity for increases, so it does kind of increase his chances of actually hitting stuff. But at the same time, he still got lucky with what he did.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's actually interesting. I think you take up there before this round. Everyone was actually above 40% HP, even Conjugan. And this is round 22. I think this is such an even lobby. I don't think we've seen anything like this where sometimes there's like one or two that's like streaking really hard into the mid game, and that usually makes it so that there's some players that have very low HP, but everyone in this game is kind of keeping pace with each other, and they're all at similar HPs. I mean,
I think Sheep Fan should probably roll down here and
Yeah.
also look for some of his upgrades pretty soon. And I think he's realizing that he's falling behind a little bit on the gold there. So he is now, and he's finding a couple nice upgrades, but nothing that he can actually use in his team. So definitely hurts a little bit there. But if he was maybe focused in on the other players using their gold sooner, he probably could have started a little bit earlier on in the round and
Right,
could have had a
right.
little bit more time to find some stuff.
for sure. Yeah, people really keeping pace with each other. Like everyone is kind of playing a similar strategy in terms of when they want to time when they use their gold. Of course, some players did lose streaks, others tried to win streak, but I think this can happen sometimes when nobody's really succeeding at getting a good win streak. It really changes the pace of the game, and you can see that reflected on the life totals, where Max is the leader at 68 HP, but I mean, 8th place is 34, and that's only half. I mean, usually you're in what, like 12% at this point, where somebody's at 80. I mean, that's not
Yeah.
uncommon, right?
No, this is a very, very close lobby. Everybody's kind of paying attention to each other for the most part. And I think actually some of the people that are in the bottom right now are probably on their way to the top.
Yeah.
For the most part, I think Orin has a nice power spike. I think who was it? Disowned also had a nice power spike with his Dragon Mage team, and I mean, this looks like a
two magic crystals, two.
this comp right here looks like, I don't know, level 30, round 30, 35 comp.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he also has the luxury of having good items for this exact comp, being able to not having to play that source, of course, because dragons, they all get full mana right away, right? So they're gonna use their spell, so it's gonna take a bit of time before they can cast their next spell because of their cooldown, right? I mean, Dragonite not ever casting a spell. So they don't really need the source, and then we have to Troll Elder, and that's the biggest reason you really need the source. But if you get 2 magic crystals, that's fine. You know, you don't need those. So then you can run with Shining Dragon to Troll Elder and Thunder Spirit, and Thunder Spirit actually allows for Stone Spirit in the front line. So really like this in setup, and did also find a Shining Egg for the Pirate Captain. So looking real strong right now, and I like something you said previously about these players moving up. I mean, the largest reason is because they have just emptied their bank, right? And the top 4s, they're all fully economized. So the bottom 4 usually is gonna be stronger than the top 4 at this point. Speaking of banks and rolling down, I would love to have a look at the gold acquired at this point, especially in a kind of unique game like this one, where everyone has very similar HP.
Yeah, it is very close actually. For the most part, everybody within 40
Jesus.
gold, which
Yeah.
I mean,
This is so
point,
uncommon.
It's a couple units bought here and there that are changing the amount of like gold acquired. So
Yeah.
it is very uncommon to have everything so close. And honestly, this is what I was expecting the first couple games to look like. A lot more close, a lot more competitive on the gold gained, chart here. But
I mean, look at top 4. They're all within the 10. I mean, it's 6 and 9 to 260.
yeah,
That's crazy, actually, that there's so close. I've never seen this previously in our games, so very cool. Philip actually losing against the Wolverine Rippers. It's a rough loss.
yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with the Stone Spirit tossing it to the side and then having to regroup and having it hit the back line a little bit. So That's why some people actually put a
Frantic
a
mask.
frantic
I was
mask,
just
yeah.
about to say that. I remember doing that actually.
He
I
also
mean, before they
has,
changed it in old Dota
yeah,
Auto Chess,
yeah.
I haven't had the opportunity to do it in Auto Chess yet, but because I don't usually go for tons of Stone Spirits, but yeah, sometimes you feel like that it's pretty much a negative spell,
Yeah,
if you
most of
will.
the time it is kind of weird, and he's sitting on 3 very powerful items, and I would hope that he's gonna put them on his units here
Mm.
pretty soon.
Probably gonna put Puppet Mask on that werewolf, I would assume, given that he just got that to 2 stars, and of course, given that extra life steal to the wolves next to him with the front line makes it be able to stay alive longer, because as soon as he upgrades the Totola Elder, his and the Dragonite, he's not gonna have an issue with damage really. So it's just super nice if his front line stays alive for longer.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this team, honestly. It was a little weird. I do want to talk about it a little bit. He is out, but I honestly think there's a reason why he was out, because he had that random Warpwood Sage in his team, which I thought was kind of, I mean, it was random. He also had the Werewolf, and he could have thrown in the Pirate Captain, not only for the 3 warrior bonus, but also human bonus, and then also a really nice CC unit, of course.
Yeah.
So I think that was just a little weird. I also found it strange that he had a 2-star Lord of Sand. I mean, he was getting beast buff, of course, with the werewolf, but it wasn't really adding too much to his team because he was already
Yeah.
going mages.
Put in a lot of units there in the end. Maybe panicking that it was so low all of a sudden, and
Had a
maybe
lot to
made
do
some
still.
yeah, maybe did some last minute decisions that weren't that optimal.
Yeah.
Definitely showing the reason why he, of course, got kicked out. This is not a place for mistakes. I mean, you get punished fast by these
Yeah,
players.
and it's a shame too because he had such a strong game too, and winning with that Glacier Knight build, and now he's taking that 8th and kind of just basically everything that he did in that second game now
Mhm.
is just like evened out.
Yeah.
It doesn't almost mean anything now. He's got to work to get back up into the rankings.
No, for sure. Philip having a bit of odd games. First he came in 6th, and then he won a game, much like Ten mentioned, and now out in 8th. So not maybe the most consistent showing. We'll see if he get a 2nd place this next round.
Yeah.
Kind of keeping the pattern. Kanjugan seems to be like the next person on the chopping block here. Does lose against Nudge. I wonder what his team looks like. Yeah, going for that Glacier kind of Knight clan. Does have Hell Knight 3, so that's great. But Desposito 1 still, of course, being Desperate Doctor, and that Soul Reaper 1. So really looking for some more upgrades.
He also has
not have Evil Knight in.
Argali Knight in instead of Evil Knight,
Yeah,
which I find
just saw that.
extremely
Bad.
yeah, interesting.
Exactly. No, yeah. Of course, that Agros's buff is just so good for knights that has so much physical damage, especially with a berserker. There we go,
There he
putting
goes.
that in, correcting his own mistake.
Yeah, I think. I mean, that cost him a lot of HP. I'm sure.
As we're trying to click on that Hell Knight to figure out his items, we can see a little bit in the fog, like kind of pause screen, that he indeed does not have those items that he needs.
It's very empty.
Yeah, it's very
there,
empty.
Unfortunately. He has a cattle hide armor with 16% HP. I would have probably put that on somebody, but I guess maybe he got it on in time, but maybe not. Did put it on the Hell Knight.
Yeah, does make sense. I mean, even with the upgraded versions of Catalite armor, is something you want to put on your Hell Knight, whether it's the ice armor or that, of course, battle cuirass.
Magikarp now actually dropping down to 10% HP, and he's having a rough round as well, honestly, because he doesn't have much that he can do to actually pull himself back into this contention for top 3, top 4, or something like that. So he might be looking at
Wow.
one of his first quote-unquote losses for the day
I
here.
mean, we haven't even seen that on camera. We know he has lost. I've heard of him coming in 8th place, but that's kind of the extent towards where his losses have been. Like, there's been rumors out on the
it's
town. Like,
legends.
yeah.
Rumors
I've
of
seen
legends.
signs in different kind of books that he has been in 8th place at some point. So, yeah, very rarely is in the bottom kind of 4. Very strong player, of course.
But look at the build that he's going, and let's talk about it a little bit, because
Yeah.
every single time we see one of these top players going into this feathered hunter build, it is just not
Yeah.
doing what it needs to be doing.
But it's interesting that you say that, because we have a lot of experience with it not doing that well in different lobbies. But I believe Magikarp has he has went for it 2 times, and I think he won one of them, and also has the top 3. So his experience is probably really good from this tournament going feathered. But when all these, like, the best players of the best players in the EU, it comes together, and might not be as powerful anymore, like we've seen in the other games from the other lobbies.
I mean, even against its supposed counter, Knight's Glacier, it is going to take damage here and put him into 4% HP. Conjugate actually dropping out here now as well to Orin, so he's going to take 7th, and I'm sure Magikarp is taking a little bit of a breather there, knowing that he's not 1 rank lower.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and take a look at Orin and see what he's up to. Also, I believe going some type of that's the Feathered Dragon Assassin
Right.
build with Knights, and I think he got his 3-star Light Blade Knight as well. So pretty interesting team. I like seeing stuff like this because it's
Is this
a little
the
off meta, right?
Is this the better feather build, perhaps? I mean, we have seen that the feather hunter build has not really been doing that well. It's kind of the standard feather build now. I mean, in the beginning it was a lot of kind of Lord of Sand feather build.
Yeah.
It's turned around to, of course, the feather build with those hunters, and but it hasn't done that well. Maybe it's going to transition into dragons, which is kind of the flavor of the month, honestly.
Yeah, I mean anything with dragons right now has been doing super good. So
Which is kinda sick,
honestly, just use dragons and
Can't
God
wait
of
for
War.
winter Shiropra.
Dragons with God of War. That's all you need for
Yeah.
the recipe for victory here. And this is
Dragon a
Magikarp
day
as well.
keeps the doctor away.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magikarp is really needing that Dwarf Sniper 3. I think that's gonna be his only kind of saving grace here. Doesn't really have the economy to go up to level 9, and even if he goes up to level 9, there's not really much to put in.
Does have some decent items on the Dwarf Sniper as well. So
Yeah.
if he does get it up to 3-star,
For sure.
it would be nice. But I think that's the whole build relies on 3-star Dwarf Sniper at this point. Kind of like the feathered build with Assassins previously relied on having a 3-star Shadow Crawler.
If there's one really nice unit that it does have is, or an item I should say, is that Heaven's Gift is one of the most powerful items for feathers, because feathers of course has kind of a small HP pool, especially at 2-star, but relies on that evasion, but that effectively makes it so that every point of HP, similar to Knights, becomes way more valuable, because of course you're gonna reduce a lot of that damage being taken.
Yeah, I think this might be it for Magikarp here against Orin. If you take a look at the lobby too, he's the only level 8 compared to 9s and 10s already. So pretty crazy difference, to be completely
It's
honest.
close, but that Dragonite, I mean, I think this round was like 1 or 2 evades away from actually going Magikarp's favor. He had a Shining Assassin attacking Dragonite down to like 5%, and then it died off. And if that Dragonite doesn't attack, I don't know, 20 more times, maybe it would have looked different. I mean, sometimes it sounds weird, right? That 5% would change that 6 units survives or whatnot. But
No, it's true.
it's very snowbally in this kind of small combats that happens. I mean,
Especially with Feathered, hitting
Yeah.
some of those evasions are super important, obviously, because that evasion might have been a crit that
Yeah.
you avoided.
of course,
And
yeah,
then
yeah,
you
for
can
sure.
gain all of your HP back with Feathered too. So it is, like you said, very important, and could swing one way or the other pretty quickly. But we do have Sheep Fan here level 10. There's only 2 people in the lobby right now that aren't level 10, and at round 32, that's actually
Kind of sick, yeah.
that's
Crazy.
really high leveled to be at 10 at round 32. You don't typically see people pushing that far and also still being economized at the same time. So it's very well. I think it goes back to the lobby being very slow
Yeah.
for the most part, slow starting. So everybody's kind of able to fall into their builds a little bit, kind of relax, not
Right.
really push the envelope too much,
Exactly.
and be able to just slow level without having the pressure
Yeah.
of being dead.
Yeah, I like that you say that because when there's someone or maybe even 2 people streaking for a long time, they're going to be really strong and they're going to pressure people into spending their money earlier when they get low on HP. And when those people spend a lot of money, they're going to pressure other people to spend their money. And
Yeah.
in this game, there hasn't really been those oppressors, right? People went into low HP kind of late in the game, which means those kind of oppressors kind of changing positions or roles, if you will, didn't really happen as it usually does. So kind of cool thing happening. Yeah.
It's interesting. It's not something that we've seen too much over the course of this tournament. We really, I mean, on NA we see everybody being overall really aggressive.
Yeah.
And Vince specifically always going in these crazy aggressive, basically predicting how the lobby should be, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And in this case, Disowned actually going with a 4 Spirit build
Oh,
here.
wow.
With a 2-star Dark Spirit. This is the 3rd game in a row that we've seen him get a 2-star Dark Spirit, by the way. He is level 9 this time, though, so it's a little less of a question. But this is the 3rd game in a row for him.
I wonder how
2-star
good
Dark
these
Spirit.
4 spirits are going to be in this current game. What a Sheep Fan and the other folk kind of rolling with. Sheep Fan does have Glacier, so it's really good against him. Nudge is playing with. Let's have a look at Nudge.
She fans 6 Knights for Glacier.
Yeah, and then Nudge also is going with Glacier.
6 Knights for Glacier
Yeah.
as well, level 10.
And Oren
He's
is
got
running.
that Feathered Dragon build.
Yeah, does not have as many melee units, of course, but yeah, 4 spirits doesn't seem that awful this game. There's it's
2
good
nice
against
players.
half of the lobby, but this zone did have very little HP and of course goes out this round. So we're down to top 4 and there's only one player that's not level 10 just yet. However, he does have a higher economy than the rest of the players, so I'm sure he's gonna look into going for that pretty soon, I'd say. Possibly waiting until after the creep round because he doesn't really have anything else to put in.
Yeah, and
the
he's not
moment.
gonna die before round 35 either. So definitely good point on that. But as far as the next unit that I would put in for this build, I would probably say Lord of Sand. No, because he doesn't have
Ancestry
Razor Claw.
Assassin. Yeah. Maybe he puts in some kind of. I think there's still 2 Knight players in, so maybe he's putting in a random Dark Spirit if
Dark
he's
Spirit
able
throw
to
it in.
find that. He actually does have 2 Shadow Crawlers in play
And
at
he
2
doesn't
stars,
have
so
mages in play.
if he
anymore.
has gets Shadow Crawler to 3-star, he can actually put in 2 additional units. So could opt for putting in 2 more mages at 9.
Yeah.
But it's gonna take some time before he both gets 9 and of course that 3-star Shadow Crawler. Does have the kind of life total to be able to get there, however. So it's gonna be interesting to see if he kind of finds that full peak or spike. Going to level 10, sorry, not 9, of course.
Yeah, and he's going to be taking some damage here, which would have been really nice if he could have won that. Then he could have been,
Yeah.
much healthier going into the next round.
But kind of
Not felt
expected
as much
though. given-
pressure.
Yeah.
But yeah, he is level 9 compared to everybody else being 10. Also, Sheep Fan has a actually really strong team considering, but he got worked by Max's God of Thunder, it looks like, along with the mages. But Max actually losing to Nudge WK, so
Yeah, it's kind of a
kind of a little rock, paper, scissors here. Everybody lost their rounds except for Nudge, so it looks like he's feeling pretty confident now after round
Wow.
34.
So Max is actually clearly punishing people while losing. So I understand that it's close, but He has so many upgrades coming. I mean, he doesn't have Tutorial Elder at level 2. God of Thunder, he's one away from that as well, being level 10. That's not impossible at all. Pirate Captain as well. He has so many upgrades coming his way. He's gonna spike a lot as soon as he finds some of those. And at this point, there's a high chance he will. I'm kind of surprised that he's still keeping his 2 swordmen. Does he have a 2-star swordman on the?
Yeah, he does
play
have
as well?
2-star swordman.
He does have that. Okay,
What's
that's
surprising to me is the 1-star Tortola Elder still. Okay, so he just got that pickup too. So
okay.
yeah, I was kind of
Big on him. Big for
Yeah.
him for sure.
yeah, that was a lot.
He did find that Pirate Captain 2-star as well, so it's a really nice spike for Max here. And at last, of course, the most important unit upgrade here would be that God of Thunder, really putting him ahead of the pack, I think. Yeah, looking real strong here. I like that Storm Shaman really as well with those 6 mages. Deals tons of damage, right? With that extra magic buff. Oh wow, that Storm Shaman and the God of Thunder going off at the same time, dealing massive amounts of damage together. Of course, with the 2-star Pirate Captain.
Yeah, I think people really sometimes underestimate the damage of Storm Shaman. The fact that it's on par with a God of Thunder in a 6-mage comp, I think, is something to take note of.
Yeah,
because
for sure.
That's actually insane. The fact that it can actually do that, plus at the same time, not only do that much damage, but silence as many units as it does in such a huge area of effect as well.
No, I agree. It is kind of hard to get him to that point, however. I mean, of course, God of Thunder deals a little bit more damage, almost on the same side. Doesn't silence, but it is a mage, of course. So it does enable both of them to do that much damage. And when you get those 6 mages or even 3 in a Dragon Mage comp, then you can put in the Storm Shaman. So it does take some time before you have room for him. But when you get there, as you say, he's literally amazing.
Yeah. And looks like during that little disconnect, we had Sheep Fan go out as well. So now it's just the top 3. And Orin also taking a loss here to Max. So down to the top 2 now with Nudge and Max.
Wow. I was just about to say we're going to have another really long game, and all of a sudden both Orin and Magikarp actually took
this one's actually going to probably wrap up in the next couple rounds, I would assume. So Max actually picking up a 2-star God of Thunder as well.
Yeah, here we go.
And Nudge beating Orin, but I really feel like Max has got the upper hand on this game. Nudge, though, playing very consistent now. He's got 2 third places. Now he's guaranteed at least a top 2, so this might actually put him into the lead after this round.
Remember we talked about Magikarp was in 7th place this game. We were like, oh yeah, Magikarp rarely loses. He's rarely in the bottom 4, assuming he would be in the bottom 4, but he actually he just went up to 4th place.
Pulled himself up to 4th, yeah.
It's so impressive, honestly. I mean,
say he's a god. Is that what you're going to say?
I mean, almost. You don't want to make them too confident, though, right? Yeah, you want
too confident is a bad thing.
Yeah, it seems like Nudge is actually keeping out for Dragonite 3, or just it's really expensive, right? And he doesn't even have the Dragon buff. I'm always surprised about this. Sometimes you see people get 2, of course, Dragonites, but that's only really when you go in like Dragon Mage or Dragon Feather, for example, where they have that dragon form immediately at the beginning of the battle.
Yeah, the other problem is that he doesn't actually have a 3-star Hell Knight either. So that's a huge.
I actually have some news. Sorry for interrupting you there from the studio, towards where we were surprised that Magikarp was in 4th place, because I kind of remember him being down below at 7th, right? But it seems like the right side of the screen it's kind of in order. Yeah.
Okay.
All of the players with all of the disconnects and kind of the breaks of the game, it's kind of changed the order there, so it confused us casters a little bit, because I had a vague memory of like,
wait,
wasn't
was
he
that
at
game
7th?
2? Was that game 3? Was that yesterday?
Yeah.
Everything's kind of a blur now.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. Magikarp is not a god. He's immortal after all. He can be in 7th place for sure. Yeah, that was
Very confusing.
very confusing for sure. But we have, I think Max is just gonna crush this. I mean, the thing is, Nudge isn't really close in the upgrades either.
Yeah, I mean he's 2 away from a
That's
3-star
not
Hell
gonna
Knight.
be enough. Not when both players are level 10, right?
You'd be surprised at what a 3-star Hell Knight can do.
No, I'm honestly not surprised.
Especially a
Oh,
3-star Hell
Jesus
Knight
Christ.
with those
Okay.
items.
Ooh, can we get to? This is the Glacier clan, right?
Yeah.
Which means potential for multiple
2
items.
Heart of Tarrasques.
We talked about this yesterday. Do you remember? What
Yeah.
is better than 1 Heart of Trask? Of course, 2
2.
Heart of Tarasques. Is missing that life steal, however, which is really good on Hell Knight.
Yeah,
Especially
I was gonna
with
say he
Heart
did
of
sell
Trask.
the second Dragon Knight as well, so he's
Yeah.
gonna go for that 2-star or
I'm
the
glad.
3-star Hell Knight.
Yeah, I'm a little sad that he didn't think of that earlier because it is been pretty expensive in his bench. He could have hit higher, of course, interest marks before that, given that he doesn't have the dragon bonus. He also has 2 magical crystals on the dragon knights, which is really nice. Actually, when you don't get that instant dragon form.
Yeah, it's gonna be turned into the dragon form pretty quickly. And okay, so
Did get tons of items. I don't think he
Interesting
got
items.
any life crystals. He did get a bunch of damage
there he goes.
items.
looking for one more.
Also has a magical crystal. Probably gonna put that on Soul Reaper, I imagine. It's not really tons of magic damage, kind of heroes or units in the Glacier Knight.
Oh,
comp.
that's right. He's got
Oh,
an ice
wow.
armor. Not necessarily the most important item against mages, because you know they just burst their damage anyway. But
still
still,
amazing. Yeah.
still very nice.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting battle. See who kind of got the most out of those Glacier clan and the upgrades afterwards. And it seems like Max is gonna get this most like we anticipated from this. And we have Max winning this round. And it's did Magikarp, was he in 6th place actually?
I think this is right.
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Of course, Max winning, netting those 9 points. Nudge, unfortunately, falling, but pretty happy with its 2nd place.
Yeah,
One
he's
of
been
those-
playing super solid.
Yeah,
very
one of those
consistent.
top guys. There's really been the talk about 4 different people so far. It's basically been Magikarp, of course, falling at 6th place, but Disowned and Max and Nudge, right?
Yeah.
All those 4 people have really been consistent,
I think
even in this
the
final lobby.
More so, the main 3 has been
Yeah.
Magikarp, Nudge, and Disowned.
Yeah.
And I think Nudge is actually probably the most consistent right now
Mhm.
out of all of them, and I would assume going to be in 1st place still, kind of like we talked about earlier. But I think the problem that he had in this game was, one, making that Dragon Knight, making it, losing that 12 gold.
Yeah.
Also, the interest that he was losing, and not having a 3-star Hell Knight was extremely devastating.
Yeah, some mistakes there in the end game kind of make it so. Yeah, I mean, putting him in 2nd place, and it makes sense. I mean, that's how it should be, right? Yeah. All right. So with that being said, we're gonna take a break before round number 3, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, of course, to the House Cup here in Stockholm. We're trying to decide who's going to Shanghai from both Europe and NA in Auto Chess. This is Claytano, I'm Joel Larson. And of course, as misspoke a little bit previously, this is of course gonna be round 4. And of course, I gotta stop saying of course. That's my new literal word, I think, of course.
Of course.
Of course. Last round we saw a bit of mistakes in the late game from who was it? Nudge? Was it Nudge? Yeah. Which has otherwise been a very solid player. We talked a bit about the kind of late game skill coming in, and the very late game that this meta has started to develop into. You don't get to prepare for that much. I mean, it's not often you get to round even across 40, 42, and even if the games go that long, it doesn't mean that you're gonna be in the top 3 to actually do that. So
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the mistakes from Nudge, and they were so minute,
yeah,
like very, very minute, and just the fact of buying the Dragon Knight, but the fact of buying that is one thing.
yeah,
The other thing is that in the PC version, if you buy 3 units, you don't have the choice of leveling them up or
Yeah.
not. So that could be something that he's not necessarily used to either. So you have to spend that gold into it. And it resulted in a couple lost gold. Couldn't find that last Hell Knight. But taking a look at the leaderboard here, he is the #1 player right now after 3 games. Magikarp down in second place, just 3 points behind Nudge. Disowned at 15 points, Max at 14, and the rest of the lobby pretty close right on the tails here. Orin with 12 points, 2 points off the bubble. Philip at 11, 3 points off the bubble. Sheepfan and Conjugant falling off just a little bit here, but still a race for really second, third, and fourth.
yeah. No, I think for sure. I mean, we gotta remember this is only the fourth game, meaning that more than half is still remaining in this EU lobby, and anything can really happen. It's only until those maybe 2 last games where we can decide like, okay, 7th and 8th probably doesn't have a chance to get into the 4th position where it all matters. Is top 4 are going to Shanghai, and there's $1 million at stake in Shanghai, and not only that, there's of course 20k per region. And as I say that, people are getting into the lobby. We have the game starting here in just a second.
There's only 8 points difference though between
Yeah.
first place and sixth place.
Yeah,
So that's technically 6 people that are really in high contention right now. Sheepfan and Conjugant falling off a little bit. Of course, Sheepfan had that unfortunate disconnect on the
Right.
first game, so he did take an automatic 8th because he wasn't in it. But like you said, anything can happen still, but it's a very, very close match
For sure.
overall. But the closer it is across the entire board means that it's going to be much harder to actually slide into those. We don't have somebody just running away and kind of guaranteeing their spot in Shanghai just yet,
No.
where it's leaving 3 more spots open. It's open for absolutely everybody.
Yeah, it definitely is. We even saw that on the scoreboard, of course, it being really close. In the previous game, it was really close. So I wanted to ask you about something, and that is, of course, last game was close, but often we see someone going off on a long win streak, maybe even 2 people, and then we see 2 or 3 people having those long lose streaks. When everyone is at their highest level of competitive play, what is actually the worst strategy of like, is it much harder to keep winning, or is it much harder to transition into winning from losing? Which strategy can you get most punished for?
If we're only talking about those 2 strategies alone, with the exception of just middling as a strategy, which is probably the worst you can do anyway, which is pretty obvious, I would obviously say lose streaking is extremely scary the higher level of people that you're playing up against,
Right.
where I don't even feel comfortable doing it right now anymore, because there's always going to be somebody that's win streaking 100% almost. It just feels like there's always somebody that's super high rolled. 1 out of 8 people is bound to happen, and they are economized just as much as you
Yeah.
are on a full on lose streak, open for it, whatever it might be. And if you go down too much and you're scrambling to put your team together and you get put up against that #1 guy 1, maybe 2 times, you just get down to like this 6% HP.
Yeah, and
and
then
at
it's
that
over,
point,
right?
you don't have any buffer. So you really just, you either try to econ back up after you roll down and hope and pray that you don't get put up against him before you kind of economize and hope that you get some of those upgrades that you still need, or you just die and get 8th. So
It is scary for sure.
It is scary.
And I mean, on the other hand, from lose streaking, the players are really good at transitioning from the lose streak. We saw these new strategies come up with Fortune Teller going into Knights and keeping a aggressive Ranger until you get an Evil Knight, so you have a nice transition. in this new god, or not god, but dragon meta game, where you only need level 1 of Shining Dragon, Dragonite, and Venom. It also makes it a little bit easier transition. We saw Magikarp do that actually twice now. It
Yeah.
came second and first, or second and second? Second and second, I think, in 2 games straight where he was losing in both times. So definitely, like, I do agree that it is a little scared to lose streak most of the time. But this meta also pivots you towards lose streaking a little bit more, I feel like, because I feel like it's a little bit easier to kind of go from a lose streak into some of these top tier comps.
Well, we actually did see Magikarp lose streak in the first 2 games. And then, remember I said it's going to be nice to see him
Yeah.
play from a win streak? And it's kind of interesting to see that he did finish lowest when he was on a win streak.
Right.
And a lot of that has to do with the economy not being certain, where if you lose on that win streak, which he ended up doing, then you're in a worse position than you would be if you were actually lose streaking all the way down.
For sure. I think that these players can have the patterns really well netted down from the lose streak, because I think your place becomes, I wouldn't say more obvious, but they're a little bit more limited in a sense. And if you're trying to win streak, you're always faced by the decision, how much gold should I spend into trying to continue winning?
Yeah.
And some of that is going to be variance. I mean, you're going to try to play to the highest EV of keeping that win streak, but sometimes you're going to miss, and you do get punished for it pretty quickly.
You do have to be very aware of your opponents if you are win streaking, so that way when you do roll down, it's not as much of a gamble as if you didn't roll down. And it looks like we restarted game 4.
We actually had a little bit of a remake, but right back into it. Pretty fast remake, I'd say. I'm pretty impressed they got
Yeah, we
2
just-
8
we're just-
knuckleheads back into the back into the game that quickly.
We're just hanging out here
yeah.
talking, and well, boop, boop, boop.
Oh.
Back
For
into the
sure.
game we go.
I really appreciate it, I must say. Okay, Oren starting, of course, with that Goblin start, and as I say that, he finds a Hell Knight and a Frost Knight. Hell Knight is really nice to find early, because I feel like, okay, so there's like a couple of synergies you usually go for to start out your game, and it's like goblins, or you go for warriors, or you go for a God of War with anything, basically. And I feel like some of those you have to transition away from goblins, right? If you're not going the full goblin gamble, and also sometimes the warriors you have to transition away from them. Sometimes, especially if there's like a red deck sleeve, and if you don't get that the 3-star, for example, you gotta go away from that. But Knights is like you're kind of weak if you don't have any Hell Knights, right? You can't just go straight into Knights with Frost Knight and Light Blade Knight. Then you have no front line, you have no real damage, right? So Hell Knight a big deal, especially if you get 2 of them or an early 2-star. Then you can really go off into the distance, and you can really stop caring about the transition part when it comes to Knights.
Yeah, and almost just commit fully to Knights at that point with the
Yeah.
2-star Hell Knight. However, I have been in certain situations myself where I get 2 Hell Knights and I'm thinking, all right, this is a Knights Glacier game for sure, and then I don't see another Knight for several rounds, and
Yeah, remember,
it hurts.
yeah, for sure. Remember that you don't really commit until you actually level up those 2 gold or even higher costed units into a composition. You can always sell them for full retail value and be ready to go into anything else. And we see this zone actually upgrading 2 obvious goblins. This is a 6 start, I gotta say.
Yes, except he doesn't have another one, so it leaves it a little bit open, but I'm sure he's not going to have any problems winning this first round.
I completely agree. I mean, super strong with. I mean, the name of the game early is of course getting 2 stars, but as soon as he gets it Goblin, I think it might be able to streak into 10 if we don't see a similarly strong player.
Looks like we do have an open forder with Conjugin going to 10 gold here, so that way he can get that early econ start, something we just talked about actually going into this game here. Also Sheep Fan with a nice early 2-star God of War, picking up a pair of Lightblade Knights and doing that kind of classic
remember,
Knights
what do you
Glacier
think about these
God
Glacier
of War.
units?
I think this is incorrect.
Me too.
I think he should remove the Frost Knight and put in the Lightblade. Give that God of War his extra shield pop early on here, so that way he can do so much more damage. Like, this is not valuable right now.
No, for sure not. I mean, Desperate Doctor takes so much time to actually get his spell off when he's only level 1 and in the back line. You can't really put him in the front line either because it's too squishy. Frost Knight, okay, it deals okay damage, but it's only 1 ranked, right?
Yeah.
God of War is actually basically your main tank and it's your main damage. It's basically all of your damage
Yeah.
in this comp, so...
He's everything, and he's not like
doing
bad
half
damage either.
yeah,
He's huge
no,
damage.
it's huge damage, right? So he's basically cutting his damage in half here just by cutting the divine bonus. Yeah, I don't like this at all either. And this is kind of what I was trying to get to, that if you have this God of War 2, don't get rid of the divine buff early, or the divinity buff. You can cut it later, and then you can even cut God of War all completely
Yeah,
if you're
especially
doing
with the
Night
Nice
Glacier. Yeah. But before you get to that point, keep the divinity buff.
Oh, is he gonna get bailed
That was
out here?
close.
He didn't. I mean, just one more shield pop and he would have won that probably. And he did get axe taunted, but I still feel like he probably would have had better luck
I think so
if
too.
he wasn't using Glacier.
Yeah, indeed. And the zone's still staying at 100%. Of course, one of our most dominant player has found that third goblin, so he's looking really strong now. Also leveled up. Oh, he did not level up to 5, but do you think he's gonna level up
Yeah,
to
he's
5
going
here?
for it right now.
Yeah. Wind Ranger, of course, really strong early game. That huge kind of nuke is very powerful when there's a lot of still 1-star units that are easy to kill off. Very interesting. Okay, I don't understand him not having the third goblin in player. I think that's just a miss, honestly.
He's valuing God bonus, which with a 2-star Skybreaker, I don't really blame it too much. It's probably going to get off 2 ultimates. Same with Soulbreaker,
yeah,
it'll
that's
get off 2
true.
ultimates. Red actually feels a little weird. I'd probably just throw in another Skybreaker or Soulbreaker, I think.
Sure.
But yeah, I can see that. Plus, Wind Ranger has the potential of getting 2 ultimates off as well. So,
Okay. So, yeah, not too bad. What about Max? That's also one of our dominant players, still staying at 100%. He is going with also some goblins, only some mechs so far actually, with 2 God of Wars and a Founding Spirit. Also keeping the divinity buff around. Could actually use a third goblin. Do you think it's correct here? Because here I would like to use the goblin bonus. I don't think it's worth it to keep that extra cooldown for just a level 1 God of War. And I mean, Heavenly Bomber in the back line is not gonna get a second ulti
yeah,
off
I
too
would probably
easily.
throw in Stone Spirit
Yeah.
and Soulbreaker, and then remove both the God of Wars.
I
right
like
now.
that a lot, actually. Yeah, we talked about God of War, of course, being much stronger with the divine buff, but
Spirits
doesn't-
are so good right now.
yeah,
too.
spirits are so good, and also level 1 God of War. I mean, it doesn't deal a lot of damage.
Yeah. So some interesting plays that we personally don't agree on, and possibly could, you know, in the heat of the moment, not necessarily see all the options that are available to you, and picking the absolute most effective tactic available. But yeah, I mean, these players are
Chieftain
obviously
actually
here
has
for
4
reasons, so-
Glacier with his God of War. So
Yeah.
he's going for the... And this I like a little bit more, because this... I mean, Glacier, of course, is not affecting God of War, so that's kind of awkward, but we see God of War being used as kind of a front line for all kinds of really powerful backlines that deals a lot of damage, whether it's tons of high damaging hunters, dragon, mages, even divinity. You don't really need any other tanks. And Glacier, while being a little different, also deals tons of damage from the backline, all of them being range units, and of course getting that full extra attack speed buff.
Yeah, he's also benching 2 or a potential second 2-star God of War, which, I mean, if he starts getting this at 3-star, we might see a
We're
Knight's
back
Glacier
there
God
again.
of War right
Yeah.
back there.
And
again,
that might be
exactly.
good in the mid game, but I'm not so sure about it in the late game. It would be really nice for Sheepfan actually to hit his Lightblade Paladin here to 2-star, because then at level 6 he could put that in, and already with 4 Glaciers, getting extra attack speed on Lightblade Knight, sorry, I always say Paladin for some reason, it just deals so much damage
Yeah, especially having the Knight bonus as well from the
Frost Knight.
from the
yeah.
2-star Frost Knight as well.
So
Yeah.
pretty big upgrade, hoping for him to hit that. Sim Kanjigan, of course, still going for that loose streak, open fording. Doesn't even have a bench. Really wants to hit that entrance point every round and going up to. Oh, he does actually have something in play.
Yeah, he's got some feathered, and I'm. If he ends up going feathered hunter, I'm gonna be really, really sad because
Yeah.
it's not something that we've seen work out for anybody. Even, Orange tried it, Magic, or yeah, what was it? Magikarp tried it, or Philip tried it.
I know Magikarp had some success with it in one of his previous groups, but
It
nothing
was
that we saw.
it was Philip last round that
Yeah.
tried it and got 8.
We haven't
yeah.
seen that in this kind of all-star lobby and being good whatsoever.
Yeah, so I am
Oh
a bit
my
nervous for him. He's
This is
up against Shifan, who did pick up another 2-star God of War, actually.
Here we go again. But honestly, with 2 God of Wars 2, can't you just transition into something else beyond Glacier?
Yeah,
You
it's
haven't
not like
upgraded any of them, right?
he's not upgraded any of them. He's not fully.
You can even keep
invested.
the Despacito around, right? That's even good in a Divinity.
Yeah, you can
comp.
even pick up these, warriors and go with a warrior front line and start transitioning into mages too. But yeah, I definitely agree with you here. Having the 2-star God of Wars and then potentially throwing them away just to go, just to force Knight's Glacier.
Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah. I think it's gonna be better to sell his Glacier units here. I mean, there's already a tons. The reason why the metagame looks like it does is because it's so easy to transition into powerful lineups later. You can definitely go for, a bunch of mages, divinity. You can go for dragon mage. All of these comps are fantastic comps and very transitionable, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. And he actually puts a Desperate Doctor in here, which I
Yeah.
agree with that against the creep round, but still, I
It's
think
not
a
better to
light
put-
blade.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Still, I mean, especially with two of them now, that's
Yeah.
nerfing yourself even more by not having them in. He actually might almost lose this. No, he's gonna be fine, but still, it's definitely much better to go with the God buff and buff those 2-star God of Wars.
And this is actually, I mean, it's
Did you drift away?
you never think about this when you're looking at another one's player's game, but in these auto battlers, it's actually a lot easier to backseat people, to think of always analyzing and thinking about what they could do, looking at their board at all times. And it's really hard not to get tunnel vision in these games and always like restructuring and rethinking about what you're doing.
Yeah. I 100% agree, because not only is Sheep Fan worried about his own board, but he's more worried about everybody else's board as well than you and I are.
Exactly,
Honestly. So he's looking at a bunch of different things and maybe not necessarily realizing that, he's really nerfing his 2-star God of
not
Wars
only
and
nerfing it,
picking up
but
another one.
also having the potential to go into an even stronger lineup. I mean, his best units are those God of Wars, right?
Yeah.
And to take advantage of that, because you always want to take advantage of your strongest units on the board, is to go into something else than Glacier. And it's not even, I mean, you might feel like, oh, I'm so far deep into it, but I don't think it matters that much at this point, especially when you can sell them all for full retail value.
So he actually sold both of his Light Blade Knights, so he might be doing what we're talking about
Love
here.
to see that, actually.
Yeah, and he's leaving the Fortune Teller in there as well. So yeah, it looks like he is probably transitioning out of them, because he is so close to a 3-star God of War. He's got to know that. So yeah, definitely good to see that. And who was the other one we were talking about previously? It was doing
The zone 100% still.
Yeah, the zone's got the Goblins, also has Gods activated as well. Picked up a Dragon Knight and a Shining Dragon. Got a nice little dragon pack for himself.
Yeah,
and
kind of a meta pack, if you will.
oh yeah, for sure.
Meta pack, 2 knights and 2 dragons. It's like the meta game in one pack.
Yeah.
It's only missing a mage here.
Yep.
Yeah, this one really doing really well. We expected him kind of to streak into at least round 12 with his double Goblin opener with that Soulbreaker 2-star, of course, and Skybreaker 2-star. What about Magikarp? Magikarp, of course, our in-house player. We've been talking about him a lot.
Up against the sound.
Also at 98%, 98%. And there's something he does have. It's a big bank. I mean, people don't really have this bank if they're not loose streaking. Look at the bottom 4 people that has been somewhat loose streaking. They have 40 gold. I mean, Max have 40 gold, but he does have 91% still. And of course, only going down to 90% because he's playing against Disowned that has put in a lot more money to keep his streak. So it's only natural he will lose to Disowned at this point of the game.
Right, exactly. And Conjugan, the only other one that's probably on par with his gold, I guess with Sheep Fan as well, but Conjugan was the one that open forwarded early on. And just to take a look at the total gold gain here, this is
Yeah, just like we talked about.
fairly close. Fairly
Conjugan
close
open forwarding
amongst
and
all of them.
Magikarp being smart with his gold. In the top.
Everybody from 1 through 7, with the exception of Max, is actually within. They were within 10 gold before Conjugan probably just sold a couple pieces here. Is what it looks like he's doing. Yeah, so very, very close match as far as gold gain is concerned.
Yeah, Kanji, and of course being on that kind of feathered build we talked about, being a little scary. We haven't seen the Hunter version doing so well, but if he goes maybe into something else, there's a good chance. I wouldn't say a good chance, but maybe a better chance that he might do a little bit better than his previous counterparts. Actually, getting off pretty bad ult with Wind Ranger, and that's the thing with Wind Ranger. He's kind of high variance in some ways. Like either he's gonna deal the most damage on your team, hitting like 3 to 6 units, or he hits only 1 unit out of 2, and then he misses a ton of time because it's not really worth it at that point. Given he takes so much time to load up his skill, where he could have otherwise been auto-attacking.
Right, and Conjugan, though, actually okay with that loss because he is still loose streaking. And at this point, he can decide whether he wants to just lose one more round and maybe nerf himself a little bit, but probably going to try to keep his HP as much as he can. Interesting
Don't you
to
want to
see
go into
the
6 feathers here?
Yeah, it's a little weird to have the unicorn in there still. Okay, so he's gonna take that out, and he's gonna
Stay at 5 feathers, it seems. So maybe he wants to lose here, but not by a ton.
looks like he is valuing, and
At least against this team, 6 feather wasn't that great. The God of War doesn't really care about evasion at all. Of course, have a spell, and it's kind of the major of Sheep Fan's damage at this point.
Sheep Fan's still hanging on to those glacier bonuses.
Yeah.
And it is, I mean, you can see how it's just not worth it.
Yeah, I think he hasn't found any other units to kind of put in instead of them. He still hasn't upgraded any of the units where it wouldn't be good in any God of War build. Like he hasn't upgraded more than Frost Knight, basically. He hasn't upgraded Fortune Teller or the Factor at this point.
Yeah,
so
anything that's going to lose him money if he were to sell it.
yeah, exactly. I think it's on his way to transition, but he wanted to hit that full economy before actually doing it.
Yeah, he does have his Flaming Wizard as well, but he can't put necessarily Flaming Wizard in if he wants to keep his God of War bonus until he removes Pirate Captain and Fortune Teller, but
Still has a Glacier. I wonder what he has in his shop. Could
yeah.
he?
He's
Yeah,
got
he can
Thunder
get that
Spirit
God.
and Dragon Knight. Should probably pick up both of them, right?
Yeah, I think so. He could still have his God buff at this point if he would have removed this Frost Knight or Despacito
Yeah.
for, say, a Thunder Spirit. I would have liked that a lot more.
Yeah, he definitely picked up the Dragon Knight now, so this is still better than going Glaciers with
Yeah.
God of War, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was about to transition. It's just chose to have a little slower transition. But I'm glad he made that decision because we were kind of worried there
Yeah.
quite some time with those Light Blade Knights staying on his bench for a long time.
I mean, we've seen people trying to go with the 3-star God of War Knights Glacier, and it just,
It's bad.
yeah.
It's not interesting, it's bad.
I was gonna say it's interesting.
Yeah. The zone actually still 100%. Very cool. Around round 15. What is the longest streak we've seen? Like
I think it was 28 rounds.
28?
Yes, it's
Oh,
28
okay.
rounds.
Okay, I was about to say like 17.
I believe it was Magikarp that actually did it.
Oh, wow. Okay. I was about to say like 17. I can't remember that. Okay. Oh, okay, that's still a long way to go for the zone to keep up on that pace. Seems like he wants to. We've talked about this a lot, right? That Divinity buff is really good in the early to mid game, but I mean, Divinity is good if you get a God of Thunder, but you usually want to go for 6 mages or Dragon Mage or even both. So we can see him actually starting to load up some dragons on his bench to start to move away from that divinity
Yeah.
buff at some point.
Yeah, definitely. And he's still looking really strong, though. Has the
Yeah.
divinity buff activated. Has the 2-star Flaming Wizard.
Which
full,
is
full team of
crazy
2-stars. Plus,
with
again,
divinity.
disowned with the double 2-star Soul Breakers.
Yeah.
And possibly gonna
Jesus.
add in a 3-star Soul Breaker.
How does
with
he
one on
have
the
it
bench.
every game? Has he had it 4 games in a row?
I don't think he had it the third game, last game. This is definitely
Still more times than we've seen in any other lobby in the past 2 days.
yeah.
On his own.
Uh-huh.
I actually loved, by the way, this mid-game Flaming Wizard 2 and the Divinity buff. It's just so good with it. Like, as soon as you get that spell off, you get tons of burst damage, right? And then you get a bunch of attack speed. So it's actually really easy to get to another ultimate with Flaming Wizard. And having that Divinity buff means you will get it off as soon as you get the mana. So it's really a good combination and a good like kind of mid-game strategy to go for until you might find that source. Does he have any magic crystals? I think he has.
Yeah.
He does have Orb of Region on Flaming Wizard, so we might actually see him tend not to go for the source here, and instead go for perhaps Flaming Wizard plus Thunder Spirit
Maybe a
and Shining
3-star
Dragon.
Flaming Wizard 2. He's got 2 in play
Exactly.
right now. He actually went up to level 8, round 17, so
Mhm.
gave up a bit of his economy in order to, push things a little bit. We saw last game nobody was pushing the envelope at all.
Yeah.
Not really forcing these loose streakers to go all in. And once you force the loose streakers to go all in, then you also see the other players that
It's kind
aren't
of a-
necessarily at the top also going all
Right,
in as
right.
well.
As we saw last game, there wasn't really anybody sticking out above anybody else. Everyone that was trying to go for a win streak early kind of lost. And then there's no real reason to push the envelope, as you said, to continue to streak. And when that happens, you don't force, as you said, players from the bottom to push their goal, making it kind of into a domino effect where when they got stronger, they force everyone else to try to get stronger. And
Yeah.
then it kind of goes around in a circle.
Right, and the players are aware of everybody else going in. So if a couple people are going in, then it's like, okay, hey, I'm win streaking. I want to
Yeah.
keep this win streak. I'm also going to go all in as well and
Exactly.
just start rolling it down. And we didn't have that at all last game, but this game now Disowned is pushing things a little bit more, mainly with levels. So he's being smart about it, at least getting that for sure value.
Yeah.
Which is what I call it. Levels are always for sure value because you can always put something in and eventually put something in even if you don't have something right
Yeah.
away. Where if you are rolling, you could essentially be giving up all of that extra bonus that you've worked so hard to achieve with that 100% win streak just by 1 or 2 rounds of rolling. There goes all of your extra
Right.
win streak in gold.
Yeah, I mean, average time you roll, of course, there's a good percentage you'll hit something, but it's not for sure, right? And you should only really be rolling a lot when you're this much ahead, when you have a full bench ready to be upgraded. That's when you really want to try to go for those upgrades.
Yeah, the pairs, the 3 stars that you're
Yeah.
close to.
Exactly. Okay, Oren is... So we see Oren and Conjugan here in the bottom. They're basically players that have been loose streaking from the get-go, and they're trying to come back into this game. I wonder when they're gonna feel pushed enough to actually go for that all-in kind of upgrade to keep themselves in the game and kind of stabilize, so we can have the dominant effect start. I think this is gonna push it because this is a beast warrior player that something we haven't seen actually today at all. That is gonna deal a lot of damage to Oren, and going under 30% is gonna be start being scary for him. There's a chance he will wait for round 20 though. I mean, there's only 1 round left, and this is probably the player that will deal the most amount of damage to him. And even if he loses again, he might go to like 22, 20% or something
Personally,
like that.
looking at it, I would say trying to save for 2 more gold potentially is what it would be if he were to go obviously all in round 21. He would gain 2 extra gold
Yeah.
at that point. trying to roll all in now would be more important to save that HP.
Yeah, but it's especially important, right, when it's mostly about actually rolling and not leveling. When you want to be able to come back into a game, when you're going down low, right? Sometimes you want to be rolling, and sometimes you already have a unit that's waiting to be put in. And when that happens, you usually want to wait until after creep round because you need to accumulate enough money to actually go up a level anyways. But as you said, if you want to be rolling, you should probably immediately do it. But Oren did not go for it here.
And he went ahead and put 6 knights in, which
Yeah.
isn't a bad idea, but he is going to probably suffer a little bit more damage here, I would assume, especially going up against the same person
Yeah,
who
it's actually
just
the
beat him last time.
worst matchup to have 6 knights against as
Right.
well, because Berserker 2 really good at kind of melting those knight units, kind of just attacking faster for every hit that he does deal. And Razor Claw 2 also super scary for the tanky lineup because they keep bashing them and adding that extra solid stable damage.
Yeah, so now Oren down to just 19% HP instead of being at 28% previously. Although would have rolling down actually got him enough of an upgrade. Maybe a 3-star Hell Knight, honestly, because he's only 3 away. Possibly. But he does take the gamble here to give up a little bit more HP for a bit more value, I suppose.
Yeah. Actually, so he has the potential to have. He has 6 knights right now, right? Only 2 glacier. Of course, at level 8, he won't be able to play 4 glacier and 6 knights. So, I think it might be better to roll here after the creep round. What do you think?
He already invested into level, so at this point,
okay. Well, then he's already.
yeah. So he's
sealed.
actually just gonna roll all in. So I mean, he already is going to
That
be
makes
level 8
sense, yeah.
naturally.
If he naturally can put himself at that 23 to 24, it really does make sense since he hits his interest for one more turn, and then we're gonna see a bit of a APM fight here.
Yeah, trying to get as many actions per minute in as he possibly can, with looking for obviously 2-star Berserker, 3-star Hell Knights, 3-star, or I mean, he needs to start with a 2-star Lightblade Knight
Yeah.
to begin with, and now just 1 Hell Knight away.
Finds Silverblade Knight pretty fast. Also Strange Egg, as you mentioned. Gonna continue rolling. Found the Dark Spirit at 8. Very interesting. Of course, with that Despacito, that's gonna be the second Warlock. So.
Oh wow, 2-star
Wow!
Dark Spirit.
Oh my
level
god! Not
8.
again! Not again! How is that? Why does this never happen to me? Round
was-
21 Dark Spirit.
That was
2.
insane.
That is actually insane. Okay, so that was quite a high. Unfortunately, Dark Spirit does get doomed, so and he's facing
He's
the
up
same
against
opponent.
Nudge again.
This couldn't get worse. Actually, is this lethal?
No, he'll be fine.
I don't know if I would call it fine.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
19 damage. Oh, he lost by 11.
Yep. Those are a lot of summon units, and Oren actually does go out facing the same opponent 3 times in a row. That's actually crazy. I think this is the fastest like elimination that we've seen in this tournament. Round 21.
I'm actually at a loss for words right now. I don't know if going against somebody else would have been that much better, you know.
I think so. I
complaining
mean, honestly, Doom on the Dark Spirit before he gets his ult off, exactly dealing him 19 already against a matchup that's usually a bad matchup. I mean, he would beat this, right? 2-star Dark Spirit.
Yeah.
Come on.
I think he would beat this.
Yeah.
I would
He's
assume
only actually
so.
finding a God of Thunder himself.
I mean, those 6 knights were pretty weak though.
It's true, but he can tank for at least some while with the Dark Spirit in damage. I don't know.
I mean, he's definitely not beating this.
I felt like that was at least the worst setup.
matchup.
Yeah.
I can agree with that. I mean, Beast Warrior is always.
He's not beating this,
counter.
but this one did get his Dragon Knight this round to 2-star and God of Thunder as well. So
Look at
this
God
is
of
kind
Thunder
of
kinda locked
not
in,
attacking. Yeah, not getting any mana, and that's really bad, especially when you don't have a source actually to give him the mana. You gotta kind of rethink your positioning if you don't have a source, because
Universe is
your units need to be attacking to get mana.
Yeah, and I mean, Dragon Knight does have a pretty decent range, so you could actually put him possibly in the corner, or even Shining Dragon in the corner as
Also,
well.
he doesn't need mana, right? Because he goes to full
Yeah,
mana
so
immediately.
he can just kind of sit in the back. So obviously, Disowned is gonna recognize that and make the adjustments accordingly. But he did end up losing to Sheepfan actually last round, just so that we were aware that he no longer has
Ooh.
his.
That is two Thunder
Streak.
Spirits and a 3-star God of War. That is very, very powerful.
Yeah, so
He's actually going full Divinity. That's awesome. I love this
Yeah.
setup. Yeah. I think this is one of the most fun setups to play, honestly, from a person's style. But I know it's not the best one, but I do really enjoy playing the Divinity setups,
I've
especially
always
when I
liked
get
it.
that God of Thunder.
Oh yeah, I've always liked this. This is obviously one of mine as well. Actually playing Divinity and not just going Dragon Mages. I think it's just super fun because there's so many ways you can transition into it. As long as you have that God of War, you can kind of mess around with some different warlocks.
Yeah.
You can go mages. You can really just have fun with what type of units you're building in order to keep that Divinity bonus. And this God of War is going to do a massive hit there. Trying, I mean,
Is he going to get a 1 out of 1 off?
he's not going to get another one off,
Almost.
but Wind Ranger is going to.
Oh wow, does
Kind of
kill
finish
2
the job,
units
but-
actually, and the Zeppelin, so losing but not taking as much damage as he could have there.
Yeah, it is a pretty upsetting loss though for Sheepfan because he was 4 win streaking at the time, but it is what it is. Max is losing to Nudge as well now, so this Beast Warrior comp is actually pretty
Yeah,
rough, and it's
Nudge is all
knocking
in.
people out quite a bit left
Yeah,
and right here.
this is really scary for the bottom half when you see one person, one of the top players of the lobby in terms of health, actually going all in. That's something you don't want to see, because then you know they're gonna be stronger than you for sure. Yeah.
It's actually picking up 2 Dragon Knights too
Yeah.
with this team, which is a bit interesting to say
Pretty
the least.
far away from a dragon bonus though, right? I
Yeah.
believe he does have those Beast Warriors, right? So
Yeah, Beast Warriors,
no
it's-
other Shining Dragon nor Venom.
No,
So.
but I mean at the same time trying to just shove Dragon Knight in wherever you can.
I feel that tells a
That's what
tale
it is.
for how many dragon comps we've seen. It's like as soon as you see a Dragon Knight in your shop, you just instantly buy it. And then when
then
the round
figure out why
yeah,
you
and
don't
then-
want it.
exactly. Then as soon as the round begins and you gotta think about your interests, it's like, wait, how did this?
Maybe
end
that's
up
what
here, you
happened
know?
with Nudge last game. He was just like,
Oh yeah, he has bought
just-
3 of them in a
just bought
shop.
it,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. They have this predetermined idea of that whenever you see a dragon, you buy it.
yeah.
And then, oops.
I actually bought 3 of them and wasted some gold. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Max, though, kind of on the chopping block up against Disowned, is going to
Mm.
actually take lethal damage here.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think that
except for that
shield is
priest
gonna be
bonus,
enough,
yeah. But Disowned actually picked up a 3-star Flaming Wizard as well with that Orb of Regen, so probably not going to
strong.
need any source in his build. He does have one on the bench just in case he wants to go 6 mages, I'm sure.
I would like him to sell one of his units here because to hit that interest rate before it begins.
I'm sure
I
he
would-
already has a 2-star Shining Dragon. No, he doesn't actually.
However, that source, I don't know. I don't think we're at that place in the game where it's worth to kind of build up your bench to be able to be flexible in the very late game. This is still a very much a economy game, and we haven't got into that like Final 3 where it's really nice to have a couple of different things. Okay, he does put
Just
that
sold
in.
his
Okay.
Abyssal Guard, right?
Seems that way. Actually opting to get in a source instead of that warrior bonus, not only for the mana region, of course, but that human silence.
So most likely why he didn't sell the source previously, and I would assume at level 9 he's going to go 6 mages.
Yeah.
With the Tortola Elder now at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah, that does definitely do make sense. This Flaming Wizard is really the queen of this game. Super powerful, actually. One hitting most other units if it's not gonna be some tanky knights or maybe a God of War.
Yeah, she's actually also super nice for sustained damage, like
Mhm.
Dragonite is. She has that burst damage, and then afterwards she's just like kind of sustain, and then
And not only
pops off
that,
again.
after she gets his ult off and is getting high attack speed with 4 humans, it's gonna basically silence a unit for the remainder of until it kills it, right?
Did he accidentally sell his Venom?
I think so.
Oh,
Or I don't know if it's
not an
like-
accident.
Yeah, it seems like he's gonna go for 6 mages here instead of that God mage. Did he not already have a Dragonite too?
He had a 2-star Dragonite.
Wow, this is. I don't like this.
I think
this
that
is
was
a
a
mistake.
little bold. Yeah.
Yeah. Does have a 2-star pirate captain dealing a lot of damage actually currently. Although I really like getting Flaming Wizard to 3-star if you're going 6 mages. I think that it really helps strengthen your backline, because one of the issues with 6 mages is that it can be a little, I mean, high roller, if you know what I mean. Sometimes Tortola Elder misses and you don't have the best spell usage, and then you don't really have a backup. And also your backline is usually kind of squishy. But if you have a Flaming Wizard 3, that can kind of imitate a Dragonite with that sustainable damage. So maybe that's what you're missing to go into the full 6 mages.
Yeah, true. And Max actually getting knocked out here against Disowned with his 6 mages. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like it might have been a little forced. Giving up that 2-star Dragonite is definitely hard, I'm sure. But let's...
He could revisit it too, though.
Yeah.
Like maybe he thinks
Could
this
bring
is
it back.
way better now. It's gonna get him an insane amount of money, and then get in there. Wow! Ooh, look at this. This is the Divinity
Yeah, this
setup
is
from Magikarp.
Magikarp. He's not the only one though, right?
Yeah.
Sheepfan is also going Divinity, so
And we actually have seen it in like 4 or 5
Yeah,
games. Or
now we
something,
got
and now we
2 of them. Although Magikarp has the 2-star Storm Shaman against Sheepfan, which is typically the better option, but he's going to take some pretty heavy damage here against Sheepfan.
Yeah, super scatter here from Magikarp, thinking
Yeah, dropping out
5%. Yeah, going at
5%. So what is the difference between Sheepfan's build and Magikarp's build? Both level 9, both have a 3-star God of War. He's got a double Despacito with double Thunder Spirit.
Yeah, a lot more concentrated build, while Magikarp actually has a bunch of different units. Actually,
Yeah,
it was the
Tsunami
Magikarp
Stalker,
that had the.
Devastator.
Actually, Magikarp had the shame and still lost against Sheepfan. So
Yeah.
I guess the Magikarp didn't get his Storm Shaman ult off fast enough, and a couple of Thunder Spirits and a couple of Despacitos got their spells off beforehand, and kind of wrecked the other side.
Also, Sheepfan all in
Oh wow!
as well.
Found the
Picked up a
god of Thunder. This is the kind of Divinity gamble, if you want to compare it to Goblin gamble, where your army becomes so much stronger as fast as you find that God of Thunder, assuming you have a source too, of course.
Oh wow! Magikarp actually kind of similar. Has a Tsunami Stalker over this second Thunder Spirit, which I'm not necessarily sure if that's really as valuable or not.
Does he have that God of War as well?
Yeah.
Or Thunder, I mean. God
No,
of
he doesn't
Thunder.
have the God of Thunder.
Okay, yeah, that's a big difference then. As for now, I mean, we know that Sheepfan got it this recently.
Sheepfan's still losing though to Disowned.
Disowned. And that does make sense. He has the
Mhm.
human silence and the 6 mages. It's gonna be better at bursting down his backline, and Sheepfan doesn't have the Storm Shaman to kind of break that little matchup in his favor.
Yeah. Magikarp though with a Heaven's Gift on his God of War, so pretty
yeah,
nice
baby.
item for him. And looking for the
Name a
3-star
more
Thunder
iconic
Spirit.
duo than Heaven's Gift and God of War. I
Uh,
dare you.
Hell Knight and
I
Art of
knew you were gonna
Terrascra.
go for that, but that is a less of a
Dark
iconic.
Spirit and Refresher Orb.
That is better. That's better. I like that better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shall
I guess it's a little bit
shall
more.
I go on?
Unless it's a
Siren
little
and
bit more
Refresher Orb.
iconic since it's been out for that much longer. This
Okay,
is kind
true.
of a new kid on the block.
True.
Iconic new kid, but hasn't been around for the ages of the history, right? Okay, so Sheepfan trying to spread out a little bit. Has found his own Storm Shaman. I don't believe he had that previously.
Yeah, he just got it and removed
Yeah.
one of the Desposetos for it.
That is really nice when he has God of Thunder 2, potentially getting 2 of them off. But actually, Magikarp gets his Storm Shaman off before, and that's gonna tilt the scales in his favor here. But I did not actually expect it to be this close. Kind of the same unit surviving on both sides. Thunder Spirits and God of Wards alike.
Yeah,
Bonk, bonk.
disowned, disowned losing to Sheep Fan though as well. So he probably got off
Yeah.
a nice Storm Shaman and zapped him with the God of Thunder, I would assume. And
Yeah.
yeah, it's
It becomes very apparent that you need a Storm Shaman as soon as you lose against a 6 mage comp. It's just like,
Yeah.
yep, I need
you're like,
to roll
"Alright,
down for
I'm
that
gonna start looking
immediately.
for one now.
Yeah. Yep, that's my cue.
And I think positioning with gods is really important too. Just
Mhm.
making sure that you're on the same side as the majority of the lobby if possible. Everybody right now looks to be kind of leaning towards the left side. Of course, we see Nudge right here. I don't even need to know that that's him. I just know that that's Nudge right there, the Beast Warrior.
Yeah, for sure.
But possibly switching
It's
over
kind
to
of like
the
a sad face
side.
upside down.
Yeah, just like an unimpressed face upside
Yeah.
down, right? And the viewers at home are like turning their heads.
Yeah, much like Claytana did here in real life.
Yeah.
All right, so going to the creep round. 2 players are already out at round 30. Of course, we had Oran going out. Probably the quickest that anybody has been eliminated in any of these lobbies at round 21. Max following him a few, I wouldn't say a couple rounds later, but a pack of rounds later.
5 or so rounds
Yeah,
later.
5 or so rounds later. This zone still on top of the leaderboard. I think we should have a look at the goals attained here at round 30. What are we looking at?
The main ones that are still in, obviously, Philip to Conjugan. Conjugan at 359.
Wow, that is quite a bit, and you could expect his own would be leading this, but we saw him spend a lot of gold actually to keep his streak. So his long streak at 100% wasn't free at all, and that's where we see Conjugan. Did Conjugan actually lose streak at the beginning of this game? I
I
think
believe he did.
Yeah.
And the other one, Philip just picked up a 3-star
Oh wow.
Wind Ranger. This is a very...
This is a stacked hunter build.
This is a stacked Feathered Hunter build.
Yeah.
It is
Still losing, however.
Yeah.
Towards these mage comps, and I mean, it's just so scary. The thing with the feather build, right, is not great against mage builds, but especially the hunter build are also clumped up, which makes it even more awkward. At least sometimes you can evade their spell by literally evading them, like jumping on the other side
Yeah.
of them, etc. But when hunters, you're not gonna have that luxury, and we see Magikarp actually going out at 6th place once more.
Yeah.
So losing a bit of his kind of dominance that he had in the earlier rounds, making him look like a mortal again.
Yeah, it's definitely evening out the point structure for sure.
Yeah.
So, I mean, having Magikarp down there, Nudge WK
Oh wow.
also might be looking at.
Found a sniper 3 here.
Yeah, that was
Real
crazy.
now.
He only had 5 of them, and he rolled down and got 4 more.
Yeah.
Like that's very lucky.
Is that what you would call a high roll by any chance?
I mean, having 3-star hunters.
Yeah,
Borderline.
really looking to gain another level here to put in a second marine unit, because actually it's going to be highly valuable for his team. Having so many 3-stars means that extra percentage damage reduction is going to be so much better, right?
He's not.
Oh, wow, he's
still
still
lost.
lost against Kanjugan, and Kanjugan is playing those nice builds. I'm starting to think that maybe feathered units isn't even good against knights, right?
I don't think it's good anymore. Like, okay, yeah, right. Philip is 2nd place right now, so people might be saying, no, Feathered's amazing. But if you really look at it right now, and the amount of units he has. Well, it is weird because he doesn't have Warp
Oh
with
yeah,
Sage.
he
Like,
does not have the
that's
Sage.
that's
No.
huge. He has a random Shining Dragon, which is
What do you think about putting
weird.
Dwarven Sniper on the other side here? I don't really like him being all clumped up with his units. He doesn't have that marine buff yet to kind of protect his backline from heavy burst damage for some of the many mage comps, honestly, in this lobby. Does change side, however, but I would have liked him to kind of split sides at the very least. I feel like you see that a lot from. You can even see him getting super punished by this Storm Shaman,
Oh yeah, that's
silencing the entire team. Thunder Spirit is not being the best, but at this point it might just be too late anyways. This God of War is gonna tank this Dwarven Sniper and actually killing him off. However, the Shining Assassin actually crushing the backline of Sheep Fan, and yeah, this is gonna be a close one. Although the shield from the Shining Assassin is gonna take it in the end, I believe.
Yeah, Nudge actually dropping out of this at 5th. So that's the lowest that
Yeah.
we've seen him take a placement in these 4 games so far. So it is actually opening up the playing field for a lot of these other
But
players.
can't be unhappy about his play here today. I mean,
No.
this is the 4th and the last game, of course, of the EU qualifier for today, and tomorrow we're gonna have 4 more games for each region. So can go home, sleep, or I don't even
feel
know,
good about his
continue his
performance.
day wherever he is in the world,
Yeah.
and feel really good about themselves.
Yeah, definitely good day for both Nudge and Magikarp. I'm sure would have liked to have a little bit better finish on the last 2 games. Oren, of course, definitely needs to regroup. We saw him with a bit of a rough start on the first round of 8,
Yeah.
and then came back and just totally slayed it. So definitely not counting him out just yet. Philip, now, he's tried this Feathered Hunter build now 2 games in a row. The first one landed him in 8th. That was last game. And this one seems to be doing much better for him, but he is extremely high rolled.
Yeah,
And it's, at the end of the day, still...
I think it's gonna change a lot though when he goes up tonight. I think it's gonna have quite a massive spike with that
Yes.
Abyssal Guard. It's just gonna
Yeah,
be
especially with all the mages.
kind of
for
night
sure.
and day here against his opponents. And as I said, I mean, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I would really have liked him to change positions of his sniper, because he's taking a lot of this unnecessary magic damage.
Yeah, and Sheepfan actually does go out, losing to
Look at that.
Disowned.
Okay, so who we have left is the Glacier Knight player from Kanjugan. This zone still rocking that. What is this zone rocking exactly?
This is
Oh, wait.
Feathered Hunter.
Oh, this is Feather Hunter. Sorry, I was.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I thought that he was playing Glacier Feather, because the only unit that we saw when we got to that board was, of course, that Silver Blade Knight. But it doesn't actually have that in its.
You have
star
so
in
many
his
names
feather.
for Life Blade Knight.
Don't be
Silver
like,
Blade.
you know, beloved child has a lot of names.
But the main difference for Conjugan is that he has a 3-star Warpwood Sage and a 3-star Razor Claw.
Yeah.
That's something that Philip is really lacking, in my opinion, but he's really just being carried by the 3-star Dwarf Sniper. So,
Yeah. First time we see Feather do this well.
yeah, two out of 3. 2 out
Yeah.
of top 3. I think Disowned is going to take this, no problem. I would assume anyway, but
Especially if he finds another helicopter here to make it into 2-star.
or even a God of Thunder. Which one
Yeah.
would you rather?
I think helicopter is better against Feather build, because they don't usually have that much health, and actually slowing them down can be pretty big. But I don't know, it's close. God of Thunder is so very powerful in my favorite word, a vacuum.
Vacuum.
So
For some reason,
actually
Plunger
close call.
was the first thing that came to my mind.
Oh really?
In a Plunger.
Oh.
It's the same
Why is
idea,
that?
right? I don't know.
Yeah, it is the same way, but I just never heard you say that before.
I had never thought about it before until just now.
Well, Tutrola Elder slaying feathered units as usual, but it won't matter, because there's some of them are gonna stay at a very low health pool, and it's gonna finish off the zone here in this round. Zone still has a pretty wide margin to the other players in terms of health.
Philip losing to Conjugan, which is kind of expected, but Disowned actually losing to Philip, which is also kind of expected because his mages are pretty squishy. and that
Yeah.
3-star dwarf sniper is just kind of running through them. So I think DAZN wins against.
Well, somehow he made his team
Conjugate,
into kind of a mage slaying team, I'd say. He has marines, and he has a really powerful backline in terms of damage, and he has a tons of 3-stars. And okay, sure, your damage are increased when you 3-star, but the most important part is that they get so much more health. Meaning together with that marine buff, they're gonna survive against most of these initial burst damages. And after that, it's gonna be evade all attacks. The second thing is that he doesn't really have his front line, right? He doesn't have that work with Sage or anything else, or that Razor Claw, for example. Who cares against a God Lord, right? Or a Mage build? They're just gonna deal magic damage anyway, so
But he's
who
actually going to
needs
be out
armor?
here.
But he does go out against Kanjigan. As you said, I mean, Kanjigan is really a lot stronger right now and does push Philip out of this game.
Now, DAZN actually got put up against Philip twice in a row here, so a little bit of bad RNG for him, like we saw from Oren previously as well, going up against
Oh wow!
Nudge 3 times
Look
in a
at
row.
this.
But yeah, this is a 2-star Tsunami Stalker.
Yeah.
With
If there's anything that Tsunami Stalker and Siren is good with, is a lot of health, like we said, and Razor Claw 3 and Silver Knight. I don't even want to say this again anymore. You kind of made me lose all my self-confidence saying names correctly. Damn you. No, but seriously, these 3-star units with the Marine buff is gonna be so powerful
yeah,
against the Mage lineup. Mages are really preying on non 3-stars, I should say, with their initial burst, and then finish the rest off with some auto attacks. But
yeah.
as you can see, all of the 3-stars actually surviving the burst, and then they finish up the rest.
I really think I still want to say Disowned selling his Dragon
Yeah,
Knights to go
yeah,
6 mages
I don't
was
like that
just
either,
maybe an arrow to the knee.
for sure. Finds on a helicopter.
What happened to his egg?
Seems. I
He used
don't
it
know.
on maybe a second pirate captain.
It seems that way. Yeah.
Hmm.
Indeed.
Hmm.
It seems like both players will move into Glacier Clan, which for some reason is gonna be the norm
Yeah.
at this point. It's more of a question whether the players are going into 9 Beast or Glacier. Actually, last game was kind of fast, right? Wasn't it? Did it go into Glacier Clan?
No, that was a 9 beast game last game.
Oh, it was.
Was it?
I don't
I think there was an hour-long game.
Okay,
That was
okay.
9 beast. But there was at least one 9 beast game today. I don't know if it was the second one or the third one, but
That's a tall elder entering. We said actually, no, they're gonna go down to this marine buffed Silverblade Paladin. Oh, I'm kidding. Knight,
Lightblade Knight.
Lightblade Knight. Why am I saving Silverblade? Where's that from?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Christmas, silver bells, something along those lines.
Wow, that was fast thinking. Fast thinking catch. Kanjigan actually finds a strange egg.
What's
Does
he
that
gonna
help
use
him?
it on? Let's see. Ooh, maybe a dwarf sniper 3-star.
Yeah. And we talked about that. It was kind of what Kanjigan was missing, and it's actually getting closer. He was quite far away while Philip was still alive, but now with those additional dwarf snipers in the pool, he's gonna have a much larger chance to finding them. Only needing 2 more.
Could also use it on Tab Witcher to make that
Yeah.
3-star if he happens to feel like being spicy and throwing it in
I mean,
pretty quick.
I think it's a fine choice, right? I mean, if both players starting get really low, you kind of just need every edge you can get, and
Yeah.
at that point, it doesn't matter to wait for dwarf sniper if someone's gonna die next round, right? So,
Yeah.
so definitely could do that. What did Kanjigan pick up? Do we have any big item upgrades? Let's have a look.
Ooh.
Ooh, finally 2 Wraith
Oh
shards
my
into.
gosh.
Oh, that is really good on the dwarf sniper.
And he doesn't have any items on him just
wow.
yet.
What about Lightblade
He's actually
Paladin?
gonna put it on Lightblade, I would
Oh
assume.
my lord, this Lightblade Knight is really, really, really strong.
Oh wow.
Is this the strongest Lightblade Knight we've seen so far?
This tournament, I would say.
Yeah.
This is intense.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, through
Doesn't
the
even
fishfork.
have room
Mm.
on Lightblade Knight for all of his items here. I wanna see the damage of this Lightblade Knight. I mean, he had 13k last against the Glacier Clan. How much is he gonna deal in the PvP round? Does get stunned, so miss a bit of damage here. Starting to pop off now, going for the backline. Unfortunately, the zone doesn't have enough health on his units.
Oh wow,
Actually.
that was it, just
Yeah.
like that.
Did he actually concede there?
No, I don't think so. I think
Okay.
he actually took
Wow.
18 damage there.
Jesus Christ, yeah. I mean, we could see Kanjigan being quite dominant there in the end with his kind of 3-star front line, very strong Lightblade Knight together with that Marine buff. Really kind of figuring out what to do in the end game.
His
So
items were really strong there as well.
Too, yeah.
After Glacier Clan picking up those 2 race charts, it was kind of lights out from there. And I don't think Disown picked up that great of items.
no, he did not. And however, I mean, these god kind of lineups, they're not too reliant on items. Sure, it would have been great to get like an ice arm or something, like a powerful activator, but it doesn't do that well actually with damage items. You can put it on Flaming Wizard, but she can only keep up with so much. It's not a Lightblade Knight, right? So,
Yeah.
so Kanjigan is going to take this, and I'm actually happy that we have some feathered players doing okay again.
It
because
breathes a little bit of hope back into it because
yeah, it does.
we've seen so many players trying feathered time after time, game after game, coming up short every single time for the most part.
Yeah.
And there's very few situations where those feathered builds actually work out. And let's actually say it how it is. Looking at the actual builds of these feathered players, they are extremely high rolled. I mean,
Yes.
3-star Wind Ranger, 3-star Sniper, 3-star Shining Archer for Philip, and still taking third.
Yeah.
Like, if you're using that much gold and having that good of luck with your upgrades, you would expect to be
Sure.
first. And when
It is-
guys like Disown didn't even have 2-star.
Do you think that this
God
can
Thunder.
teach us something, however, about feather builds, why they're failing in the current metagame? Because we could really see the difference between getting some 3-star units together with the marine buff, right? Because this is a very like dragon and also mage heavy kind of metagame, if not both, of course. And they do a lot of burst damage and a lot of splash damage. So the issue for most of the feathered units is that they die from the initial burst, right? They can't evade it. That's not something you just use your evasion for. But if you get a 3-star, they can actually survive that burst, and at that point they're really hard to kill, right?
Yeah,
They
just-
still become the same feathered units.
Just get him a 3-star.
I mean,
That's all you gotta do.
maybe you can. Okay, so let me rephrase that. We've seen with knights, for example, or the kind of spirit mage assassin builds, staying at level 5 to 3-star things or getting close into them. Maybe you need to think of a way to 3-star some of your units before you actually move up to a higher level to be able to survive the initial burst from these mage teams.
Possibly. Typically, when I play Feathered, I always stay at level 8 because that's where they pretty much max out on.
Yeah.
You can have all of the pieces to the puzzle that you need. But I think something that Conjugan did really well this game was add in the Marine bonus. And I think that was very, very key to
Yeah.
him winning against all these mage players.
Together with the 3-star units, of course.
Well, Conjugan actually didn't have the 3-star Dwarf Sniper, didn't have all those
No.
3-star
But the front line,
backline.
however.
But his front line, and he had that hyper carry of Lightblade Knight as well.
Yeah.
So
Of course. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. And after day 1 of the European finals quarterfinal, we had this own at first place. He did come second in this last game. Nudge WK staying at a split
Yeah.
first and second
Tied
place.
for
Maybe
first.
has a better tiebreaker. Won't matter for now, of course, with the tiebreakers. Only matters when we have the final 8 games being played. Magikarp, our in-house player here,
Yeah.
falling from first and from second place down to third, but still in a really good position to do well. Philip at 17 points, Max 15, FB Conjugan 14 points, Oren and Sheepfan at 12 points. Actually, this lobby is super close. There's only 10 points from first to 8th. And I mean, that's not a lot when there's been already 4 games played.
yeah, no, this is wide open. I think tomorrow is going to be a fresh start for a lot of these players, and we could see some of the top ones going out 8th, getting 0 points, and having the whole table flip around and having like an 8-way tie.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. It's great to see though, because all of these players have been dominant kind of in their own respective groups, and when they're all huddled together, it becomes super close.
That's what we would expect to see, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, yes. Okay. So that's the end of the EU qualifiers for today. We're going to see more of those tomorrow. And then we're going to be back. Before that, we're going to be back with any qualifiers later tonight at 2 a.m. CEST time. But until then, I'll see you guys later.